that's new.
Oh, yeah, I just brought the batteries, yeah, so I wouldn't have to.
I want to call the meeting of the State Board of Education to order for the October 2019 meeting. The fire marshals have asked me to say that we cannot stand in this room. If you don't have a seat, there is a lobby and an overflow room where it will all be live streamed. So if you will, take your exit now if you're standing, and then
Yes, I can hear you.
John Tackett.
Amanda Radley.
I hit social media. Yeah. There's no need.
are those all press over there? What do we do about them standing?
I hit social media.
They can't stand.
What's that?
I said it was
Okay.
coming up, but it'll probably for an extended period.
If you will, please stand for the pledge. Before we start with the agenda, I have a statement. The board recognizes that there's great interest in the agenda items. However, anyone in the audience who speaks out of turn or without being recognized by the board forfeits the opportunity to give public comment if allowed and may be asked to leave the auditorium. It is expected that everyone in the audience be respectful of the board and other speakers and not shout, yell, or otherwise disrupt the meeting. Anyone who's disruptive to the meeting will be asked to leave and may be escorted out of the building. Each person who signs up to give public comment will be allowed 2 or 3 minutes unless I, as the chair, specifically allow otherwise. The reason we want you to stick to that is because if we have a lot of people who want to speak, it cuts into the amount of time that, and the number of people. Public comment will be allowed if the board, the majority of the board votes to do so. The board reserves the right to adjust this time as necessary or to reduce repetitive presentations. Anyone in the audience who speaks out of turn or without being recognized by the board forfeits the opportunity to give public comment that day and may be asked to leave the auditorium. It is expected that everyone in the audience be respectful of the board and the other speakers and not shout, yell, or otherwise disrupt the meeting. Anyone who is disruptive to the meeting will be asked to leave and may be escorted out of the building. Okay, do we have any changes to the agenda for today? Seeing none, does anyone have anything they want to pull off of the, or just have further questions or discussion with regard to the consent agenda? Ms. Newton?
Find it. I have some questions and comments on item number 11, the Fort Smith School District, and I don't know if they're going to be on the phone.
Yes, Fort Smith is on the line, so that's number 11.
They're here, yay.
Oh, they're here.
Okay, good.
Even better. Does
Yes.
anyone else have anything?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 16, Lakeside District, are they on the phone as well?
Yes,
Here.
Okay.
okay. Anyone else? I have one question of Mr. James.
Eric James.
Based on the information that we were given, number 6 and number 8 seem very similar. But the penalties are significantly different. Would you please ask the board, when they give us this information, that when there are two things that seem so similar, but the penalties are that significantly different, to, if possible, give us enough extra information so that we can better understand why, as opposed to having to delay it by pulling it off the agenda to the action agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'll advise them to provide more context.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Newton? Fort Smith, if y'all want to come to the podium and identify yourself, please.
Good morning. I'm Marty Mahan, Assistant Superintendent at Fort Smith Public Schools.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Newton?
I want to thank you for the detail that you went into in your report, and I am excited about what you're doing there in Fort Smith, and we've had several of these come through as far as thinking of ways to help new teachers and to get more teachers into the pipeline that are well prepared, and I'm very encouraged by this model. And I would be interested in, I know that you're just getting started this fall, and so you're kind of in the early days of it, but maybe in the spring of the year, after you've had time and the teachers have had time to work through this for a year, could you come back maybe in the spring at the end of the year, after, or maybe even after you've gotten some test data back, to see, you know, how successful this was, and you know, if it's successful, this would be a model I think that we would want to see more people use around the state, because I was very, very encouraged by this.
Thank
And
you.
I really want to thank you, because you're thinking outside the box and thinking about ways that we can increase the new teachers when they go in to be better prepared and not give up, just to have that extra support. So I want to
Thank you
thank you
very
for
much.
that. Do you have any comments about how it's going?
It's just been a really great partnership. Of course, it's the vision of our school board and superintendent's leadership to roll this out and make this happen. And in the cooperation with UAFS and Dr. Monica Riley, who's the interim director of the School of Education at UAFS. Just a lot of people are very engaged. A lot of people are involved in the classroom, and it's just, we're seeing really some neat stuff from our apprenticeship teachers.
What kind of comments are you getting from the interns, the teachers that the new?
You're getting comments, and the lead teacher, Ms. Courtney Burdick's done a phenomenal job too of organizing their thoughts and creating reflective prompts and reflective practice and in-time support. So you get to see their comments on a regular basis. But you see the beginning of the year with the anxieties of starting a school year. You see questioning, do I have the skill set for the classroom management? And then you start seeing that translate into a level of comfort, and even little things like experiencing lunch duty for the first time,
Yeah.
and just having that lead teacher support through that. And as you all know, as we all know, that we're getting to that point in the year where the stresses start to build. And I spoke to the lead teacher a couple of days ago, and it's very refreshing to know she's there to help them and assist them each day, so that we can address those concerns right away.
Yeah. I just love the idea, because, you know, in the past, when you go through an internship for a semester, you don't get the whole picture of the whole school year. You don't get the first few days of school. You don't get the end of school. You don't get the holidays. This is just, you know, the lunch duty, doing it on your own, but you also know that you've got that support there to help you through and to advise you. And you know, we learn so much by doing it, but to have that support that we're learning good habits and good ways to do that. This is just, I am very, very encouraged by this.
It was very neat too to bring them in from the very beginning of
Yeah.
professional development. So
Right.
they experience all that. And then
Yeah.
Spradling Elementary is where they're at. And of course, Ms. Dawson's doing great work with the PLC model that the state has selected them to do. So they're immersed in a whole new level of learning with
Right.
PLCs and collaboration, reflective practice. So
Yeah.
it's a very beneficial
Yeah.
program.
I think these two teachers are gonna have a heads up, you know, they're gonna be more than 1 year experience, I think, for down the line, so.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for doing that, and thank you for being here this morning.
You bet.
I
It's a
really
pleasure.
appreciate
Thank
that.
you all
very
for your
much for the
support, and
drive.
thank you for allowing us to roll out this innovative practice. We very much appreciate that.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I would
Dr. Moore?
second that, and maybe ask, and I bet this is something the department's already doing, but ask that you all share what you're doing with other districts who are doing similar models. Because y'all are all doing similar things, but in different ways, and I would like to hear, maybe at the end of this year or next year, sort of the pros and cons of the different models, and what we think is strongest, and how we can translate that into other school districts. Because I really do see that this is a very strong model in supporting those teachers, and appreciate all this feedback
Yeah.
y'all given us.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. McFettridge, number
Yes.
16.
Good morning,
Lakeside, are they on the phone?
Is Lakeside on the
Yes,
phone?
Lakeside is here.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, well, good morning. I was excited to see that your librarian has received her full certification and is a licensed specialist now. Is she still splitting her time between the middle school and Eudora Elementary?
Yes, she's serving as a librarian at the Lakeside Middle School in Eudora Elementary. And we're excited because she was one of our students. And she has done an excellent job. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she started in our elementary school.
I'm sorry, you got muffled right after I told you we could hear you.
Yes, Governor was the former superintendent, and she was a school of reading. Read many books throughout her early years, and then went through her elementary years, and as well as her middle school years, and then high school. She was one of our top students. And we recruited her back after she got her bachelor's degree from the University of Arkansas in Monticello, and went to Delta State and got a master's degree. And when she received her master's degree, she worked as a assistant librarian. Wasn't certified at that time, and our librarian retired, so she stayed there and mentored her until she got a degree in her certification and did her intern, and then done a wonderful job in our school district.
Do you have plans to make her a full-time specialist at Eudora Elementary? I think that is my concern, that you have a K through third grade with just a library of media specialist just 1 day a week.
Well, now we have another library media specialist that's from the high school. They're under 300, and you have under 300, you can have a part-time library media specialist. So she's spending a day and a half at Eudora on Mondays and Tuesdays. So therefore, we have collaborated with both both schools, the middle schools as well as the high school. They provide service at Eudora Elementary.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, and is Mark Tree on the phone?
Yes, ma'am. This
Okay.
is Matt Wright, Superintendent at Martree School District.
Well, welcome to our meeting, and I just had a compliment. Your report was excellent. It was very thorough and student-focused, and I would consider you a model for the reports for the others, and I'll pass that along to Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, unless those of you on the phone have some questions or comments you want to make to us, then you are free to go back and do school.
Welcome to our meeting, and I just had a compliment.
Can you speak up a little and identify yourself again?
I think it was an echo.
Well, you just saying goodbye?
I think it was an echo.
Oh, it was an echo. Okay, all right. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now we get to the resolutions. Our first one is on School Safety Week, and Dr. Cheryl May will recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here in my capacity as chair of the division's Safe Schools Committee. I want to first and foremost thank Secretary Key, as well as Deputy Commissioner Pfeffer, for their continued commitment to ensuring our children have a positive, safe, and secure environment in order to achieve their true academic potential. I commend them greatly for being champions for school safety. I also want to thank the division's Safe Schools Committee members for all of their hard work. Thanks to their efforts, we've made great strides in enhancing the safety of our children in schools. One of the most consequential actions of the Safe Schools Committee was the recommendation to form the Arkansas Center for School Safety, one of only 18 such centers in the country, as a partnership between the division and the Criminal Justice Institute. I want to thank Secretary Key for executing this valuable partnership that's going to create a one-stop shop for school safety training and resources for all school and law enforcement personnel. But I also want to recognize our critical partners, such as the Arkansas Association of Education Administrators, our School Boards Association, the Education Service Cooperatives, and the Arkansas Safe Schools Association. These collaborations through the committee are key in helping schools create a very positive school culture. I want to also mention there have been some significant developments school safety-wise over the past year since I updated you last. The division received the very large Project Aware grant, which is going to substantially increase the positive school culture in key select areas. The center has also been doing youth mental health first aid, which is also included in Project Aware, so there's going to be a big push to focus on having our school staff be much more aware of mental health when our students are in mental health crises. We're at the request of the governor. The committee also worked with developing a very comprehensive school safety assessment, and I'm very pleased to say that as unbelievable as it is, that there was a 98, so far there's been a 98% response rate. And I want to thank all the districts and the superintendents for all the time that they put into that. The center was also recently identified as getting a $1 million Bureau of Justice Assistant grant to focus on behavioral threat assessments. And the division was also awarded a $500,000 grant to focus on school climate. So we are making tremendous progress, and we appreciate your support. I'm also here today to ask you to support a resolution, and I'd like to read this resolution to you. Whereas more than 478,000 students attend public schools in Arkansas, and whereas a safe and secure environment enhances student learning, and whereas approximately 72,000 administrators, faculty, and staff at Arkansas's public schools are committed to providing a safe and secure learning environment for all students, and whereas more than 315 school resource officers assist in ensuring students remain safe at public schools, and whereas the Arkansas Department of Education, the Arkansas Center for School Safety, and the Arkansas Safe Schools Association have partnered together to provide school safety resources and promote a safe educational environment. And whereas the Safe Schools Committee is charged with developing model policies and procedures that may ensure a safe and productive learning environment of students and school employees, for recommendations to the State School Board of Education, any necessary rules and regulations for ensuring a safe schools environment, and for recommending the House Committee on Education and the Senate Committee on Education any necessary legislation for ensuring a safe school environment. And whereas local and state law enforcement agencies and organizations provide support to school districts. I would greatly appreciate a positive vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Motion to approve the resolution?
Motion by Mr. Petron, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am, very much.
And whereas local and state law enforcement.
Okay. Our next is,
Do you know anything about computers?
our next is a School Bus Safety Week. If you'll come to the microphone, identify yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Mike Simmons. I'm the Director of Transportation for the Facilities and Transportation Division. In August, the Department of Education partnered with the Arkansas Association of Pupil Transportation, the School Bus Mechanics Association, and a lot of other people, including the Arkansas State Police, Benton Mayor, and a lot of other folks that have businesses to promote safe school bus safety and to strengthen this year's campaign. The State Police.
Excuse me for interrupting. Tiffany, would you tell them to put their phones on mute?
Mayor and a lot of other folks that are.
Oh, they can't hear you? Okay. Great. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I
No
wanted to hear
problem.
everything you said.
To strengthen this year's campaign.
The State Police not only provided support for the campaign by attending our press conference at the Capitol, but also connecting with ADE with multiple troopers for public service announcements. They created and developed numerous videos that promoted school bus safety and the prevention of illegal passing. They shared them on social media, and in fact, one of them even had 93,000 views. And I think we have one of those videos.
But also, they with ADE with multiple troopers for public service announcements.
Back to school for the children of Arkansas.
Every day, school buses transport thousands of children across Arkansas's highways. Their safety is our number one concern.
Arkansas state law requires the operator of any motor vehicle approaching a school bus to stop before reaching the school bus.
The law includes 2-lane and 4-lane highways in all directions, even those with a middle turning lane.
The 2019 legislative ruling raised the maximum fine for passing a school bus to $2,500 or 90 days in jail. Don't be the reason a child doesn't make it home.
If the lights are on, stop.
No excuses, no tolerance.
From Russellville
To Paragould.
From Hot Springs to Whitehall, all across Arkansas.
We'll be watching.
Great video.
We really appreciated the State Police stepping up this year and doing that. In April, we did a one-day survey of school bus drivers on illegal passing to report the number of illegal passings that they had on that day. And on that one-day period, we had over 844, I think, 844 illegal passings. with 12 of those on the right-hand side of the bus where students are loading and unloading. So it is a serious problem out there. Today with us, we have some members of the state police. I'd like to invite Miss Liz Chapman up here to say a few words about their involvement. So.
Good morning. I'm Corporal Liz Chapman, and I'm here representing the Arkansas State Police. I am the Public Affairs Officer for the Arkansas State Police and Community Relations. We're honored to be here today. I was very happy that Kim asked us to be a part of this campaign. We're proud to be recognized today, but we also know it's our duty as troopers to protect the children of our state. The career of Arkansas State Police Highway Patrol Trooper, if you ask any of us, we will say the worst possible scenario is being called to a scene where a child is injured or a child is deceased. And even more devastating than that is when it's 100% avoidable. And we know that these involving school buses are avoidable. We know that every citizen in the state of Arkansas counts on us to protect their lives and also the lives of their children. We work as troopers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We work in the heat, in the snow, in the rain to keep the children of the state safe and to make sure they go home every night to their families. Stopping for school buses in Arkansas is not only the right thing to do, and it's the law, and I can promise you that the troopers of the state are enforcing it every single day and doing what we can to help.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, we appreciate everything they have done for this. The week of October 21st through the 25th by law is Arkansas School Bus Safety Week. It is also National School Bus Safety Week. So with that, I would like to present a resolution for the board. Whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes that providing Arkansas students with safe school bus transportation is a vital part of the education system, and whereas in Arkansas, more than 6,000 buses transport approximately 350,000 students to and from school and school-related activities each day, and whereas Arkansas school bus drivers travel more than 240,000 miles each day, and whereas the Arkansas Department of Education and the Arkansas Division of Public School Academic Facilities and Transportation are committed to raising public awareness about the importance of school bus safety. And whereas school bus drivers, mechanics, and transportation directors across the state are to be commended for their unwavering commitment to school bus safety. And whereas concerned citizens and leaders are to be commended for devoting their time, talent, and resources to promote school bus safety. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Arkansas State Board of Education, recognize the week of October 21st through October 25th, 2019 as Arkansas School Bus Safety Week.
Do you have a motion? Moved by Ms. Newton, second by Mr. Pecron. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
If you'll wait just a second.
One, two.
Okay, next we have a resolution from the governor, and Scott Gann is going to do the honors.
Scott Gann with the Arkansas Dyslexia Support Group. We always, about 5 years ago, I reached out to Governor Beebe and asked if it was possible to make October Dyslexia Awareness Month, and it was a lot easier than I thought. You just ask and you get it. So I've been doing it for 5 years, so I thought it was a good year to extend the proclamation to the school board and to some others that we'll present later. But we have a copy of the proclamation that we'd like to present to the board members. And it basically, and I don't want to read all the whereas because, you know, it just gets real old and boring. But basically it says, I, the governor of Arkansas, by virtue of authority vested in me by the laws of the state of Arkansas, do hereby proclaim October 2019 as Dyslexia Awareness Month in Arkansas. So we all have a copy that we're handing to y'all. And if y'all wouldn't mind, you could maybe display it in your office, take it to your schools as you go out and do your tours throughout the year. But I just thought it was a really nice gesture that I would share with the board. And just, you know, on a personal note, I know that as a parent that had a kid in public school, not all the, you know, it's not always that we agree on things, but I've learned that literacy is the one solidifying fact that has brought us all together. So I really appreciate everything y'all have done in the schools across the state with audits and recognitions and new laws, you know, and just everything that y'all put forward. So I wanted to present that to y'all. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. If you'll wait right there.
Are we doing a
So
resolution?
I just want to say quickly that how much I, as a board member, appreciate the work that you and your advocates do for the children of Arkansas, because you're making a difference in individual lives. So thank you.
Thank you.
You have others here that want to do in the picture?
I'd like to, thanks.
Now that we got the presentation to the State Board of the Dyslexia Proclamation, and we've had our picture made, do I have a motion to accept it?
So moved.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pepperon, did you make the motion? Okay, and Ms. Dean seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes, and thank you again very much. It's very meaningful to me. Yes?
So while we're in recognition mode, if I may ask for a bit of indulgence here, because he will have to be gone later on this afternoon when we get into the presentation on the data. I want to recognize Regent Sarkar. He is our Chief Information Officer. There's a lot of things, come on up, Regent. You know, there are a lot of things that happen behind the scenes. There are a lot of things that happen behind the scenes to get the information out that was released yesterday. And it doesn't happen overnight. It happens over a period of months. And it's a constant check, recheck to make sure everything is accurate, to make sure everything posts the way it's supposed to make sure the programming is up to date. And our regent leads the team that does it on the technical side. Ms. Kaufman, from whom you'll hear later on today, leads that side of it. But I want to give recognition. He's also in charge of My School Info and was critical in the development of that tool. Yesterday, or in the 24-hour period after the release of the data, we saw over 100,000 page views of the My School Info data, bringing us up to well over 2.5 million page views since the inception of that. Regent, would you like to say a few words and maybe acknowledge your team.
Thank you, Secretary Key and the board. My School Info, this is the third year of My School Info, and what we can see from the data trends that as soon as the data is released, especially for school report card, which is an annual data release, as well as ESSA reports, the urge for public to go and fetch the data is extremely quick and instantaneous. Last year, it took almost 5 days for people to get to the data, and this year we achieved that in the release of 8 hours, 50,000 views were achieved. This is completely possible because one is eSchool. You know, we have a very standardized data collection system. Our team, which works at the back end, which is the data reporting office, along with SIS, and then great support from Public School Accountability, Research and Technology, who do a great job in making sure that the trainings happen, Don's team. At the same time, OIE, Office of Innovation, who kind of gives us the business rules to make sure all these pieces work together. So it's really a collaborative, combined effort of all these divisions together. And we are, because of these technologies, we would be able to release school report card, which I know Secretary Key and Ms. Kaufman and Dr. Pfeffer wants us to release it a little bit earlier, because school report card data comes towards the end of the year. It's already a year behind, and it's coming in April, so we're looking forward to release school report card in January this year, at least the phase 1 of the facts. So really
Thank you, and it's becoming more and more user-friendly every day, and I
thank you.
appreciate your work on that.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is Taylor Dugan.
Good morning, Taylor Dugan, attorney for the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. There's a lot of microphones up here, and I have my papers here, and so I apologize if I'm fumbling, and I just don't want to knock any of these microphones over. The first thing that we have on the action agenda today is one of the PLSB cases that was on the consent agenda from last month, but that had been removed, and that's Ms. Jennifer Pippinger Hill. I spoke with her early this morning. She's here. I don't know if she was able to find a seat, so she might be outside.
There she is.
All right.
Ms. Zook, I'm going to recuse from this case.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Yes, ma'am, you may sit there. And I'm here today in support of the PLSB's recommendation of the probation and the $200 fine. The issue with this one was that when you look at the sanctioning matrix, it starts off whenever there is alcohol or drugs during a school-sponsored event or at school, that the recommended sanction is supposed to start with suspension. The sanctioning matrix are guidelines. And what the ethics subcommittee does is they have the sanctioning matrix, and that's where they start. Kind of like put their finger in that box. And then if they want to raise that sanction or if they want to lower that sanction, they got to talk themselves out of that box. And so in this case, hopefully what I supplied to the board showed that there were a lot of mitigating circumstances in this case that deviated from that suspension to that probation. And I'm going to open my binder here so I can just go through a little bit of them. But, and especially since it was to the benefit of the educator, if it was definitely going up, if it had a lot of aggravators, but in this case, this one was to the benefit of the educator, so it went down from the deviation from the sanctioning matrix. But that she was admitting and she was forthcoming with the PLSB. In this instance, there were no students present. She proactively enrolled herself in a treatment program, and prior she had provided a letter to the State Board of Education discussing all the progress she has made as far as the incident that had happened. And currently she's not working around children. She is working, it's at a co-op, isn't that correct?
No, it's at Southeast Arkansas
College. I heard Southeast, so I started thinking co-op, but it's working in the adult education. So if there's questions of me, I'd love to answer them, or Ms. Hill here, but I would ask that the board accept the recommendation from the PLSB for the probation of the license and the $200 fine and the training that was recommended.
Okay, if I'm mistaken, please correct me. The proper motion would be whether to have a full hearing or to accept the added information that was given?
That's correct, because we can't take an adverse action against a licensee without affording them that due process of having a hearing unless they accept. So you can do an order by consent, and so that's what this is here, but that's correct. If there is any adverse action that was taken against Ms. Hill, she would have to be afforded that process to have a hearing.
Do any of you have questions of her before we have a motion?
I can't remember if I was the one that pulled it or not, but I really appreciate you providing all this additional documents, and I don't have any further questions or any one to go. I think having the additional information makes me feel more comfortable in moving forward and reach the best as we go.
And I'm going to speak with, Mr. James and also PSB. Maybe something that we can add is those aggravators and those mitigators. Because the sanctioning matrix kind of reminds me of the sentencing guidelines when dealing with a criminal case, where you look at someone's criminal history, you look at the offense that they were arrested for, and you kind of put yourself in that box too. But again, you can use those aggravators and mitigators, and usually attached to a sentencing, or you have to actually check off those boxes. What were those aggravators and what were those mitigators? So that's something I might propose that might be very helpful to the board.
I think that'd be great, especially in light of what Diane said earlier, is when we see cases back to back that seem similar but aren't, and so getting that information is really helpful for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Peckron?
I know last month we had a, perhaps not identical, but a very similar situation come before us, and we had requested that the educator, during the period of the probation, undergo testing. Is that something we can add on to this without a full hearing, or is that something that would?
I would say that since that could be considered an adverse action, she would need a hearing, anything separate from what they have accepted.
Mr. Williamson?
All right, always ask. Are you active in a 12-step program right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you got a sponsor?
Yes, sir.
You're working through your steps?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Always like to make sure.
And
I've been sober since September 17th of last year, so I'll read.
Well, happy belated birthday.
And I will brag on, it's Ms. Hill now, because it was Ms. Pippinger when we had the case, but she has already completed all the trainings that she was supposed to. She's already paid her fine. She has gone above and beyond. And so I appreciate her working with us on this. And so just having someone that has taken so many steps in the right direction.
Do I have a motion on whether or not to go to a full hearing?
I move not to have a hearing and to accept the
Okay, the
recommendation.
motion is to not have a hearing by Dr. Moore. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Williamson. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Dugan.
And the next item on the agenda today is a similar case, and this was for Justin Charity Ruley. Is Ms. Ruley here? I spoke with her attorney throughout this process. He had ad litem training, I believe it was in Hot Springs, so he wasn't able to be present today, but I have been in communication with Mr. Copeland, who represented Ms. Ruley through this case. Similar to the last case, this is one that dealt with drugs on campus. However, there are also mitigating factors in this case which led it from that suspension from the sanctioning matrix. And so I provided to the board some of those mitigating factors. Also, this case was right before the sanctioning matrix really we started using, because that just took an effect last year. I believe it was August of 2018, is that correct, Mr. James? So August of 2018 is when it took into effect. And the case number, since it says 2019, they follow their case numbers the fiscal year. So that's why it does have a 2019 case number. But in this case, for example, it was not alcohol, it was medication. The students did not witness the behavior. This educator had no previous cases with the PLSB. She is getting the most severe probation. And also the complainant, the person who made the allegation, stated that they would rehire this person, also comply with the school resource officer. So those are some of the mitigating factors that the subcommittee took into consideration when they were recommending this probation. And so since there are mitigating factors here, and again, it's also to the benefit of the educator, I'd ask the board to accept that recommendation, and since it was also accepted by the educator in this case.
I'm confused. I may be looking at the wrong file. Which one are we looking at right now?
We're looking at Justin Charity Ruley. It's a PLSB case 19008.
Okay, because I'm reading the factors, the rationale for recommendation, and it seems quite a bit different than what you're
right, and so
saying
that's
now.
And so that's why when I pulled this, I went and I spoke with Mr. James, and so it was like, hey, what were some of the mitigators here? So these were the mitigators that I was provided with.
Okay, it seems like at least the aggravators are substantially different than the last one we just had. In that this person did not appear to take responsibility, et cetera.
So that is different from the last case as far as with Ms. Hill. She was so forthcoming as far as working with the PLSB and providing an interview and things like that. In this case, that is correct. She did not provide a statement, but that was on the advice of the counsel of her attorney. So she wasn't as forthcoming as the prior case.
I think this is the one that I could not find where she had undergone treatment. Do you know if that has occurred?
I do not know that. I do know that this is, again, a very severe probation. It's a 2-year probation, and it's also a $250 fine, which is the maximum amount allowed under the rules. But do you know, Mr. James, do you know, did she?
She wasn't asked for something.
Okay, find it out. So we can find that out. Yes, ma'am.
And this is one where we're deciding whether we should have a hearing.
Correct. Correct. So it would be, since taking if we want to take an adverse action against her, she would have to be afforded the right to then have a full hearing, so where we could bring witnesses and she could be able to cross-examine those witnesses.
Okay.
My person,
You can go.
My personal feeling on this one is if we're not sure whether she's had treatment or not, I think a hearing would be necessary because I think at minimum we would want the probation to include some form of testing during the period of the probation.
Do you want to put that in the form of a motion, Mr. Pepperoni?
I move that we hold a full hearing on this.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Pepperoni, second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you'll notify her.
Yes, I can notify our counsel, and, just letting the board know that these hearings do take 3 to 4 hours usually, because we have to put on, witnesses and cross-examine.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir, of course.
And this is kind of to hit to his deal, for the adverse, so what you were talking about, with the testing that could make, like our last client here was talking about having to go through the testing process that ends up making it adverse. Is that correct?
I beg your pardon?
I was talking about the testing, as Mr. McFettron had mentioned about having the testing part of the probationary, and you said we couldn't do that because.
She would have to accept that, so that's the thing again.
Right, so my question was, when you're working with that, could you make that part of that to see if that's accepted before it comes to us?
Yes, sir, I can. I'll speak with Mr. Copeland and ask that.
Yeah, in the future,
Yeah.
because I think it's part of the rehabilitation process. I think people being open to those type of things gives us a comfort level up here once we put them back around our students.
Yes, sir. So speak with her attorney, see if she'll enroll in like a
I'm
treatment
fine
program.
moving forward, but I concur with what you brought up,
Yeah, I think, if she hasn't had, either way, I think in this situation, I think the testing would be a required part of the probation. If she's willing to accept that, then perhaps that's something we could.
And this one was medication. This one was not like a controlled substance or anything like
Right,
that. Yeah.
and I'm just saying in the future, because I think that should be part of the conversation
Okay.
before it comes to us, and then for us to say we want that, then it has to go back.
Right, yes, sir.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And can I just add, go ahead.
No, I wasn't making myself clear, but I know what I was trying to say.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll talk with her attorney and see if we can get some type of proof of treatment or something like
Yeah.
that. Provide that to the board.
Right, and that gives us a comfort level to let them
Yeah.
re-engage the.
But I think what Dr. Hill's also trying to encourage you to do is whenever these types of cases come before the ethics board in the future, could that not be a part of it before
Yes,
it ever
that's-
gets to us?
Yes, under the APA it can
Right.
be.
Yes, okay.
All right. And then the next one we have is going to be an actual hearing or a request of review of the transcript from the PLSB hearing, and that is Ms. Odom's case, and Ms. Odom is represented by Mr. Hensley, and Ms. Odom is here Ms. Freno is going to be the person to introduce this since it's a little bit of an adversarial process. So Ms. Freno, if you wouldn't mind.
Good morning, Lori Freno with the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. This is an appeal of an Ethics Hearing Subcommittee's recommendation that Ms. Jerry Lynn Odom's educator license be revoked. Ms. Odom is here, and she's represented today by her attorney, James Hensley, and Mr. Taylor Dugan will be presenting on behalf of the PLSB. If I may, I'd like to go over the procedures for this hearing.
Please do.
Thank you. First, Ms. Odom will make Ms. Odom or her representative will make a statement to the board for up to 10 minutes, and then Mr. Dugan will likewise have 10 minutes to make a statement. The chair can always increase the time if she deems it appropriate. The board members may ask questions to the educator, to the PLSB investigator, or to counsel. If any non-lawyer testifies, the witness will have to be sworn in. Following the hearing, the board is going to have to make 3 decisions. The first decision you will need to make is findings of fact. In other words, you'll need to determine whether you agree with the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee's decision with regard to the facts of this case. Second, if you agree with the facts underlying the subcommittee's decision, you'll need to determine whether, based upon those facts, Ms. Odom violated Standard 2, Standard 8, or both. And third, if you determine there was a violation of Standard 2, Standard 8, or both, then you will decide whether you agree with the sanction that was imposed in this case, which again is a revocation of her educator license. If you don't agree with the sanction, you can modify it. It would be best, although you could vote on this all at once, it probably would be best if you would split this decision up into 3 separate motions. And unless you have any questions, I will turn the floor over to Ms. Odom's counsel.
Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Freno before she sits down? Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Dugan, you may proceed.
May I proceed, Mr. John?
Oh, I'm sorry, I called the wrong person. I apologize. Would you identify yourself, and if you have someone other than you that is going to give testimony, I need to swear them in.
I do not. I am James Hensley. I am James Hensley. I'm the attorney for Miss Odom. This is her right here. She's an educator of 16 years, I believe. I appreciate y'all hearing us today. I know you guys are quite busy, so we'll be very brief. There are basically 3 allegations that the lower board has found that Miss Odom has violated. Now, it's my understanding that there's going to be a recommendation for one of those charges will be dismissed. The other 2, we are going to stipulate that that is accurate. We're going to admit that that's what happens. In the lower boards, Ms. Odom, she's been through quite a lot. We may talk about that a little bit. But what I think probably this case represents is when you're in a hole and you realize that you're in a hole, you need to stop digging. And that's where we have, when I came on board, I do a lot of work with boards and administrative type councils in the state. And when we have something like this, it's just better to admit. This is more truth and trying to fight things. This is not a criminal type case. All kinds of silly stuff happens in those. But on something like this, we have to look at number one, we got kids out here. These people can't protect themselves. And an educator is being trusted by daddies and mamas and grandparents and brothers and sisters to not just do the right thing, not just follow the law and the rules, but the spirit in which those laws and rules have been made. Ms. Odom has had just a number of bad things happen to her over the last couple of years, which has led to a divorce. She recently lost her brother. And I think any questions that you have, and we certainly want you to ask any questions, sometimes it's easier for a counsel or somebody else to kind of explain what has happened. We don't want to go into great detail. Just please recognize that she's just, like everybody, has a lot of issues that's happened to her. But Miss Odom, like a lot of us, believe they can handle these on their own. And this refusal, this resistance to seek help, a lot of people are fearful that, well, that's going to be put on my record, so I'm going to handle this on my own. Well, she tried doing that, but failed miserably. But when she has started getting professional help, that's when she's starting to do well. She has had a number of things happen to her, and she's been teaching since all of this happened last year, and she's doing quite well. In fact, she's had even some worse things happen to her, but because she has that counseling effort, she has her mother. I mean, she wasn't even telling her mother with this. She didn't want anybody to think she had any flaws. She has me. I'm one of those attorneys that all my clients have my cell phone. I get calls at 2 in the morning. She has some options here that she probably didn't realize she does have, but she wasn't going to take advantage of them anyway, because that resistance, for all professionals feel that. We all do that. We don't want to admit that we're human, but I think that's what you can expect here. She's going to do whatever the board recommends. She certainly doesn't want to lose her license. She's hoping that y'all will look at her a little differently than the lower board. Now, the lower board, she didn't have anything. She really didn't. She was just there. She didn't know what to do. She was scared. So we're going to try to give answer your questions, and you can see some of the things that she has done, remedial type efforts. She has got her master's degree now. You can see in the packet there, she's just got a number of people and other educators and parents that said very kind things to her. They're very truthful. There's a drug test. We want to make sure that you know that she's not on any drugs. And she's turned the corner. It looks like she's done well. She doesn't know I'm going to ask this, but I want somebody to ask her about which one of those is her favorite. That some of those, everybody are generally gracious. It's like calling a pastor to a criminal case. Your pastor's just not going to say anything ugly about you. But these people are actually educators like herself. They're mothers. I think there's a student or two in there. These people aren't going to go out of their way to write these letters unless they really feel that she's capable of doing this. And then last, certainly not least, if the board is gracious enough to give her whatever it is. If it's following the lower board, I believe you're going to find her to just continue doing what she's doing, and she'll take whatever efforts that she can to come into compliance with whatever y'all represent that you want. Any other questions that you have of her? We're here. We don't feel like we have to be begging because we're professionals, but we do want you to understand that we're very compliant-oriented at this point. And the things that's happened, of course, that's what I do for a living, is say things in support of my client. I've actually come to know her a little better, and when we first started out, there was a little resistance with that. And it was just this idea that you have to admit that you're human, that you failed. You did some pretty bad things. And number one, stop digging the hole. Number two, take responsibility for your actions. And then number three, do something about it. You just can't come back here saying, I don't have a problem, y'all have a good day. She's actually spent the time necessary. She's had the similar, even worse, events that's happened in her life. And she didn't take this attitude of, I'm not going to do anything. She went and got professional help. And she's here asking y'all to look at her where she is now, what's happened since all of this. There is a 2014 issue that is kind of similar here. Same thing there. She just wasn't going to admit that she needed help. We have a whole, we call it the Lawyers and Judges Assistance Program. And the hardest thing is to get a judge or a lawyer into that office over there, just behind us here, and you have to sit down and you say, I've got an alcohol problem. I don't want to lose my license. What I got to do? Well, stop digging a hole, admit you got a problem, then do something about it. Well, that's what she's done here. And unfortunately, in 2014, at the lower board meeting, she just wasn't ready to do that. Once she talks to some professionals and actually takes that chance, that's when things start changing for her. We know we're asking a lot here, but if whatever questions you have of her, we're here. We admit it. We stopped digging the hole. We've admitted our problem. We've done something about it. And with an educator of 16 years, there's things that you learn in 16 years that you don't get in 2 or 3 years. I think if we have humans out there, that offers our kids better education. Nobody got hurt here. So that's what we'd have to say. If y'all have any questions of me, I'll stand ready. But I'd like to present Ms. Odom, and y'all can ask whatever questions or however the procedure goes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll let Mr. Dugan do his presentation first.
That sounds great. May we stand aside?
Please.
Thank you.
Taylor Dugan, attorney for the Division of Secondary and Elementary Education. I made copies for the board of just the 2 standards that are in front of the board today, Standard 2 and Standard 8. So while I'm giving the presentation, maybe some of the things I say will help, because what I'm most concerned about is that findings of fact and that conclusions of law, and how I can tie some of those facts into those standards. And so if I may, Madam Chair, just
Please do.
when I was preparing for this case, I was going to go through and just what happened at the lower hearing that is substantial evidence that supports the findings of fact that show that Ms. Odom violated standards 2 and 8 of the Code of Ethics. However, when I was speaking with Mr. Hensley today, and he was agreeing to stipulate we agreed on all the same things. But before I say this, I want him to make sure that I'm saying them correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong. The allegation of Standard 8 was that the school district was seeing some odd behaviors, a lot of tardies, and so they administered a drug test, and at that drug test, she tested positive, and that drug test was entered into the record. It was at the very beginning there of the record. I believe it was PLSB Exhibit 1, page 2. I believe it was around page 141 out of 367 where that was in the record. I believe that's one of our stipulations. So when we're thinking of the findings of fact, it's agreed that she had been under the suspicion of possible drug use. Some of them were all, because she was always tardy, there was Facebook posts, so they provided a drug test to her April 6th of 2017, and she tested positive. So I think that would fall under the Standard 8 there, as far as using drugs on school campus or at a school-sponsored event. And our findings of fact that support Standard 2 is the instance of, at the hearing, we were never able to determine whether it was 2 or 3 students, but somewhere around 2 to 3 students were left on the playground. One of the witnesses testified that the students were never unattended, however, that she had left these 2 or 3 students on the playground and had gone to lunch and then came back, and then that's when she determined that 2 or 3 of those students were no longer in her classroom. So those were the findings of fact, and that would support those conclusions of law for Standard 2 and Standard 8. Is that correct, Mr. Hensley? I want to make sure that. It is. Thank you, sir. And so I think this case really comes down to the sanction. That's what's being argued here. The Ethics Subcommittee recommended revocation in this case, and then after the hearing, the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee recommended that that revocation also be recommended to the state board. The thing that I wanted to bring it to attention to the board is that prior 2014 case, which was provided in the record. I believe it was page 8 of the record, and on that one, it was determined that Ms. Odom had violated Standard 1, left her class of 20 kindergarten students unattended and without supervision, walked to the school office and told her assistant principal that she needed a substitute because she had to leave, then walked out the front door and left campus. And after having left campus, called the school office and informed the secretary to tell the assistant principal that he might want to check her classroom as there was no violence. That's a 2014 case where Ms. Odom was given probation for that case. However, the board had to suspend her license in 2016 because one of the conditions of that probation was the board ordered that, and she used to go by Ms. High, but now Ms. Odom. Ms. High provided a letter from a licensed counselor stating that the educator is suitable to return to the classroom, and And so that's what caused the suspension, was not providing that letter. And so what gives the PLSB concern is the prior case and also the orders from the board as far as not following them during the past. And so kind of going back to the sanctioning matrix, already had the probation, then had the suspension stemming from kind of like a probation violation, not following the order, and then having this separate case of 2 to 3 students being left unattended. So that's what causes concern to the PLSB and why that recommendation was made. Also going to the findings that the lower board does, we have them write out the rationale, and so I just like to share those with the board. And so the findings of fact that the lower panel had, that Educator Odom is a licensed educator in the state of Arkansas. They voted yes because we had provided a copy of the current teaching license. Educator Odom left 3 students unattended for approximately 62 minutes and did not realize they were unaccounted for. And then there was another allegation, but that was not supported by substantial evidence. The witnesses testified that it was the aide that had left a student unattended, so there was no substantial evidence for that allegation. So that's why Mr. Hensley and myself also agree that there is not evidence to support that one. That was presented at the hearing. But their findings rationale was based on evidence presented, we find it appropriate to hold the state's recommendation. There is a consistent pattern of irresponsible behavior that interferes with her ability to fully carry out the responsibilities of her job, including failing, testing positive on a drug test, willful disobedience, and lack of appropriate supervision. The teacher failed to produce any concrete evidence to demonstrate that these behaviors have been reformed. So that was something to the panel. The biggest thing was there was nothing provided, no letter from current employer, no what she's provided today, that she had not provided any evidence at that lower hearing of trying to turn things around, per se. And so if this panel is entertaining lowering that sanction, I would think that it's one of those ones you got to keep a close eye on her, because again, she's had that prior case and also that suspension stemming from that prior case of not following the court's order. I used to always argue in criminal court when I was having to do bond hearings, if someone did not comply with the judge's order, judge, we can't let them out of jail because they're not complying with your orders. And so I think that's kind of one of the situations here where already have ordered something, and so make sure to keep a close eye on her if the board was wanting to entertain something other than that revocation. I'm also here for questions. I know y'all probably might have some questions of Ms. Odom, but if there's any questions, I'd love to entertain them.
Okay, does the department have a recommendation?
So my client, yes, it's the PLSB, so to support that revocation, that's my client, is the PLSB, so yes.
Okay, thank you. And do we have other questions? Ms. McAdoo, Dr. Moore?
Together, but wanted to ask you, could you give me a timeline of the PLSB? When was that hearing?
Yeah.
And when were those?
Let me get my notes on that. Kind of give a little procedural history. So the PLSB received an allegation that Ms. Odom violated the department, that the Code of Ethics. That was, they authorized the investigation on May 5th, 2017. I believe it was around April 14th, April 16th of 2017 when the actual allegation was completed by the complainant. And then on the May 5th, 2017 subcommittee meeting, they authorized the investigation that Ms. Odom violated Standard 2 and Standard 8. Ms. Odom was notified of that May 16, 2017, of the authorization to investigate the allegation, because we sent notice out, hey, we've received this allegation, they've authorized an investigation, and so we let her know about that. On November 6, 2017, that's when the Ethics Subcommittee found that reasonable belief existed to substitute a violation of Standard 2 and Standard 8. So that was on November 6. On December 1st, 2017, so they sent a notice out to her saying their recommendation was permanent revocation. She rejected that permanent revocation of the license on December 1st, 2017. And then on April 17th, 2019, that's when we had the actual evidentiary hearing in this case.
Can you tell me why it was so long?
Yes, ma'am. There was a lot of continuances in this case, but they were not on behalf of the PLSB. They were on behalf of Ms. Odom. One of the transcripts that I did provide to the panel was a hearing transcript from even February of 2019, where we had an evidentiary hearing set. We had our witnesses subpoenaed. She came and asked for a continuance because she did not have counsel, and so the panel continued it to that April date. And that's where we had to push her to a hearing. You know, the panel, she asked for another continuance of that date. The panel denied that request for continuance, and so that's why we had that hearing there. But it was throughout those times of making sure that we get good notice on people, that we let them know what's going on with their case. That's what's most important. But if they're not responding to our things, we have to keep trying to make sure they know. So this one was not on behalf of the PLSB.
I think, so, and this might be a question for her, but has she been teaching this whole time?
I don't know currently, not now. She was at the time of this, but I don't think she's teaching now, but that would be a better question for her.
Okay, and
Yeah.
in these type of cases, is the school district notified that the investigation is ongoing?
Just the complainant is the one who is notified throughout these, but not the school district. I believe this one, though, it was the assistant superintendent, wasn't it, that the gentleman who filed the allegation, I do have in my notes here, what his actual position was. Let me see real quick. Yes, he was the assistant superintendent of human resources, was the person who made the allegation.
But, I mean, you could move to another district and they wouldn't have any.
Correct, and there's no action taken against someone's license until state board takes an action. So all throughout the lower hearing, there's been no state board action. So that person, the revocation here, it's not valid unless they accepted it after that hearing.
Okay, and so at the point in time of the hearing in April 2019, that's when PLSB made this recommendation based on the fact that partially based on facts that there hadn't been any change in behavior, or seek to change in behavior, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So it was that at that hearing, she did not provide any witnesses, did not provide any documentation as far as any type of rehabilitation from the time this incident happened to the time that we had the hearing.
Okay.
And that's what was listed there in their recommendation, is that educator did not bring any evidence to show of any type of rehabilitation.
Okay. And since now with what we're receiving, are we receiving evidence? Do you believe that we're receiving evidence?
I have no objection to the
Rehabilitation.
stuff that's been provided or those letters of recommendation. Yeah, I have no objection to those. Mr. Hensley did provide those to me, and I reviewed those, and so, I mean, they're letters, though.
Okay, is there any evidence of treatment, or is it, at this point, just these letters? And
Just those letters and that. She might be able to testify to that, and just to be, Ms. Ullman, I apologize, but you're not easy to track down. And I will let the board know that I try to contact and communicate and call and email, and I even had to find Ms. Ullman through Facebook, just making sure that she knew about these proceedings and keep them going. And so those might be better questions for her.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? And the next part of the proceeding is?
So that's it. However, if y'all would like to ask her questions, the board can do that, definitely. But our rules just state 10 minutes, then 10 minutes, but with permission of the chair, it gives more time.
Okay, all right. Do any of you have questions of the other attorney or the defendant?
Yeah, I'd just like to hear.
Okay.
Thanks, Robert.
Would you stand and raise your right hand, and when you come to the microphone, identify yourself? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I am.
Okay, you'll have to speak louder than that, or we
Yes.
can't hear you. It will bend down. There you go. All right,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Williamson?
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning.
Let's talk about your treatment. Have you gone into a program?
I have actually been in counseling,
Okay.
continuing counseling sessions with a local counselor in Hot Springs, Mr. Paul Graves.
Okay, is it an official outpatient program? Or are you just seeking
I just
counseling
seek
kinda on your
counseling
one-off?
to help me kind of get through some of the things I was going through.
Okay. And this
that I-
person they deal with addictions and they know kind of
Yes,
what's
sir.
going on?
Yes, sir.
It'd be great to hear from, or it would have been great to hear from them
Right.
also.
Actually, there was a letter that was sent originally from Mr. Graves because when I was asked to do that, originally, have the counseling done, I'm not sure how the letter was misplaced, but there was a letter sent from him, but it wasn't received. But he did come back and send another letter that you should see somewhere in the evidence.
I recall that now.
Okay.
You said that. Are you going through any 12-step programs in addition to your counseling?
Have not, no, sir.
Okay.
I have,
I mean, you're gonna have some really crappy days.
right, and that's why I've sought kind of a support system that I didn't seek before. You know, I kind of felt like I was superwoman and could do it myself, and then realized I couldn't, and kind of rebelled on it. And then finally, I just, you know, knew that in order to do what I have the passion to do, and that's to be with the children, I needed to do whatever it took to do that. And so I kind of stuck out my feelers to see what kind of support system I had. Didn't feel like I had one because I'd been through a lot of personal issues, and finally figured out that, you know, with Mr. Hensley and my mother and other educators and my counselor and, excuse me, that I actually did have people that supported me. And so things have started to really go uphill for me from that.
Okay. I'm concerned when Mr. Dugan said it's been difficult to reach you.
Right. Well,
That
and the reason I can say for that is I had someone that I dated for a short time, and he was very much a stalker, and so I kind of had to withdraw from everything and not, excuse me, not stay in the same place for a long time. So I kind of moved from my mom's to my brother's, which I recently lost my brother, and back to my house. And so I was kind of on the go a lot because I was being watched heavily by this person.
Right.
It has been since taken care of, but at the time I was very much on the go.
I would personally, I mean, regardless of what we're talking about in here today,
Yes,
I
sir.
would really encourage you to go through a real program.
Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do. I'm willing to.
You know, because I just think it's critical.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is way bigger than
Yes, sir.
you ever think it will be.
I agree.
And I just think you really ought to do that.
Thank you.
You get your support
yes,
team
sir, I agree.
together, and, you know, I commend you for that. But inpatient would be great. You know, outpatient would be acceptable
Right.
to me, but thank you for talking to me.
Absolutely.
Ms. Newton?
How often are you seeing this counselor?
Weekly.
So it's ongoing now?
Yes, ma'am.
How-
It has been going on since the first occurrence happened. When I actually started seeing him originally, whenever I was going through a divorce, and then I stopped seeing because I felt like I could do it all myself. And then whenever I started having some problems with depression and really withdrawing from everything, I went back to him. And I've started seeing weekly. I was only seeing like once a month. In the last probably 12 months, 11 months, about 11 months, I've seen him every single week.
Are you teaching? You're not teaching right now?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
You are teaching?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you teaching?
Baseline Academy,
And what grade?
kindergarten.
All right, thank you.
I did take off for a year to kind of regather myself and reach out for that support and figure out kind of where I was standing with myself personally before I went back into the classroom.
So
Mr.
this is your-
Pepron?
This is your first year back teaching?
Yes, sir.
Do we have anything in the record here from your current principal?
No, sir.
Any other questions of this particular? Any other questions of anyone else?
Yes, I have a question of Taylor.
Okay.
Don't mind.
If you'll
Thank
get
you.
closer to the microphone, they're having trouble hearing you
Yes,
in
ma'am.
the
Sorry.
audience.
Thank you. So I know there was recent legislation passed that allows someone to come back after their license has been revoked. What is the time period on that?
10 years, ma'am.
10 years after
Yes.
that. And is this an offense that would allow that revoked license to be reinstated?
Yes, ma'am, it is under the current law because it's non-sexual and non-violent.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dugan,
Mr.
are we able to
Payne?
waive that 10-year requirement, or is that a statutory minimum?
That's in the statute, yeah, that they cannot, and it gives the board the authority to reinstate that license. They can just apply
Sure.
after 10 years.
Sure.
But they do have to wait that 10 years if it's non-sexual or non-violent. And this is one where it is non-sexual or non-violent.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Any other questions? Are we ready for a motion? Without a motion, what would our next step be?
So the most biggest thing that I'm concerned with is those findings of fact and the conclusion of law. And so Mr. Hendry and I have stipulated to those findings of fact. And so that first one being that Miss Odom had left, 2 to 3 students unattended for a period of time, 62 minutes, and also that she had been exhibiting behaviors, and what led the school to, after that drug test, was those behaviors, the tardiness. There was a post on Facebook, and so those would go to the conclusions of law. So
Okay.
my argument is that because we've stipulated those facts fit in the leaving the students unattended to standard 2, and that she tested positive on the drug test after exhibiting these behaviors at school, that falls into standard 8. So my argument is that I've proven the findings of fact and the conclusion of law.
So our first motion would be the facts, that the facts of the case were backed up, that she left the students alone, and that she had tested positive for drugs. Those were our facts.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Okay, so I make that motion that those facts were true.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Newton on the findings of fact. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Second by Mr. Pecron. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, may I ask a question before we have, or see if we have a next motion? Were these controlled substances or prescription?
Controlled substances.
Okay, thank you. Do I
So-
have a motion on whether she violated 2 or 8 or both?
I move that she violated both standard 2 and standard 8.
Have a motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that one. Okay, do I have a motion to determine if the violation of those 2, and you want to uphold the PLSB recommendation or not?
Could we take a short break before we have a motion on that? I'd like to think about it for a few minutes.
Okay.
We've been
Sure,
going.
let's take a 5-minute bathroom break with no discussion by the board members.
Absolutely. that she's in the classroom, but I can't stay. I think she's still in stage that stuff about the boyfriend.
That's the reason
I had some questions for Taylor. We can and can't use. Ms. Zook, I'd like to ask Mr. Dugan some questions. and we can start.
If you're standing, you'll need to find a seat or watch in the overflow room. Okay, Mr. Dugan, Mr. Peckron has some more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dugan, I'd just like to explore a little bit of what our options are here because frankly, I think revocation under the circumstances is too harsh.
Okay.
I think this is a teacher that was a good teacher and has been in a bad situation, has made, quite frankly, some bad decisions. I think she's working to overcome them, but I don't feel comfortable from what I've heard today that she's all the way there.
Yeah.
And so what I want to know is, if we were to do a suspension of some period of time, can that be conditioned on meeting certain conditions for the suspension to be lifted at the end of the period?
Yes, sir, it may. So the board has huge discretion as far as what they want to do as far as a sanction. We did find, so under the findings, facts, and conclusions law, that there is an ethics violation, so there needs to be some type of sanction. However, the board can go from a letter of caution all the way up to a revocation. So suspension, yes, sir. The board can, suspension for a term of years, can put a fine of up to $500, and also have trainings, required them to, like we've done in the past, a drug test and, bring that, or that she attends counseling. So the board has a lot of discretion. And then as far as trainings go, I'd have to look at my binder and go through there to make some recommendations as far as what trainings would be. But trainings are definitely allowed too. Does that help? But you guys have wide range.
Yes.
So if it's suspension, term of years, can put a fine on it or not put a fine on it. And like I said, add training or those conditions that you're suggesting there.
My thought, and I'm not making a motion on this yet, I think it's for discussion, it's that a suspension for some period of time contingent on successful completion of a treatment program and of a period of successful drug tests over that period of time would be the appropriate dispensation here.
And on the drug test, if you make the motion, are you talking about random drug test or where she initiates the drug test?
I think they would need to be at least, I'm not an expert on it. I don't know what period is appropriate.
Me neither. I'm not an expert on that either.
I know the one that's here is she chose to get it on that day.
Right.
Which, if she still has a problem, she could be manipulating that.
Right.
So
Well,
we might want to look at random. Mr. Williamson?
That's why I've been leaning toward the, an IOP, an intensive outpatient, because in a lot of them, a condition to be in that program, they're gonna drug test every time you walk in that door.
And as in many situations, if you agree to be drug tested anytime there is erratic behavior, that's just open-ended.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that's the more appropriate. Don't say 3 or whatever, but if for some reason you saw behavior that was not conducive of the school, that you can say, you have to be receptive to drug testing by that behavior.
Well, if it was suspension, she would not be at school.
Right. Even
Okay.
coming back
Right,
through the
okay.
process.
Okay, I understand.
Mr. Williamson, about how long would one of those intensive outpatient usually go?
Would y'all allow me to mention a little bit about how the drug testing
Yeah,
works in the criminal world? And I do
Would you
a-
step to the microphone and identify
sorry,
yourself?
I
No, that's
figured my
okay.
voice
We
was
all
loud
have,
enough.
it's hard for all of us to
My
remember.
mother was always telling me to be quiet, so. I do a lot of murder cases, very serious type criminal cases, and almost every case we deal with has the drug element to it. So the system's kind of been played up or developed over a number of years that people typically, they pay for their own test. Now, if we can get the order, and it sounds like whatever we do, if we can put that in your recommendations and what y'all actually hold, with that order, telling her she has to do it, she gets a little break from that. If she just goes in on her own, it costs full price. But if the board would say that you are hereby ordered to take random drug tests, now, what you want to do is try to set it up where there's not somebody over here having to manage it. You can even have the lawyer do it. I just randomly call her up. We can put down, typically, these drug tests go back, marijuana goes back probably 2 months pretty easily. There's a hair follicle test. That goes back usually at least 4 months, and now they have nail bed testing where they can clip your toenails and stuff. And what they're looking for, there's several that are good. Probably one of the best is what's called A test. That's A''test. They're in Conway. They've got another one, I think. We got one in Little Rock. I think there's one in Hot Springs. We can tell her which one to go to and what day to show up. She'll have to pay for that when she gets there. And what they're looking for is, if you put in your order something along the lines that she will comply with, and I can send the language we need. And so if something happens, she gets there, and all of a sudden her hair's all cut off, and that happens a lot. That is a failed test. So if you need to put in your order, or that she'll have to comply with the standard orders, and we'll get the language in that. But you probably need to come up with, at some point, we're going to have a hearing on her. If you suspend her, there'll have to be a hearing on reinstating her. If she is, take away her license, well, that changes everything. But under these circumstances, if you have somebody on a regular basis that wants to let me know, we'll get her in there. What we do is, the courts usually say, if you have, if you're told to take a test, you have 24 hours to get in there to take that test. Probably marijuana is going to be, you can probably pass a urine test with marijuana. There's some things out there you can do. It's not always successful, but for the most part, a marijuana test is just wasting your time. So get a hair follicle test is kind of the standard. The nail bed test is pretty good, but it only goes back maybe a month or so, whereas the hair follicle test goes back about 4 months. So perhaps about every 3 or 4 months, she needs to be ordered on a random time to go in there and take a hair follicle test. In that order, we're going to put down all the people that will receive notice of that. The board will, Mr. Dugan, I will, and you don't have to deal with her, you deal with me. If she doesn't comply with my office, what we tell her to do, and there were some problems, it seems, to finding her. If I can't find her, I'm bound by law to let you know that she's off the grid, she's done whatever, if I find that out. And that's my contract with my clients also. I'm available 24 hours. If you're going to deal with it, that's fine. But if you're just going to run off, you're not going to be a teacher anymore. I mean, we're not going to I don't want to put somebody out there that's going to hurt kids. So I put that in my contract with people. So probably need to get a hair follicle test at least every 3 months. It does need to be random. She has to pay for it. You're entitled to all the results. And then at whatever time y'all set for a suspension or whatever, then all of that needs to be make sure that's all brought up, that she's responsible for that. I'll be responsible to make sure you get that information. And then we deal a lot with inpatient type drug abuse counseling. I will tell you, outpatient just doesn't work, okay? It will help you a little bit. AA is probably the best one. But like you say, if you get up and walk out, and I know this is my client, but she has to get off this. And the one way to make sure she does is to go in these programs. There's one in Conway. There's several of them around here, and I'm just not remembering the name. She can go on outpatient as long as she's going in 2 or 3 times a day. But really, most of them are 30 days. Mandatory, that gets you clear, that starts, and it appears Dr. Williamson knows what I'm talking about. They have to be inpatient for it to have for it to work. Now, she passed the test. Here's a urine test. Great, that's a great start. I think if you could give her a, let's start the first one within the next 3 months, but at whatever program we get into, and I'll make sure that, Mr. Dugan's okay with it, but it'll probably be at least a 30-day initial. She has to go in that and be successful. They allow them to get out when they're able to pass the test, and these programs continue on after they are released from that program. They have to go to work. They have to take care of their business. They got to stay in that program. These programs will give us how she's doing in it, kind of progress notes also. We'll make sure that Mr. Dugan gets all this information, and then at whatever time y'all limit her release to, then that's when we bring it all back to you, and y'all look at it and see if she needs additional. I'm fine with whatever. If y'all gave her a year suspension, that'll give her time enough to get this done, give y'all time enough to see how she's doing, and set it for maybe a year. And I wouldn't say after that she's done. I think I would, with these type problems, with a drug type problem, you need to see what's going on, and then at that time, well, we think you need more, or we think you've done it. Congratulations, go and send no more. But y'all have incredibly wide latitude to rehabilitate somebody here, and I think if she's not able to do this, I mean, I've talked with her, she understands what the repercussions. So my thoughts are, if you would consider, let me get the language that's necessary. Me and Mr. Dugan can work in what she has to do, and that way it's more of a legal requirement that she does so. But it also gives her the chance to come back in whatever suspension time and show y'all what she's able to do. But I've never seen anybody be able to do this in less than 1 year. So whatever you do, I know she's probably going to shoot me for this, but she understood that was a possibility. And it usually takes a year for somebody to make sure they're off this. They'll get the counseling. Her brother died last week even. She's still chugging away, working. So I think she's well on her way to doing what she needs to, but there also needs to be, some verification. Do y'all have any other questions? Any other questions that I could answer for you?
I think this is for Mr. Dugan. If we did the 1 year suspension, that would allow her to go back to school and work next year, right?
That's correct, but it kind of sounds like what Mr. Hensley's talking about is kind of setting a review date, doing a 1 year suspension, put these conditions on her that she goes to this inpatient drug counseling, that she has random drug testing every 3 months, and then bring back for review to make sure that, and that's something we could put in the order, that, this 1 year suspension is contingent on completing these conditions, and also will be brought back for review to make sure that she's complied with this.
Excuse me.
So it wouldn't necessarily mean that we would be approving her to go back to school next year?
Correct.
Okay.
Y'all have the authority to do that, to set
Right.
so, like we would call it a review date. Yeah.
I think my thinking is some of what may have precipitated this would be the things she's having to deal with when she's working. So I think if we go with a suspension, then a continued probation after that while she's working, whatever the motion you decide to make, but that makes, that seems reasonable in my opinion.
But that would be something we could decide on that review date.
Or you could say it now.
Well, but if she hadn't met the conditions, then you wouldn't want her to go to probation. You would want to continue the suspension.
You're exactly right.
So if we did a suspension, then at the review, then we could decide how to proceed from that point on.
And if we make it a year, then school will have already started. So you'd have to make it more like 8 or 9 months. And then I think the thing is, if you do that and she passes, that's great, but that's pretty late to get a job.
Yeah,
But
I'm not comfortable with anything less than a year.
Okay. And then, so you could have her come back in a year, and then maybe she could substitute or find a job
Whatever.
with somebody who had resigned or something to that effect. Anyway.
I have a question for Mr.
Yeah.
Dugan.
One second, Mr. James.
Sorry. If we did the 1 year suspension with a review date and she comes back in a year and hasn't complied, is revocation still an option at that point?
I think it could. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Then I have a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay, any more discussion?
Yes, I do.
Dr.
and
Moore?
I am thinking back on the case we did last month. And the difference in this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that last month, that individual was, had criminal charges. Is that correct? So,
Yes, ma'am.
in this instance, when a teacher, and this is maybe not specific here, but just understanding the process, when a teacher does fail a drug test for illegal drugs on campus, that does not result in any criminal action. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. I mean, if they had possession of it, then it could, but just the fact that they failed the drug test, no, that's correct. They would not face a
And from what I'm gathering here, so in this instance, that school district terminated the employee, but that doesn't stop, I mean, but in moving to a new district, the new district has no information of that termination, is that correct?
So on that one, that gentleman was put on probation, and so on his L's, it will show up that he's on probation. So when the school district goes and looks, it'll show that he's on probation. So they wouldn't, if they're checking L's, they'll know. But on a probation, they are still allowed to work in the school. That gentleman was, since he did have those criminal charges, he's under the thumb of his probation officer, so that's how he was getting those drug tests. And so in this situation, since there were no criminal charges, there would not be.
Yeah, and I think, again, these are my concerns for the general system of what's going on here, not specifically this case, just as is, but, again, so there is no process for a new district to have hired this individual to understand what had happened in a previous district, even though it was use of illegal drugs.
Correct, yeah. Unless it was, after.
A criminal charge.
Correct, or there was a state board order, like, for example, a consent agenda item, and it was in that order, then they would see that order on our website or when they look in Ailes, but correct, yeah. They probably wouldn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pecron, you said you were ready with a
Yes.
motion?
I'd like to move that the individual's license be suspended for a period of 1 year with a review date after 1 year, pending successful completion of inpatient therapy program, inpatient counseling program, and showing of successful completion of random drug tests during the 1 year period as a minimum.
Do we have to clarify at the expense of the professional?
Yes, ma'am, I would put in that order also that all costs are to be paid by the educator.
Yes.
And we put that's standard in our orders,
And
that it's
that would be part
understood.
of my motion as well.
I have a motion by Mr. Pecron. Any questions? A second by Mr. Williamson. Should we take a roll call? Okay. Mr. Key, would you call the roll?
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. McFetrich?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Pecron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And Madam Chair, I just spoke with Mr. Hensley. He had asked if we kind of work on draft the order, and then I provide it to the board. And
If it's okay, would y'all empower him? with
You need to
authority
speak to the microphone.
Come on, Mr. Hensley.
Would y'all be willing to modify your agreement and allow Mr. Dugan and the authority to kind of do the final touches of when she's going to be testing and how that's going to be done? That's something lawyers can kind of do. We'll put the right language in there that'll protect y'all and also give her the option and the hope that she'll do correct and stuff.
Okay.
But I'll defer to the attorney at the end.
Yes, no, I think, Mr. Hensley, obviously your reputation speaks for itself, and I trust you and Mr. Dugan to come up with an appropriate order.
And we'll do Mr. Pecron kind of like the approved as the form, where both attorneys sign it before we present
Yes,
it to
and
you,
then they
Madam
bring
Chair.
it back to me to sign.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
I think, also, I've had a request, not for you, that those of you who speak softly, if you'll get closer to the microphones. I think you can be heard on the live stream, but you can't be heard in the audience that's here. So we would appreciate, and we'll all try to remind each other. Okay? Our next order of business, Ms. Salas Ford.
Mr. Hensley
Mr. Hensley.
or Taylor, there's personal information.
Right
he
here.
needs, and so I'd really, really like those to get all taken up. Yeah,
Here you go. Okay, Ms.
Good
Salas
morning,
Ford.
Courtney Salas Ford for the division. Before you, we have a request from Mr. and Mrs. Vick to transfer the Succeed Scholarship from their son from Immaculate Conception School to St. Joseph's School. And I do believe they are on the phone if you have any questions.
Do I remember that we have seen this already this year?
It was originally he was at one school. He transferred to another school he transferred from the original school to Immaculate Conception due to a move of the family. And now they are requesting a move from Immaculate Conception to St. Joseph's due to difficulties with the school.
Okay, and St. Joseph's obviously is not the one that closed, is there?
No, that was St. Edward's.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Do we have a motion or questions?
Move to approve.
Ms. Newton moved to approve. Ms. Dean, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Tracy Webb, item number 8. If you will, please identify yourself.
Good morning, Tracy Webb, Public School Accountability. The Shirley School District is requesting a one-year waiver for standards for accreditation for class size for their third grade. Currently, they have 26 students in their third grade, which is one student over the class limit of 25. They would not need the waiver for a second year because the class sizes for fourth grade are larger. Last year, they were in early intervention for physical distress due to declining enrollment from the previous year. They are no longer in early intervention, but they continue to watch their funds very closely. If they had to add an additional teacher, they would be looking at possibly implementing their RIF policy at the end of the school year. They currently have a certified paraprofessional, certified teacher, working as a paraprofessional in that classroom for the core content areas.
You have any questions?
I do, and I should have asked this before. So what's the ratio for third grade?
25 to 1.
And it sounds like it changes for fourth grade, is that
Goes to
correct?
28 to 1.
Okay,
Yes.
and this is 26?
Yes,
In third
yes, ma'am.
grade? Okay, thank you.
I make a motion to approve this one-year waiver.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge.
Do we need to specify that it's just for this third grade?
Okay.
I'll make the change and add the third grade to this motion.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. McFettridge, second by Ms. Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Now we have Boonville.
Yes, same situation. The Boonville School District is requesting a one-year waiver for standards for accreditation for class size for their third grade. They currently have 101 students in their third grade. So that's one student over the class size of 25 to 1. They would not need the waiver a second year because those students will move to fourth grade and they are allowed larger class sizes.
And do you know whether or not this teacher has been consulted?
I do not.
Okay, and do you know whether or not there is a paraprofessional?
They did not mention any paraprofessional in our conversations or in what they've submitted.
Okay, let me see if they're one of the ones that's on the phone. Yes, Boonville's on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Trent Goff.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Well, he was on the phone.
He did say he was calling in today, yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, apologize. Have you spoken with the teacher about this, and do you have a paraprofessional?
Yes, we have spoken with the teacher about this, and there is a para in the grade.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the waiver for third grade.
For 1 year?
For 1 year, excuse me.
Moved by Ms. Dean, second by? Dr. Hill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Goff.
Thank you.
Next, we have ABC. Ms. Underwood.
Good morning, Susan Underwood with Arkansas Better Chance in the division. We have 3 different areas that we're requesting on our 5th round for the Arkansas Better Chance grant. The Exploration Station at Hackett has relinquished their previously awarded ABC slots. After visiting with the owner, the ABC team contacted ABC and Head Start programs in the communities where these families have been served. That's including Hackett, Greenwood, Fort Smith, and Mansfield, to ensure that these children continue to receive quality preschool services. Families are making their choices for the preschool services. The Hackett School District ABC program currently has filled all 20 of their ABC slots, as well as slots that are funded through the Child Care Development. And they have received requests from 10 families from the Exploration Station for a spot for their children, which Hackett has graciously found a way to provide those services. The second one is that we are recommending Little Rock School District ABC program to receive an additional 20 ABCSS slots in order to provide preschool services for additional children in the community. And the third in your packet on that chart, there was a correction that was noted from last month, that now the correction is that the Crowley's Ridge Education Cooperative for the program year 2019-20 has a total of 325 center-based slots and a total of 1,584,172. So therefore, we're requesting that you approve the reallocation of the slots for payments 4 through 10, for 10 slots to Hackett School District. That would give them a total of 30 slots, award them a one-time startup for the classroom of $5,000, and that would be a grand amount of their ABC total to be $139,082. We're also requesting that you approve 20 slots to the Little Rock School District. That would bring them a total of 1,254 slots, and award a one-time startup for a classroom of $10,000. That would be a grand amount for their ABC, which would be $6,207,568, and also noting the correction of the Crowley's Ridge Co-op.
Anyone have questions? Dr. Moore, close to the microphone.
Yes, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we're looking at Little Rock School District, I know Little Rock is unique in that it doesn't require students to pay for pre-K services for those who don't fall under the cutoff. Are these 1,200 slots referring to only those who are under that income threshold?
Yes,
Okay.
these are just the ABC slots. That's
Okay.
not
so what they do
including
above
all
and
the
beyond
others.
this is not anything that you pay for. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And these new 20 spots are ensuring that therefore students who fall below that income threshold.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And is this becoming, for all of these, is it becoming effective immediately?
Yes.
Okay. So do they
They
already
would
have
rec-
students enrolled in this and they're getting funding for it, or is it they're adding new students right now?
I have been in communication with Esther Jones in Little Rock, and she has students that are ready to fill these slots.
Great. Do you have an idea from all districts in the state how many slots that are wanted but not either capacity-wise or funding-wise aren't able to be filled?
We are constantly getting that information, but I can run some reports and request that and get back with you.
Okay, but y'all have that, okay.
Yes.
That would be helpful. At some point, we can talk
Okay.
otherwise. Thank you.
When it says center-based, does that mean that it's not connected to a K-5 school?
No, ma'am, it means that those children are served in a classroom setting rather than home visiting.
Okay, thanks. And do I remember correctly that in the past, maybe a long way past, that the startup was 5,000 and it's now 10?
Yes, ma'am, because of the cost of trying to set up a classroom, we decided that it was unfair to the programs trying to do it on a shoestring budget, that they really needed the materials and equipment.
Okay, I appreciate y'all keeping an eye on that. Do I have other questions? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the recommendation.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the ABC report and recommendation.
Second it.
Second by Mr. Peckron. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. It
Thank
is
you.
12:03. Do y'all want to go into the Hope Academy hearing? It's a full hearing, or do you want to break for lunch?
If they're here, let's
Go ahead.
view them.
Okay, next we have the Hope Academy hearing. This group appeared before the charter authorizing panel and were approved, but because of the new law that says if a charter has a waiver, that others can also apply for that waiver, we had concerns about the waiver they were granted for a counselor. So if you will, proceed.
I think Mr. Jake Gibbs from Hope Academy is here to present their request, along with Ms. Maury Peterson, which is on the phone. And I think Ms. Kelly McLaughlin has some handouts for you.
Okay. Mary Claire, do you need to go over?
Would you like me to go, Mary Claire Hyatt, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, would you like me to go over the hearing procedure before you begin?
Please.
So, last month, you guys voted to review a decision of the charter authorizer. What you'll be limited to today is what you asked about last month, so that is the guidance counselor waiver. The hearing procedure is that all people, with the exception of attorneys, need to be sworn. If they are going to provide testimony in front of the board, they will have 20 minutes to give you a presentation of the information that you requested at the last board meeting. Anyone signed up in opposition will have 20 minutes. There's not anyone, to my knowledge, that has signed up in opposition. And then they will have an additional 5 minutes. You may ask questions at any time. You may also ask questions at the end. And then at the end, I can go over your options for what you can do, but approve what the charter authorizer did, ask them if they voluntarily amend, you can approve that. You can amend what was granted by the charter authorizer, so you have some flexibility. And at the end, if you've got questions about that, I can go over it in more detail.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McLaughlin?
They have handouts with your permission. I will pass them out. Kelly McLaughlin, Charter Office. Northwest Academy have handouts for you all today. With your permission, I will pass these out.
Please do.
Thank you.
Okay, if you will, come to the microphone, identify yourself, and are you an attorney?
No, I'm Jake Gibbs, the Director of Education for the Northwest
Then I
Arkansas
need to
Children's
swear you
Shelter.
in, and if any other members of your party are going to make testimony, I need to swear them in.
Okay, we may have one other potential party.
Okay, just in case, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Board, for your time this morning. We view our school as a true partnership with the state and local school districts. And in the spirit, we have listened to your feedback. We convened as a team, and we determined that we will rescind our waiver request for Act 190. We look forward to implementing all requirements of the Act.
Well, glad to hear that.
It works for me. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Sure.
Dr. Moore.
So that means you will have a counselor
Yes.
employed by the school?
Yes, ma'am.
And just reading, I mean, you'll have a great concept. I appreciate how much y'all have worked with your local school districts and everyone in the area. Do y'all, I understand there's going to be a lot of wraparound services. Are there going to be others, social workers and others?
Yes.
With this counselor?
Yes, we will also be working with Ozark Guidance on that as well.
Okay. And we'll push into-
So just to be clear, you're going to comply with all parts of the act?
That is correct. Yeah, we never, that was always our intention.
Okay.
Were there any other things that you were asked to address other than that by the board for the hearing?
I don't believe so, ma'am.
Okay. Let's let Ms. Dean get seated, and then I'll entertain a motion. Okay? Anyone have a motion?
Ms. Clark, it would be to affirm the, how would we, what would
Approve
the
the
appropriate
charter.
motion be, I guess?
Yes, so what, I think the best way to do it would be to affirm the decision of the charter authorizer with the rescinded waiver request, worded like that, because you never got to the affirmation of the application last month, so you still need to affirm the approval of the application as amended today.
Okay.
So,
What she said.
Do I have a second? Second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. We
Thank
look
you.
forward to getting feedback. I know you and the district are working closely together for the benefit of those children, and we look forward to having a progress report.
Yeah, we look forward to it. Thank you guys so
Thank
much.
you. And y'all
Thank
may
you.
leave.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to.
Next, Ms. Hallis Ford, follow-up report that the board requested after 6 months concerning Haas Hall and the concerns expressed by the board at the time, not so with regard to the quality of the program, but we wanted to know what efforts they were making with regard to the diversity within their staff. And we have one person who has signed up before we actually take the vote to speak on this motion, and I need to know if I have a motion to allow public comment before we take a vote.
On this item? Public comment on this item? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
on this item, and they did sign up a day ahead, so they can speak on this item before we vote.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Newton. Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Opposed? Okay.
And actually, I have to apologize. We're not going to ask for a vote today. So as you know, and as you stated, 6 months ago, you asked the division and specifically the Equity Assistance Office to work with Haas Hall on their diversity and inclusion. And we have been working very diligently for those last 6 months. Both the Equity Assistance Unit and the Charter Office have worked together. We've done multiple on-site visits. We've conducted a review of their existing systems and practices and policies. We've met extensively with their staff. And we are at that 6 month point, so we're prepared to report to you. However, given the importance of the issue, we would ask that the full presentation be pushed until next month so that both the division and Haas Hall have an opportunity to give you a full in-depth presentation, and that you all have a chance to be provided that information and kind of absorb it before it's just thrown at you in the middle of a meeting. So again, I can tell you, we've been meeting with them, we've been reviewing, we have data to present to you, we have recommendations that we are working with the school on, but in the interest of time and importance, we would ask that no vote be taken until next month.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Lyon Bally, you asked to speak. Did you want to, since we're not taking a vote? Is she in the room?
I'm here.
Okay. Okay, that, you have that time now. If you'll identify yourself, pull the microphone down so we can hear you, and then you may proceed.
Yes,
And
good
you have
morning.
3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Lyon Ballet. I've spoken to you once already about Haas Hall's diversity problem. I was here on Valentine's Day earlier this year when they presented their first version of the diversity and inclusion report. I want to bring to your attention that you have asked the Equity Office to help Haas Hall, and Haas Hall has already had a lot of help on this issue. In 2016, when there were multiple letters from Dr. Robert Moranto, Kelly McGulick, Dr. Gary Compton objecting to Haas Hall expanding to Springdale and Rogers, those official complaints were not turned over to the State Board of Education when then Chairperson Maria Wraith and Jay Barth both asked for them. And when Kelly McGulick followed up after Valentine's Day and filed an official complaint against the Department of Education for failing to turn over those letters to the board upon request, Lori Freno, the attorney for the Department of Education, assured her that although they didn't turn over the letters, they did do a thorough investigation of Haas Hall's lottery at that time. So I think it would be unwise to trust the Department of Education or Haas Hall, considering how much help and how closely they've already worked together on this and that the problem hasn't been fixed. And so I want to sort of give you a heads up today on on ways that you could, if you were a charter school with a randomized digital enrollment lottery, on ways that you could fake your lottery. So way number one, when you accept applications from students online, they would fill out their information on your website. And people might think that that information just goes directly from the web entry into a spreadsheet that is automatically generated. But if it's not, if those applications are printed out and then entered by hand into the spreadsheet for the lottery program, anybody who's entering the student applications into the spreadsheet can change the data or delete the entries. Parents could double check, but they might not see it. And it would be very easy to add that this student is a sibling of somebody who's already enrolled, that this student is a child of a faculty member. And I don't think that the Department of Education has ever checked based on past years. So that would be one thing to check to be sure is not going wrong. And if you wanted to, if you were a charter school, another way you could fake lottery is when you have pulled the lottery results, say you pull them live, say you pull them on a video feed, say the parents are in the room. When you pull the lottery results and it generates the list of the waiting list, and you choose not to audit the order in which those kids are called from the waiting list for the months that follow, that's another way. I have several others. I'll email them to you. Okay. But I think that it's important to really check. I'll send you also letters from 3 parents about ways in which their children with special needs were drummed out of the school. Thank you.
And Mr. Ballard, I'm sure you probably are taking note of this and try to become aware, if not already, of these concerns. Thank you. Okay, we have no motion there. Item number 13, Mr. Coy and Ms. Barnett. Okay, let me pause just before you speak. As soon as, let me be sure what I'm saying is true. As soon as we consider this item, we are going to break for lunch until 1 o'clock. So those of you who didn't bring a lunch, if you want to have time to eat and get back, we will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Will we continue where we are leaving off? Or
Yes.
will we jump to our 1
No,
o'clock agenda?
no, we will continue straight through. Yes. Okay. Okay, it's been asked that we could do 13 and 14. Is that all right with everyone? Okay, we'll do 13 and 14, and then we'll do 15 through 21, starting at 1 o'clock, and then we'll go to the afternoon agenda from there. I'll wait while the room clears. Okay, well, they're being very quiet, so proceed.
Good afternoon, I think it is now. My name is Cassandra Barnett. I'm from the Humanities Unit of Learning Services here at the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. That is quite a mouthful. I'm here today to present the newly and significantly revised library media standards for Arkansas. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee that worked really hard to put this together for you. We have two documents. The first one is the K-12 library media standards, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have about those.
Anyone have any questions about this item?
I just had a comment
Ms. Newton?
that I love the flexibility that it's going to give library media specialists to work with the classroom teachers on developing these skills in students, and they are not low-level skills. Those are those high-level skills, critical thinking skills that we want to see with students. And I know it took a tremendous amount of work by your group to get to there, because they are vastly different. And so thank you for the hard work,
Sure.
and it's encouraging to see us moving forward in this direction.
That was their highest priority, to provide that flexibility so that we could work with individual students to really reach those high levels. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I also, go ahead, Dr. Moore.
You go.
Okay, I also appreciate the fact that you are providing opportunity to move to higher levels of thinking on Bloom's taxonomy, and that this allows opportunity for our more gifted students who are using this as an enrichment activity. Dr. Moore?
Yes, I was going to ask on the research course, and
Yes.
didn't know if you were going to expound
If
upon that.
if you have no more questions about this one, I'm happy to move to the research course.
Okay, Secretary Key has a question.
Yeah, I just want, Ms. Barnett, I'm really excited about these revisions. Could you just briefly tell the board and put on the record the committee, the group that you worked with, the educators that came in, and let's give them a little pat on the back for helping us with this.
These were school librarians from all over the state. There were also some representatives from higher ed and administrators and classroom teachers and principals. And so we felt like we put together a team that was very representative of the whole state. And they did a tremendous amount of work for 8 days. The brains were pretty well drained by the end of those 8 days, but they put together a lot of work. What you aren't seeing are the benchmark levels that are separate documents that are these, but we've provided those. We've also provided a number of other resources that will be beneficial to those school librarians, and we think that this set of standards will really encourage a lot of collaboration between school librarians and classroom teachers and content teachers.
Dr. Moore?
Yes, the courses, the research course is great, and a lot of these are already being taught and gone over in classes. But I want to understand the relationship between, will this be a standalone course? Is it an embedded course with other courses?
We designed this course so that it could be either. The one thing that the committee was very adamant about was that if there were more than one teacher, one of those teachers would be the school librarian, because this is their area of expertise. And so if we embed this into a course, say a nonfiction course or another kind of English class, that the content teacher would work closely with the school librarian to teach this. But it could also be a standalone course that's taught strictly by the school librarian.
Is that new, or is this?
Yes, we've never had a research course before. This is new. We were very excited, and I have already corresponded with a lot of school librarians who are very happy to have this course at the high school level so that they can actually work with their students in a more focused way.
Yeah, absolutely. Will that be allowed to count for graduation requirement, or is that a district?
It does provide a one semester credit. It's not one of the 38 graduate required courses, but it certainly will give a half credit for students that take the course.
That's great. This is a lot of work by all of you, so thank you. And I
Mhm.
think I would love to see down the road and hear from districts that are implementing this as a course,
Sure.
both embedded and standalone, because again,
Sure.
it's really exciting.
One of the things that we hope that we think this is flexible enough is that if an individual student was the only student in the school that wanted to take this course, that they could work one-on-one with the school librarian and still get this credit.
That's great. Well, thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other questions?
Ms. Newton?
I guess my question went back to the licensure. So if this was a standalone course, then any library media specialist that was certified in secondary would be eligible to teach this.
And have the library media certification.
And it could be put on the schedule as a semester course.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Dr. Moore, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And number 14 is Tina Moore and Veronica Hibbard. Consideration of high school math courses.
Good afternoon, Tina Moore, DESE Math Program Manager.
Okay, you may proceed.
So we come today to present technical math for college and career as a course. And this has been created by Ms. Veronica Hebert, our math specialist, and a committee of statewide representatives that we appreciate their time and effort. This is a course that builds upon algebra and geometry and prepares students for college and career pathways that involve technical mathematics. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
So it will be a part of SmartCore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Newton?
Yeah, I had several questions. First of all, who developed the course standards? Could you talk to me about that?
Veronica Hebert, math specialist. We had a group of teachers, stakeholders. We had someone from Lockheed Martin. We had a representative from the University of Arkansas Community College at Morrilton that actually teaches technical math. And we have 2 school districts that have an approval, a course approval for technical math. And both of those teachers were also on this committee, as well as math teachers, science teachers, and just an array.
So it was career and math?
Yes, ma'am. And we had, yes, Chris Lynch from Career Ed was also on our committee.
Okay, good. And I want to say that I appreciate the work that you did and the development of the course. And so could you explain to me where this is going to fall in the continuum of math, graduation requirements, how that's going to flesh out?
Certainly. This course will count as a 4th-year math course, so algebra, geometry, algebra 2, technical math, and its intention is for our students that are going on into a 2-year college. So if they're going to go into something like welding, the technical programs that are at UACCM or all of our other community colleges, and it will also give them the opportunity to head to a 4-year college, depending on how they're going into that program of study.
So the fourth year math course. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
And then who would be eligible to teach us what certification?
This would be for secondary math, so the 200, the 712.
So only a secondary math person would be teaching
Yes, ma'am.
this?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any thoughts to, of course, we've had waivers for people in career to be able to do some of these things. Were there any thoughts along that lines?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now, this course, these standards could be embedded with other courses, so a math teacher and, let's say, a construction teacher could go together and teach this course.
Okay. Okay, those were my only questions.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think
Dr.
similar
Moore?
to before, this is really exciting, and I would love to have a construction teacher and a math teacher come back in 1 or 2 years and tell us about what they're teaching and what that looks like for their students, because I think that this is real possibilities for schools, students.
Anything else? Are you finished? Yes. Okay, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Ms. Newton,
Seconded.
second by Mr. Peckron. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned until 5 minutes after 1.
Thank you for your time.
Uh-huh. The afternoon session of the State Board of Education's October meeting come to order. The fire marshal has asked that no one stand. There is overflow room in down the hall. They're live streamed on the screens there. So I'm sorry, but I have to ask you, if you don't have a seat, then you'll need to leave the room. I'll read this again this afternoon like we read it this morning. The board recognized there is great interest in this agenda item. However, anyone in the audience who speaks out of turn or without being recognized by the board forfeits the opportunity to give public comment if allowed and may be asked to leave the auditorium. It is expected that everyone in the audience be respectful of the board and others speaking and not shout, yell, or otherwise disrupt the meeting. Anyone who is disruptive to the meeting will be asked to leave and may be escorted out of the building. Each person who signs up to give public comment will be allowed a time limit unless, as the chair, we specify otherwise. Anyone who does not respect the time limit may not be permitted to give public comment in future meetings. Public comment will be allowed based on the number of people who have signed up. It will likely be 2.5 minutes, not 3. However, the board reserves the right to adjust the time as necessary or to reduce repetitive presentations. Anyone in the audience who speaks out of turn or without being recognized by the board forfeits the opportunity to give public comment and may be asked to leave the auditorium. It is expected that everyone in the audience be respectful of the board and others speaking and not shout, yell, or otherwise disrupt the meeting. Anyone who is disruptive to the meeting will be asked to leave the auditorium and possibly the building. Everybody was very respectful of that this morning, and I do appreciate that. We are on item number 15 from the morning agenda. And let me get situated here. The Marion School District Act 1240 Annual Progress Report. No. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I didn't get down far enough. Okay, it's a consideration for final approval, Mr. Taylor Dugan. You got your exercise in.
Taylor Dugan, attorney for the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. And what I have in front of the board today is asking the board to give final approval to the rules governing the School Worker Defense Program and the School Worker Defense Program Advisory Board. There's just very few minor changes that were in these rules. We were having some issues as far as when attorneys would provide documentation and what we would reimburse them on. So we defined cost in the rules, and we received 2 public comments, and both of them were similar to the same thing. They wanted to know what backup documentation is. So we added a definition of backup documentation to give even more clarity of what would be provided if they're asking for reimbursement. And so I'd ask the board if they have any questions. Love to field questions, but I'm here to ask for final approval of these rules.
Anyone on this side with a question? And this side? Okay, the only question I had is, I know this law was passed a while ago, and you've just updated it. But I know that there are certain lobbying and advocacy groups that are represented and others that are not. Is there some reason behind that, or do you know?
I do not know. Yeah, I was working with Ms. Moore on these rules. She retired recently, and she was the one who was the administrator over these, but I was not known of that concern. But the concerns we were getting mostly was when people would provide those documentation, we didn't really have a set thing in the rule that defined those, so we were paying out whatever they had sent us in as far as in those invoices. But I apologize, I do not know the answer to that question.
So, I don't know if you'd need to ask the Bureau of Legislative Affairs or a legislator maybe who was around at the time or something, and, because we may need to have a rotating basis, because we have a lot of people who have a lot of interest.
Okay.
Do you have a motion on this item? Ms. Newton,
Second.
moved. Second by Mr. Pecron. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next is Ms. Dedman. This is for release of public, to public comment, and this motion will need to have at the end of it pending governor's approval.
Yes, ma'am. Jennifer Dedman, attorney for the department, the division rather. These are rules that are just amended to incorporate the changes of Act 1083, which changes national school lunch categorical funding to enhance student achievement funding, and then you'll see the language from the transformation changing department to division.
Okay. Does everyone understand why they changed the name of this particular law to enhance student achievement from National School Lunch Program? Because it had nothing to do with lunch. It only had to do with trying to close the achievement gap. Do you have a motion or questions?
Move to release for public comment pending governor's approval.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Dr. Hill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next is consideration, Ms. Alice Ford, of release for public comment pending governor's approval.
Good afternoon, Courtney Salas Ford for the division. We're asking for approval for the Arkansas Fiscal Assessment and Accountability Program rules. We had to make revisions as a result of Act 929, which basically brought the Fiscal Assessment and Accountability Program into alignment with our other programs, such as the Educational Support and Accountability Act and our Facilities Distress Rules, giving the boards some of the similar options and some of the same programs. We are also asking for approval to repeal the general business manager requirements, because we incorporated those into these rules, since that can be an indicator of fiscal distress or early intervention if the general business manager does not meet the minimum qualifications.
Would we need two separate motions on this?
No, since it's kind of you can do a joint compound motion since they go hand in hand.
Okay. Do I have any questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve pending governor's office review.
Okay, have a motion by Ms. McFettridge. Second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next, Ms. Freno, rules governing eye vision screening report.
Thank you, Ms. Glory Freno. Yes, these rules, we are seeking release for public comment pending governor's office approval. As a result of Act 757 of 2019, the reporting period for reporting by the commission on eye and vision care of school-age children will be changed from twice a year to only once a year. And that was because of a legislative change.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve pending governor's office approval.
Moved by Ms. Dean, second by
Second.
Mr. Pecron. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Also, Ms. Freno on number 19.
Thank you. And these are the rules governing public school student services. This is actually a repeal. And the reason is because of the new law that came out, the School Counseling Improvement Act, completely changed this law, the law that these rules were based upon, and basically all the language that was in our rules was repealed along with the law. So we are seeking to repeal these rules. And new rules, we are not authorized in the new law to promulgate rules, but rules are not necessary because the legislation is explicit enough.
Okay. You have any questions? You have a motion?
Motion to approve pending governor's review.
Motion by Mr. Pecron, second by Dr. Hill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion has it. All right, Ms. Farino, your final one.
Thank you, and these are our rules governing the Arkansas Teacher of the Year program. It says repeal, but that is not correct. There is Act 251 of 2019 made a change to these rules, and in fact what it did is the previous law limited eligibility for this program to classroom teachers, and now it has been expanded out so it will also be guidance counselors and library media specialists also will be eligible, and we are changing this these rules to comply with the law.
Just a comment that aligns our state program with the national program.
That is correct.
At the national level, they are also eligible.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? Do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Newton,
Seconded.
second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Dugan. These are rules governing eligibility and financial incentives for National Board for Professional Teaching Standards.
Taylor Dugan, attorney for the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. What I have in front of the board today is the rules governing financial incentives for National Board and for Professional Teaching Standards. These would be asked for release for public comment pending the governor's office approval. Changes to these rules were not from a specific act from the 2019 session. They were for clarification. We had the definition of accredited teacher preparation program in public school. We clarified that an applicant must be applying for initial candidacy and has not received prior state funding to be eligible. Candidates must also submit all components within the first year of candidacy cycle to receive the state funding. Changes to the time frame from 60 days to 30 days in which a candidate may ask for reimbursement if they are paid for the first component. If the candidate is reimbursed and wants to receive state funding for the remaining components, they must submit all remaining in National Board components within the second year of the candidacy cycle, and that the payments will be made annually by June 30th. So those are the changes that we're proposing in this rule, but it wasn't from an actual act. It was to help clarify.
So is this pending governor's office or is this straight out?
This is pending governor's office approval, Ms. Zook.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion or questions?
Can I ask some questions?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
When would this, pending that it's approved and goes through the process, when would this start?
Probably the next school year,
Next school year.
because we would still have to get governor's office approval, and then we'd have to send it out for public comment, and so it'll be a little bit.
Okay, and then if it did start next year, would this new information be a part of the training process for teachers as they're going through this?
Ms. Nelson is here. She might know the answer because she actually administers the program, so that would be probably a good question for her to answer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson. Please
Good
identify
afternoon.
yourself.
Renee Nelson, National Board Certified Teacher Program Advisor. Yes, ma'am, that will be part of the training. They're required to go through an orientation to receive state funding, and we cover everything with them.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve pending governor's review.
Motion by Mr. Pecron, second.
Second.
By Ms. McFetridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have the ESSA report, index report. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with what ESSA is, but Ms. Coughlin will explain a little bit about that and then give her report.
Thank you, Deborah Kaufman, Assistant Commissioner, Public School Accountability for the Division. We love any opportunity to talk about our accountability system, so thank you for this opportunity.
May I interrupt you
Yes.
briefly? AETN says their live stream is getting slammed, so people may need to refresh their browser. It's still there, but if you're having trouble viewing it by live stream, then you may need to refresh your browser. Excuse me, thank you.
Please do, because we don't want you to miss this part.
No, we don't want to miss this.
All right, Arkansas accountability. Let's see if we're on. So, ESSA, or the Every Student Succeeds Act, is the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act at the national level. If you recall, in our approved ESSA plan. We built our plan based on a theory of action, and that's very hard to read, so I'm going to blow it up so we can see it. In that theory of action, in our approved plan, and remember that stakeholders were involved in this process all along the way from the beginning to where we are now in implementation. If the Department of Ed implements a comprehensive support and accountability system that measures many facets of student success and school quality that inform and sustain student learning, if we do that, then, and the way that we do that is through our state and federal accountability, then the department or the division and the districts will engage in continuous cycles of inquiry and improvement by combining state and local information to identify and address the needs within their systems. And that's what is so exciting about the work that we're doing now, is it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's very focused to the needs of the schools and the districts. That continuous cycle of learning, that continuous cycle of inquiry is the plan, do, check that you've heard us talk about many times, the school level plans. Schools should be looking at their data through their needs assessment process and determining what are their priorities, writing a plan of how to implement the change that they desire, checking that plan as they're implementing it, that's the do, checking it to see, are we making the progress that we intended? Is the evidence showing itself that we're on the right track? And then finally, each year at the end, then coming back to evaluate to say, did we get as far down the road as we expected that we would? That process continues. The data from your evaluation plus the new ESSA School Index that came out yesterday gives me more data to start that needs assessment process, to review it again in light of the new data and adjust our plans, check our progress throughout the year, and then check at the end to evaluate the effectiveness. Districts also, in a student-centered learning environment, would look at all of the systems and say, how are these systems supporting these schools for full implementation of their plans? Do we need to reallocate resources to ensure that student needs are met? So back to our theory of action. If the department, as in all of us working together, puts together a comprehensive accountability and schools implement that plan, do, check model that we've discussed, then we should begin to see student success, increased student success, increased student readiness for college, career, and community, and we should start to see achievement gaps begin to close. It's always exciting to talk about achievement gaps because most of the people think the top has to stop moving so fast so the bottom can catch up, but that's not the case. All schools can improve. All student groups can improve. We believe each student can learn if given the right opportunities. So also in our plan, and exactly on page 14 of our approved plan, if you'd like to go back and check, we outline 3 key purposes to our plan. And this is very important because as we think about how we are following that continuous cycle of inquiry, we went out to our stakeholders and did needs assessments, said, what do you want in an accountability system? We put that together into a plan that we are now implementing. And part of the check then will be to see, have we been able to do these things as a state? We have to identify underperforming schools and underperforming subgroups of students and notify the districts. Hey, districts, you have an underperforming subgroup or you're underperforming for all students, so that they can begin to take the necessary actions to go through the plan, do, check process. We are required in our plan to provide support to the districts to say, hey, if you need our help, let us come help you work through anything that you may be struggling with, to ensure that they can build the capacity within their districts to take that continuous cycle of inquiry process on and follow it all the way through. And third, our priority is to inform stakeholders. So from the beginning, stakeholders were involved in this plan, but at the local level, stakeholders are essential to having a solid plan of action for the district. And the best way for stakeholders to get involved is to know what's really happening in the district. And so we make many efforts to ensure the transparency of this accountability system so that stakeholders can know. And they don't have to rely on someone else to tell them. They themselves can know. And so today we'll kind of look at that. So in identifying those underperforming schools and subgroups, we're looking at, and if you were in My School Info right now, you would click on the school rating tab. And that school rating tab gives you a very quick, easy, one-page overview of the school. It gives you the letter grade at the top, and right there in the middle where it starts talking about the federal accountability, it gives you, where I've got the green arrow pointing, the all students ESSA school index. Overall, weighted achievement, growth, graduation rate, if it applies to your grade level, and school quality and student success indicators are compiled together with the weights that we've discussed previously to come to a total or index score. And as you look at this one, you'll see this school is scoring right at the state average level. And you'll see the state average is a little light wording there for you to look at. But also, you can look at this page as a view of equity. So, are there equitable services being provided in that school? So as I look at this school, I see an ESSA index of 67.38, and then I'm looking across the subgroups and saying, am I seeing numbers similar to that? If I saw numbers similar to that, I would know that equitable services are being provided for all subgroups. If I see numbers that are way out of alignment, then we want to use this tool to bring that to the attention of the community and the administrators and educators in that school to say, hey, I think this is something you need to take a look at, because if we're teaching each child, we expect each child to reach grade level expectations, and that's an indicator. It's not the everything, but it's certainly an indicator. This is something you need to dig into a little more. If you recall, you've seen this slide before, but at the beginning of the 2018-19 school year, we did identify schools that were in the lowest performing 5%. We also identified schools that had graduation rates below 66.667%. And we asked those schools to write comprehensive school improvement plans that would address those issues and to create district support plans. Our team is in constant contact with them, working with them. We also identified schools in need of what we would call targeted support, and under our definition in ESSA, that means that they had a subgroup that was persistently performing at or below the 1% cut score. And so all of our schools that we identified last year, which were 142, that had a subgroup of students receiving special ed services that were underperforming. And you know, we just looked at that one school here, and you saw that their students with special needs were underperforming. So that doesn't mean there's something wrong with the kids. That means we've got to go back and look at how the educational system is supporting and lifting those kids up, right? So it may mean that there needs to be more inclusion. We need to look at maybe their schedules. Are they being pulled out of core instruction? Are they receiving the appropriate accommodations? So we've got a lot of resources, and our special ed team has been out working with these school districts to assist them. This year, here we are at the beginning of the 2019-2020 school year, and we do not re-identify those schools again. We'll just help them look at their data and see how they are progressing, because they will be in line to exit that support next school year if they've met the exit criteria of meeting, showing progress and meeting a score above that 5% cut score. Those schools in need of additional support or targeted support, we didn't get to do those last year. We had to automatically move them to additional support as required under the federal guidance. They too can meet exit criteria next year, and so they're getting update letters with their data showing if they're meeting progress, if they're on the path to being ready to exit. This year, we will identify a new group of schools that have that are in need of targeted support. And if you come back to our ESSA plan, what that says once again is they have a subgroup of kids that are consistently underperforming. We are required to send them a letter and notify the district administration that you do have a subgroup that you need to take a look at. We would then expect to see their school improvement plans updated about how they're going to address the needs of those children, but our emphasis is only then to come back and monitor it and be available for assistance. There's not any additional requirements put on those schools. However, if you don't make a change before the end of 2021, which is when we will start a new re-identification, if you're still in that queue of underperformance, then at that time you could be identified for additional support. So you've seen the timeline before, but I've kind of updated it to add the 1920 school year onto this calendar, onto this timeline. But from the beginning, we started with our stakeholders. We continue to meet with our stakeholders. Our ESSA steering committee meets quarterly. We meet with advisory groups. We're happy to talk about accountability at just an accidental mention of the name. So as you look at this, you'll see that here we are in the green part. Yesterday we released the ESSA School Index. The school rating went out yesterday. Rewards will be coming soon. We're working on the final calculations for the money, and that will be announced as soon as we verify everything. We will continue our general support, and general support is what we provide to every district. What are we hearing? What are we learning? How can we help you? That happens on a daily basis. We will continue to support our schools that are in need of support at the various levels of support based on what their specific needs are. There are no one-size-fits-all in the school business. We will continue to consult with districts to determine if they need support. Maybe our federal indicators or some of our new state laws did not identify them, but some other risk is coming up. We have schools that just call us now. That's so exciting. They call us and say, hey, can you help me think through this? Can you help me work on this? And that's the culture the culture of support our office has worked so hard, and our agency has worked so hard to foster and build.
Before you change this slide, you did mention the rewards. Would you talk a little bit, because sometimes people say, well, why are you giving money to those who are doing well? Would you tell them about the 1003 grants that go to those who are struggling?
Good, I'm glad you twisted that to 1003 where I can talk about it more. 1003 grants are federal Title I grants that are set aside monies that we have to take off of the top of our money set aside. And once schools are identified in need of comprehensive support or additional targeted support, then we have a formula by which those monies are allocated to the districts to serve those students. So any of those schools that are identified that met that funding criteria, the district did get funds. Once they get those funds, what they have to do is complete an application for us. Our team is monitoring their school improvement plans, their district support plans, but the majority of our support is working on the district. And so that's what we're looking for in those plans, is that they have a plan of action that is falling within our high reliability schools framework, that they're working on safe and collaborative culture, that they're working on effective leadership, effective instruction, or building a strong, viable curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
So our other priority was to provide support. I've alluded to that a little bit, but the support is to empower and to build capacity within the districts to be able to do this on their own. And so we work very diligently not to do it for them, but to do it with them so that they become accustomed to how effective schools work. This chart just basically identifies the 5 levels of support that we provide, some of the questions that come up about support. This is in our state accountability system, but we have applied it also in our federal. So we treat our schools very individualized, treat our districts very individualized, as this plan spells out. And finally, we are charged with informing educators and stakeholders about the progress and the outcomes of the schools so that they can be engaged. And what you heard yesterday is that My School Info went live yesterday morning, and you can click on that school rating to see that quick one-pager. But really where we want you to go, and really what we want you to talk about, is more than a letter grade. We want you to open up that ESSA School Index and really get in there, because that's where we want you to learn about their overall work, how they did with weighted achievement. Are they moving more kids from close to ready, more kids from ready to exceeding? Are they moving more kids out of in need of support to close? Are you looking at their growth measure? Are you seeing how the students are growing according to their expected growth? Do you see school quality and student success indicators on the rise? Where's their attendance? Where's reading on grade level? How's the graduation rate going? It begins to build a bigger, more comprehensive picture of a school than just one letter grade can do. 5 letters can't really tell everything that is in a school, and our index can't tell everything. But we try to tell the story that our stakeholders have asked us to put together in accountability. When you get into the ESSA School Index, you're going to see some buttons that provide additional information, but I want to really direct all of our stakeholders to the informational documents webpage on the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education's website. And on this page, it really gets into talking about all of the tools that we use. So it's really a place where we are transparent with all of our thinking. How is it processed? So that's where you're going to find business rules. That's where you're going to find one-page overview documents to help people understand if they want to know just a little bit or if you want to know a whole lot. On that page are 3 new documents that have come out. Well, the 2019 business rules are not new. They've been out all year, but the 2020 is already out for this next year. But I wanted to bring your attention to the 2019 business rules for calculating the ESSA School Index score. That applies to the index score that came out yesterday and all of the information compiled in that. Also, number 29 and number 30 are new. They posted yesterday morning, and one of his 29 is the ESSA School Index statistics that lets you look at each of the indicators and how we're doing on those and compare those to previous years. I will direct you to the very last slide of that page, and that page really shows you our 1% and 5% cut scores. And so that's one of the things that we're always watching, because we'll always have to identify the lowest 5% of schools. But as a state, if our 5% cut line is getting higher and higher each year, then that means that our state is making progress toward educating our students. The annual school rating summary is a new piece this year, and that's because we have 2 years now. If you recall, we've had A to F for several years now, but we've had changes in accountability system, and once we went to ESSA and started following this system, we got the first year in, and then you recall we had a cut score change, and so the scores had to be adjusted statistically to match that. So the last 2 years, 18 and 19, are on the same system, the same metrics, everything's exactly the same. And so the school rating summary lets you begin to look at that from that perspective to say, how are we doing across the state? Another exciting document that we've updated this year is our Schools on the Move Toward Excellence. And this is another part of letting our stakeholders know what's going on in our accountability system. 557 schools in the state of Arkansas improved their overall ESSA school index score for all students. That's pretty exciting. 55 of those schools had a 5-point or more increase.
Can I ask a quick question? Is that 557 out of how many total?
Out of all of our schools,
Well, I was wondering what that number is.
27.
20, I'll have to look up the number.
Thank you.
505 of those schools improved their weighted achievement score, which means they moved more kids higher up into those levels. So maybe they moved more kids from in need of support to close, or more kids from close to ready, or more kids from ready to exceeding. And that's how you begin to raise your weighted achievement score. 576 schools scored an 80, which is where that's our desired growth number, or more on the value-added growth score. 22 of those earned a growth score that's 2 or more standard deviations above the mean. That's impressive. Impressive. 26 schools had a 100% graduation rate. And I just want to remind you that our graduation rate in our ESSA School Index is a lagging graduation rate. So we don't have the data in time currently. We don't have the data to put the current year's graduation rate into our index, so we have to use last year's always. That's a lagging graduation rate. So people can talk about our accountability system, they can write about our accountability system, but what I would hope is that they get it correct. And what part of our job is to make sure that we're following up and doing a validity framework that's saying, are we correctly getting this right? Are we actually identifying the appropriate schools? Are we actually identifying the appropriate subgroups that need assistance? Are we providing the support that's going to bring about the change for those students? And have we informed our educators and the public to the best of our abilities? Those are the things that we work on and we continue to work on, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that. One of those reports that I mentioned on the informational documents website is our statistical report, and it begins to show you, and now we have 3 years of data with this plan to show you how we are moving from year to year. You can look at our mean to see how is the mean changing from 18 to 19. And remember, as you look at this, that in 17 we had a different ELA cut score on the ACT Aspire. So we're looking at those last 2 years to see how they're really moving. That's what we're watching.
Can I ask a question about that last page?
Sure.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I noticed in high school, the difference between the minimum and the maximum, there's a much bigger spread and a much greater standard deviation. Is there something in the system that accounts for that?
Yes. Yes, we have in our high school, our schools are divided into 3 grade spans. And our high school grade span contains some very focused charter schools that work with students that may be dropping out or they would potentially drop out if those services weren't provided. And we have some ALEs that do the same thing. And so they kind of skew our data. That's why we've been studying an alternative accountability plan for them, and watching what other states are doing and trying to figure out what's the best way to fairly treat those schools. So we're working on it. We think we've got a plan. We've just got to test the data now to see if it would work. But that would address that it kind of looks like a tail on the data as it skews to the left.
Okay, thank you.
So these documents are available but they also begin to look at how we're looking at our data. So if you look at these bar charts, what you're going to see is there's blue, which is 2018. And then on top of that is green. We've laid it right over the top. And so if we saw green on top of the blue and there was no blue peeking out, then we would know that we're doing exactly the same thing we did last year. But if we just start to see green moving to the right, and you'll see light green showing up because it was a light green we put on top, If you start to see it moving to the right, you know that our state is making progress in the right direction. So our goal over time will be to leave blue behind and move forward with our green. And so that's the simple version of what these charts are trying to show you. And so this is our overall ESSA index score. And then we wanted to go in and look at our specific indicators. So when I said earlier, I hope that you'll look more than just at our letter grades. Our schools work so hard to educate kids. So very important. Our conversations are around the indicators. So how are we doing in this state with weighted achievement? As you look, what you'll see is in our distributions, and that first distribution is elementary, then middle level, then high school. You'll see that we are shifting to the right. Very exciting. If you look at growth, you'll see once again that we are shifting to the right. I'm sorry.
Yes, just as we're discussing this, I did want a little bit of a refresher on weighted achievement and growth. When you're what does weighted mean when we're talking about weighted achievement?
So in our weighted achievement calculation, we give a 0.5 for each student, and that's the important thing about our accountability system. It's very student focused. So each student, if you scored close, then in our accountability system, you would be scored 0.5 points. If Mr. Williamson scored ready, he would be scored 1 full point. If Ms. McFetridge then scored exceeding, we would either score her 1 point or 1.25, and it's based on the whole of your group. If you have more kids in the exceeding than you did in needs of improvement, if you have more kids in need of improvement than you do the other three groups, then those kids only count for 1 point when they're exceeding. And that's so you can't hide in your accountability system that a few high-performing kids won't skew your data, and you can't hide that you have a group of kids that are being underserved.
And then when we talk about growth, we're talking about growth for that individual student.
But exactly, toward the individual students. So if I had been growing half year, so every year on my test data, I grow 1/2 year. Then what we're looking at is what is my history plus this year. And what's my expected growth? That's my expected growth. So if I score my half year, then I would score a score of 80. Now, if I score more than that, so if we just keep going the same way we've been going, you know, you're not going to get to where I want to be, am I? Because I'm not growing fast enough. But in our accountability system, we give credit to the school that you've grown the kid as the kid has been expected to grow. But what you want to do as a school is look at that and say, wait a minute, that's not going to get this kid college and career ready. We've got to be more aggressive with our support, with our instruction for this child, because they need to grow more. Our system allows you to see that growth. And so one of the concerns that many of our stakeholders had is, well, what if you have an exceptional student that scores really high? They're not going to have any growth, but yes, they can, because that's why our system scores all the way from 80 to 100. And your goal is 80 or above. And so it can indicate those kids that are above. So if I've been growing 1.5 years each year, then that becomes my expected, and if I grow more, it shows. The computer system also takes into account kids that might go really high, and so it gives a kind of a safety area around there and gives them the points, but likewise it does kids that are on a downward trend. I can't say, oh, I've grown 2 weeks worth this year. I can't continue to decline like that. The system is going to say, this is an issue. We can't give credit to that. That has to be improved. That's a very simple version.
No, that's really helpful. And so when we're looking at that 80, if something is, if a school is, or a student is below that, that means they have not grown as much as they did the year before, as far as what they've learned that year.
As much as their history.
Okay.
Right.
But that does not equate to they've learned a year.
That does not equate to a year. So we had previously in one of our old accountability systems, a growth model that did that equate to 1 year model, and that's the same, you get the same data that you got from your achievement data. And so our stakeholders asked for this type of growth model, that the people who were really growing would be recognized for that growth.
No matter where you are on the performance.
No matter where you live. We see an example of that at Hall High School. I mean, they're a very diverse school. They have a large minority population, but they beat the mean in growth. So they're not just growing kids to what's expected, they're growing above that. And so that's how they begin to close the achievement gap for those kids. So it is happening in our state. And we need to really recognize those efforts that those educators and students and families are making, because they're doing exactly what we've asked them to do, is, you know, challenge the kids, teach kids, and, you know, they learn.
And I think it's important to reiterate that it's 80 is a value-added growth. It is not a percent.
It is not a percent.
Can I ask one question?
Yes,
along that
sure.
line? If you go back to the example that you gave, that a student had been growing a half a year each year, so they are significantly behind.
Right.
So what level of growth would you expect to see if you wanted that student to start catching up, that start closing that gap to where they are going to be making progress?
I don't have a number to give you for that, but what I can tell you is in our ESSA School Index, those are averages. So I take all of the kids, just like you would test scores.
Right.
You take all of those and average, and that's how you get your school average growth. Individually, you would have to look at, we'd have to have a projection.
Let's talk, if you had a school where maybe the reading levels were low or whatever, and you wanted to start closing those gaps and bringing those kids up, what level of growth would you
I mean,
thinking?
I would try to get myself up to the next standard deviation.
Okay.
And then work. I mean, I don't want to try to set some goal that's too high for them that people just say, oh, Lord, that can't happen. I give up. I think we just want to make sure that they're teaching on grade level, that the instruction is rigorous, that the accommodations and interventions are in place to support kids, not to continue to allow them to stay on a slower path to learning, that we need them to be bringing those interventions in. And what we've seen, just like at Hall, when that starts happening, the kids grow. I mean, that's what teaching and learning is about.
I think, too, what you do is if there's a classroom of children and there consistently are children that are not meeting, or at least just barely meeting the 80, that's when you look to see what, in addition to academics, is needed by this child. What's interfering with the progress in addition to good, rigorous instruction?
And it may be core instruction. If you had many kids, if your growth rate is really low, then I would certainly go examine my core instruction and my curriculum right off the bat. If I were at 80 and I wanted to improve, then I'm looking at more how we're supporting students to attain that grade level information. And so that might be pre-teaching, it may be some additional follow-up intervention, it may be something more intensive depending on the student. Our 4-year and 5-year adjusted cohort graduation rates, we've been seeing a steady increase in our graduation rates. That's very exciting, and I love looking at the 5th year. If you notice over there on the 100%, how it's going up, that's exactly what our stakeholders said, is we may have some students that take a little longer, but we really do want them to graduate, and so we're seeing that happen. Our SQSS, or School Quality Student Success Indicator, really attempts to measure engagement, access to opportunity, and achievement. And this is something that, if you recall, our stakeholders gave us a list of what they wanted in there and a list that they want us to study, and we continue to do that. And we will, if our data proves to be a good measurement tool, then we'll bring that to you in the future as a future amendment to add any additional information to this. But as we look at this, we're seeing, again, the same thing. We're seeing our indicators move. Our data is showing us a movement to the right. And once again, that's exactly what we asked for. So once again, when we talk about validity, I want to make a few points. One is that this has been a stakeholder plan from the beginning. This was a stakeholder plan when we submitted for public comment, starting back in April 24th of 2017. It went out 3 times for stakeholder involvement. We have stakeholders on our ESSA steering committee. They're on our advisory committees. We just accept comment. We read what people write and we say, hey, is that something we need to study and investigate? But I do caution all of our stakeholders that sometimes people put out things that are not correct. So it's important that all be checked and examined. The validity for this accountability plan continues on into our submission to the Department of Ed. We were not only approved in 2017, but when we amended based on the ELA cut scores, we were then back out for public comment and submitted that amendment to the U.S. Department of Education and was approved in 2019. So we are on track with our theory of action for our ESSA plan. We are measuring. We're in the do part of our plan. We're implementing it. We're checking it. And then we'll, as we go along, evaluate that and make sure that we're on track. Once you have that evaluation, then you start thinking about what adjustments you might need to make, and that's when we'll come back before the next re-identification cycle to say, what amendments do we need to put into our plan to make it better as we grow and learn? The second part is then talking about our state accountability, and most people think about our school rating as part of our state accountability system. As you recall, we have had 4 sets of rules regarding the letter grades, and those the rules in March 7th, 2018 were rules that aligned our state and federal accountability system together, where we used our ESSA school index to determine the letter grades. It's important to note that our letter grades cut scores, excuse me, our letter grade cut scores were determined by stakeholders. We had 6 days of meetings with stakeholders here at the department, 6 days of a room full of people, 6 different sets of people that came in and worked on setting those cut scores for A to F. So I feel very confident in those cut scores. We did have to make an adjustment to the cut scores because of the ELA cut score change to the ACT Aspire, and that was done statistically and, of course, approved. This district is just one that if I were in my school info right now and I clicked on the blue button at the top that said district and I typed in Bentonville, I just wanted people to know there's a tab there that says school. You can get a very quick view of schools. You can look at all of the Bentonville schools very quickly. You can use right there where my yellow arrow is, you can click on the school name then and begin to pull up their sheet. You can look at their school rating. And the other thing that I would encourage all stakeholders to do is push buttons. Argent's built a great system. You can't break it. If you do, he can fix it. So right under that letter grade is a little button that says learn more about the public school rating. So all letter grades are earned. We don't give any out because if we did, we'd just give A's. But they're earned. And just like students in a classroom earn grades, the schools have earned these. There's a very quick 1 or 2 pager there that explains the process. So I mentioned that I uploaded the school rating summary. That's a new tool this year. It goes over how many A's, B's, C's, D's, F's, what were the cut scores. That number underneath is the percentage that fell into each of the letter grades. And it's by the 3 levels, the 3 grade spans, and then, of course, the total. There's your total, Mr. Pacron, 1,026. There's other ways to look at that. This is a quick visual of 2018-19, and the reason we compare those two is because there were no changes. So they're a perfect comparison. And as you can see, the green is shifting up toward A's. Yay. And that's high school. So this is elementary, middle, and then high school. It goes into the maximum score and the minimum score at each one of those grades, the standard deviation, and then the mean for the schools that scored within that letter grade. There's a new chart, and sometimes people get confused by reading this, so I'd like to read this for you. If you look at the elementary level, and you read A, and you read straight across, you're reading the 2019 data. So in the elementary grade span, there are 76 total A's this year. 56 of those schools were A's last year. In the green box, it's telling you who moved up. 18 schools that previously had B's moved to A. 2 schools that previously had a C moved to an A. Now, if you look at the red box, that's telling you the ones that dropped down. So let's go to C. We're going to read C across at the elementary. In the C, we have 191 schools that earned a C. 144 of those had C's last year. 26 of them had B's and declined to a C. 19 had a D and moved up. And 2 schools that were previously F's moved to C's. That's pretty awesome. So you can look at this for elementary, middle, and high school. And once again, these are all posted on the informational documents webpage. Sarah?
Yeah, so back to my question earlier, when we're looking at these letter grades, I know growth counts for different
50%.
Can you talk about that?
Yes, growth counts for 50% in elementary and middle and 35% in high school.
What's the difference in high school?
High school, so in high school, weighted achievement is 35%, growth is 35% because you have to include graduation rate. And graduation rate is 15%, and then school quality student success is 15% across. So that's what makes the difference in high school, the 35 and 15 for graduation rate and growth, and then it's 50 in middle and elementary.
Thank you.
So our ESSA School Index is available to the public. We encourage parents, we encourage students, we encourage church groups, businesses. If you have access to internet, we encourage you to really get to know your school. You can go to the school rating and just know the letter grade, but there's so much more. Just dig into that ESSA School Index. It really has some fabulous features. And actually, we have a video that Dan's going to play for us.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman.
ESSA School Index and School Ratings Report within My School Info. Users can access My School Info from the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education website. On the My School Info homepage, enter the name of your school, click on the school name, and click on the School Ratings tab to view the summary report. The School Ratings Report contains 3 different categories: the Accountability at a Glance with contact and student information, the Public School Rating Score used for state accountability, and the School Performance on the ESSA School Index Score used for federal accountability. The The school ratings report can be shared via email or export to PDF. Click on the Report Card tab to view the ESSA School Index reports. A newly added feature has been added to view the data by subgroup. You can view the data by 3 years, 2 years, or even 1 year. The 2019 business rules are available to explain how the scores were calculated. Users can also view the reports of each indicator along with a quick access to the business rules that correlates to the indicator. The SQSS indicator provides scores of each component that produces the overall SQSS score. The ESSA School Index Report can be shared via email or exported to PDF or Excel. If you have any questions, you can contact the School Performance Unit by phone at 501-682-7339 or by email at ade.schmail@arkansas.gov.
So our team is very happy to talk about the ESSA School Index at any time. And Dan, if you'll take us over to Arjit's presentation. I'm so happy that we got to recognize Mr. Sarkar this morning because he and his team have done amazing work. But I wanted to share, he asked me to share some slides with you about My School Info. And we released the data for My School Info to our schools ahead of time so that they can look over. It would be very hard for us to look at 1,000+ reports and make sure everything's in the right place. So we enlist the help of all of our schools to look and to begin their communication plans with their stakeholders. During that private release part, you kind of see that we had activity in our system. Schools were actually looking at their reports. What was exciting to me as I looked at this is we had a number of new users that came in and looked. The people that have access to this are just superintendents, principals that are just verifying that the data are accurate before we put it out for the public, because we hate to have to pull something back when it's not right. We like it to be right going out. So we're really excited about having those new users, more people really looking at the system. Between October 9th and 10th, so between yesterday and today, as we visited with earlier, we did hit over 100,000 visits to My School Info, and that's super exciting. What I would like to encourage you to do now is to go back in there, spend some time looking at the ESSA School Index. Click every button. Kevin's video showed you that new feature that our stakeholders asked for. They asked for 3 years of data for the subgroups. So he showed you can click on the date and make it appear or disappear. There's tabs to go between charts and data, and there's a brand new feature on the student engagement inside SQSS on attendance, where it shows a new chart, and I'm just going to tell you it's there. Go look for it. It's our new surprise that stakeholders asked for. So we are out throughout the year asking stakeholders what would make this report more understandable, how can you better use it to develop your school improvement plans and allocate your resources in your district support plan. So we're very excited. We see, once again, 77% are new users. So we're bringing a whole new group of people to My School Info. We are very proud. On the very front page of My School Info, you'll see a little, I like to call it the heartbeat of My School Info. But every time there's a big spike, it's because we put out a report card or an ESSA school index, and so we're looking for a bigger spike every year, a better group of, or larger group of stakeholders coming to really see and to learn about our schools. We are not a well-kept secret. As you can see, we had users within the last 2 days from almost everywhere in the country. So when they say they're watching Arkansas, they really are. It's exciting. But what's even most exciting to us is that our users are coming to us from all across the state. So we're throwing out a challenge. If you went to My School Info, please go again. Please open it up. Please study the ESSA School Index. If we can be of assistance, then we are more than happy to walk you through once, twice, 3 times, however many times it takes. We're happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take about a 5-minute bathroom break, and we'll be right back.
I couldn't wait anymore. I couldn't wait anymore.
fidget spinner for a minute there. I was about to pick it up.
Meeting will come back to order. Dr. Hernandez.
Good morning, Mike Hernandez, State Superintendent for Office Coordinated Support and Service. The presentation by Ms. Kaufman was timely and helpful in helping us move into our next section, which we're going to do a little bit deeper dive into the ESSA School Index and letter grades specifically for Little Rock School District. I do have several presenters that are going to help today that did a lot of work putting together this next presentation. It's Ms. Kaufman, Dr. Boyd, and Dr. Flowers. In addition to that, we're going to have some folks that will speak specifically to the schools, supports that were provided to the schools related to the 8 schools that were identified as part of the exit criteria, talk about what supports were provided last year. In addition to that, what supports are ongoing this year, and that'll be by Ms. Whitlow and Dr. Pride. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Kaufman.
Little Rock School District, we have so much to celebrate that's not being talked about, so I'd like to address it. When we look at our schools in Little Rock School District, 6 schools received A's, 3 earned B's, 8 earned C's, 15 earned D's, and 8 earned F's. That means that 80% of the schools are in the A through D category, and I've listed those for you. The schools that are A, B, C, and D, and this is available on the agenda, so if anybody else wants to see a copy of it, it's right there available to you. What's exciting is 26 of those schools improved their overall ESSA School Index score. As high as you can see, 5 or more points, they raised it. That's movement in the right direction, and we're very excited about that. A majority of those, 18 of those, were elementary schools. They had, you'll see the highest there. What I wanted to address today is I wanted to take you on a little journey with 2 of those. The one on the far right with the blue arrow is Gibbs Elementary, and the one next to it is Romine Elementary. So Romine is green, Gibbs is blue. We're going to follow that little telltale all the way through. So what I did is pulled up their data for you to see that Gibbs moved from a B to an A. They had a 5.2 increase in their overall ESSA index score. Romine moved from an F to a D and had a 4.86 point increase in their overall ESSA school index score. But it gives you a good overview to look all the way across. Their demographics both have very diverse populations. And this is a slide right out of My School Info where we're looking at weighted achievement and growth. And what I think is really helpful to look at is where they are not only in the quadrants, but how are they moving to the right on growth and how they're moving up on achievement. And then, of course, the other dots are the other elementaries in the state and how they compare to those. If you're in the system live, you can click on those little dots and they'll tell you the names of the schools. But the schools that the black dots are Gibbs and Romine. But I wanted to come into our statistical report that I told you about that we posted yesterday and look at where Gibbs and Romine fall. Gibbs is in the 85th to 90th percentile for their overall index score. And they are working at between 1 and 1.5 standard deviations above the mean with their overall index score. Romine is overall score between the 5th and the 10th percentile, and they are between around 1.5 standard deviations below the mean or the average. But the interesting story is growth. And so what I wanted to bring to your attention as you look at this is Gibbs is still scoring very highly if you were looking at the percentiles for growth. And you see that they're still in the 0.5 to 1 standard deviation above the mean. So growth still functions just like their overall score did. But what's so interesting is to come back and look at Romine. Romine, who had a very diverse population, they had very low achievement scores, but look what they're doing in growth. They're operating up close to the mean. They're up into the 40th percentile in growth. And so this is that example that I talked about earlier about our schools can close the achievement gap. And they do that by really meeting the needs of kids, by addressing what that child needs to grow and to grow more than even expected. And that's how they're doing it. They're not waiting for Gibbs to fall. They're coming up. And so I just wanted to paint you a picture of what closing the achievement gap can look like. The other things that we need to celebrate is we had schools that raised a whole letter grade, and you'll see those 7 listed here. We're super excited about those, and we hope that the communities are celebrating their hard work and celebrating that this is the progress that we know can happen for all of the students in this district and other districts. So we're going to, as a team, get into really looking at some subsets of schools. Particularly these 4 schools raised their letter grades from Fs to Ds, and that's how it goes, one step. Maybe sometimes you skip a letter grade, but you're stair-stepping it up, and that's what real progress looks like. That's what sustainable progress can look like. So we're super excited about that, and I believe our team is going to come up and then give you more information about these schools.
Thank you. Be sure and identify yourselves.
Greetings, Alexandra Boyd, Coordinator of School Performance.
Eric Flowers with the Division Chief Opportunity Officer.
Tiffany Pride, Director of Curriculum and Assessment, Learning Services. All right, so I worked with Little Rock School District in a support role with 3 of those schools, Bell, Romine, and Stevens. And just to sort of recap the work that I did there, I worked in terms of providing professional development and with coaching plans to support implementation in the science of reading. So that meant working with teachers, coaches, and even with principals. And so if there are specific questions you may have, I'm available to answer them right now.
Nothing right now?
I'll kick it off.
Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, Dr. Pride, if you could just talk about your observations of the progress, kind of where things stood when you started the intense work in those schools, and how you saw that progress through the rest of the school year, and other indicators that may not be test scores, but maybe observations or that qualitative data that you saw as you're working with these schools.
Absolutely. So I would say at the onset of the work, there was just a need to really have someone to come in and to support, the implementation, and someone who really knew the science and who could share that information through professional development opportunities. And teachers were eager for that. It was actually one of the most enjoyable experiences I've had in my career because every day there was lots of talk around the science of reading and then how that applied to individual students. So not only were we speaking about the whole school, we were talking about grade levels, we were talking about individual students and how we could begin to differentiate support for them so they're able to read and to write at grade level. So I would say it was more of just a way to structure a coaching service delivery plan where you really think about how does the training pair with the coaching. So we know training is very important, but also it's the coaching piece in the classroom, that support there every day as it's available is what I saw was critical and key to these improvements. And you know, I'm grateful for those teachers to allow me to work with them, and they just were, every time I engage with them, asking about the science as it relates to kids and when they're decoding, as it relates to when they're trying to write a message. And so those are the things that I think attributed to them increasing their scores.
Did you also work with the principals to become have more strength in their instructional leadership?
Absolutely. Principals were very engaged. They were with me through classroom observations. They were with me when we were looking at data and really thinking about the distribution. Are we moving kids to this, you know, to more toward grade level achievement? So principals were right there with us. It's the coach, the principal, teachers, everybody was involved, invested in making sure that students were getting what they needed in the classroom. It was a collective effort.
Go ahead.
I'll just follow up. Dr. Pride, you mentioned the gap, or you mentioned training and then implementation.
Yes.
Talk about, if you would, the gap that you saw and how that in the classroom coaching, you know, how that helped overcome that gap, because that's something that I think this board has asked about with respect to RISE across the state. And we know we've had a lot of teachers trained, but is that translating to more effective practices in the classroom? And I think you have some firsthand experience observing that.
Right, so our approach was to really think about the training that went forth and then say, what does this really look like in a classroom? Like when the teacher's up, and how does this really look in terms of instruction, in terms of providing feedback? So we went into this feedback loop of, okay, we've trained, now we're going to, who needs a demonstration? We had lots of that, which teachers are able to sit back and look and then ask questions about certain portions that they maybe weren't clear about, and then try that again on their own. And then we would meet them wherever they stated that they needed us. And so we saw a lot of, we provided a lot of models. We went in, observed, gave feedback, and I think one thing that was very critical is the portion that anytime we were in a classroom, we debriefed, right? To see what is it that you need for us to help you. And teachers were very receptive to that. We saw movement after that. They would be trying different things. I don't think it was a time I was in the hallway or in any room that we weren't talking about successes in implementation, because we had provided models, we had looked at data, and the next steps are always in response to this feedback loop that we had created. And so, as you know, oftentimes you'll get a training, if there's no feedback loop in terms of coaching, in terms of discussion, and in terms of looking at data to see progress, then sometimes we'll see that we don't move where we want to move. So I think that's a big key.
Ms. Newton?
My question was along implementation, but what about for this year? Are you still in the classrooms? Are you still seeing it being implemented, or are you still seeing progress being made this particular school year?
So this year, I'm working as the Director of Curriculum and Assessment. During that time, I was a RISE specialist. So Kathy Mashuli is working with Little Rock School District in the capacity that I worked last year. But as much as I can partner with her, I'm doing that and developing, you know, supports. But I'm not that person, but Kathy Mashuli is serving in that role. And there's definitely a plan there to continue this kind of coaching, service delivery plan to pair with training.
We want to see the progress continue to be made.
Yes, I'm very hopeful. I'm excited, and I want to celebrate teachers and principals that worked really hard to improve their scores.
Very good, thank you.
And I think in the framework, when we said partnership, this is exactly the kind of thing we were talking about.
Yes. Any more questions?
Any more questions for her? Okay, next.
Thank you.
Again, Eric Flowers, Chief Opportunity Officer. Okay, let's jump into our first slide. Our first school is going to be Bell Elementary. This school increased across all indicators. So we saw an increase for the overall S-index score go up 2.16 from a 57.17 F last year up to a 59.33 D. The school saw their weighted achievement increase from a 33.56 to a 38.25. Their growth score also increased 76.74 to 78.04. Reading at grade level percent points increased from a 16.49 in 17-18 to a 21.69. Our next school, Romine Interdistrict Elementary. Romine serves grades P through 5. From 17-18, their overall S-index score went from a 55.51F to a 60.37, an increase of 4.86. Their school saw their weighted achievement increase from a 35.16 to a 40.97. Their growth score went from a 74.95 to a 79.51. Reading at grade level also increased from 17.32 in 17-18 to a 19.44. Our next school, Stevens Elementary, serving grades P through 5 as well. From 17-18, overall S-index score went from a 56.18F to a 58.46D. They saw weighted achievement go from a 34.92 last year to a 39.67. Their growth score went from a 75.84 to 78.22. We also saw increase in reading at grade level, 12.4 in 17-18 to a 16.94 for 18-19. There was a slight decrease in SQSS, which went from a 40.25 to a 36.46.
And the work that the Little Rock School District is doing with regard to feet and to the student attendance can help address that. Is that correct? Thank you.
Correct, yes. Okay, our next school, Cloverdale Middle School, serves grades 6 through 8. 17-18, their overall S-index score was a 56.96F. It increased to a 53.97D. The school also saw their weighted achievement slightly decrease from a 26.75 to a 25.91, but their growth score did go up from a 76.81 to a 78.84. Reading decreased from a 16.99 for 17-18 to a 15.29.
Can we stop there for just a second?
Sure.
Can you refresh my memory what Little Rock is doing at the middle school level as far as reading and trying to close that gap?
Okay, Ms. Whitlow, can you speak to that? Or Dr. Bright? Okay.
So with Cloverdale Middle School, Lisa Bailey she worked at that time for Learning Services with literacy. She's no longer with the agency, but she worked with Cloverdale just as I did, supporting professional development as well as coaching. She was in classrooms modeling, meeting with teachers, sort of the same process, creating a feedback loop to improve instruction as well as achievement.
I guess my question is, I may have lost track of exactly the timeline, but weren't there new resources purchased at the middle school level for literacy?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you said the new.
Were there new resources? And
oh yes, new resources, yes.
So when did those resources start? Is it this school year?
This school year is when there was a new adoption.
All right, so this is from okay.
But the same process.
And it's fine, it serves 6, 7, and 8.
Yes.
So the RISE training and science of reading had not been reinforced and taught at the 4th, 5th. So you're changing students, and that could have accounted, because for years, we've been talking about the secondary schools that are at a disadvantage if the elementary schools are not sending them students that are near level. So when you look at Cloverdale, you're looking at different students whose teachers had not had the training. Is that right?
Well, in terms of the RISE training
Right.
for the science of reading, it was 6th grade teachers had begun the process, but
Right.
they hadn't fully gone through all of the RISE
Right.
training. They had
Thank you.
partially gone through. But Lisa went in and supported them as a way to close the gap between that research and practice.
Right, and the training for those resources happened at the beginning of this school year.
Yes, they got their resources at the beginning of this school year to implement.
I had just forgotten the timeline.
Any other questions? Okay, next.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're going to need to pause for a minute because Ms. Chambers' call
Welcome.
dropped.
This service is provided by freeconferencecall.com. Please enter your access code followed by the pound sign. You entered 317861. If this is correct, press 1. There is one other participant in this conference. Please announce yourself.
Ask everybody if they want to announce it.
Was that asking for us to announce or her? Okay. Ms. Chambers, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, great. Anytime you have a question, just jump in because I can't see your hand. Okay, continue. Dr. Boyd.
All right, there were 4 schools that in 2018 they had a D, and in the current year they have an F. So I'll talk about those. So Baseline Elementary, their overall ESSA indicator dropped, and you can see the scores there. One thing of note is that the value-added growth is holding steady around 80. Here are their reading at grade level scores. You can see the difference from 18 to 19 there. These are the student engagement scores. You can see that has to do with students that are at low risk for absences, moderate risk for absences, and high risk for absences. So if a student misses fewer than 5% of the days in the school year, we consider them a low risk. If they miss 10% or more of the school year, we consider them high risk. So there are the student engagement scores there. Student engagement.
And this is the kind of data we'll look at to see what's needed in addition to academics.
That's correct. Here is Meadowcliff Elementary. Their overall ESSA indicator, their overall ESSA score did drop. Of note here, you can see that the value-added growth did rise from last year to this year. And so the hope is that next year, that value-added growth will translate into an increase in weighted achievement. Here are the reading at grade level scores for the subgroups for students at Meadowcliff. And here are the student engagement categories for the students at Meadowcliff as well. Here are the Watson Elementary. They declined in their overall indicator and the subsequent indicators. Here's the reading at grade level for Watson Elementary. And then here are the student engagement categories for the students at Watson Elementary. All right. Henderson Middle School also saw a decline in their overall ESSA index score and the subsequent indicators. Here are the reading at grade level scores for students at Henderson Middle. And here are the student engagement scores, categories for the students at Henderson Middle. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd.
Okay, our next group of schools are our schools that had an F in 2018, and in 2019 they still have an F. But what's important to take away from this is that while they did not have enough to increase their school rating, they did increase their overall S index score for 2019. Each one of these schools did, so that's a definite positive for these schools. Our first school is Washington Magnet, serving grades P through 5. They saw their ESSA score index change 1.88, so it increased from a 54.08 to a 55.97. They also increased in their weighted achievement from a 29.29 to a 33.28. Their growth score saw an increase as well, 75.06 to a 76.82. There was a minimal decline in their SQSS, but they did increase their reading score from an 8.33 to an 11.11. Our next school, Hall High School, they saw an increase across nearly all of their indicators. From 17 to 18, their overall S-index score changed 1.3. It went from a 47.34 to a 48.64. They saw their weighted achievement slightly increase from a 13.25 to a 13.6. Growth score also increased from an 80.22 to an 81.09, which is excellent, indicating that these students on average are meeting or exceeding expected growth and achievement. Very good. Next school is J.A. Fair.
Can I ask a question there,
Sure.
Dr. Flowers? So
Yes.
when we're looking at graduate there, that's actual percentages. Is that
I'm sorry,
right?
what did you say?
When I'm looking at graduation rate for the high school, that's
Yes.
the percentage. So that's telling me that
Is that a
65%
Yes.
graduated in 4 years.
That's it's in your.
On graduation, it is their graduation rate, but but it's also the points.
Okay, but that's telling me 65% graduated in 4 years and then 72% in 5 years for Hall. Sorry, for Hall.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, for J.A. Fair, their overall ESSA index score changed 0.84. They saw an increase from a 47.27 to a 48.11. Their weighted achievement did decrease from a 14.84 to a 13.2, but their growth score did gain some ground from a 75.11 to a 76.88. They also saw gains in their SQSS from a 32.51 up to a 33.7. McClellan High School, S-index score changed 0.3, increasing from a 48.18 to a 48.49. School saw weighted achievement remain about the same and increased from a 13.92 to a 13.96. Growth score was consistent and remained the same from the previous year at 77.58. The reading level decreased from 12.38 to a 9.51. But there was an increase in SQSS from a 32.39 to 34.65.
Sheila Whitlow, and I am the Assistant State Superintendent, work for the Office of Coordinated Support and Service. I began working with Little Rock School District in March of last school year, and my primary role in the beginning was really to just coordinate the support that was provided by the district. There were several different people coming and going in schools, and we felt that there needed to be someone placed there at the district. So I actually have a space in the LRSD office, and I would go there 2 or 3 days a week working with the deputy superintendents. I primarily worked with Dr. Perkins, who was in the curriculum and instruction, and also Dr. McCarroll, who served to work, replace Dr. Mitchell while she was out. So we worked on things such as how much the principals were getting in their classrooms and doing observations and doing their work with EdReflect, and also just coordinating who was coming into the schools and providing the support to make sure that we were reporting that to Mr. Poore and the leadership, so they then could go back and work with those principals. This year, my role has changed a little more. I'm there more often, and if you would like for me to share with you, or if you have questions about the supports that are being provided now, I'd be glad to share that. Would you like for me to do that?
Please.
Okay. So I wrote down, because we really are doing a lot of great things, and I want to say that we took some time to celebrate because we were excited about some of the data that was shared with you today, but we know that there is a lot of work that's still left to be done. Right now, I get the opportunity to meet weekly with the new executive directors of elementary and secondary education, and also the executive director of curriculum instruction. And we first began just by looking at the original action plan that was given to me, the work that I was doing last semester. And so now we meet regularly, and we have scheduled focus walks, district level focus walks. We're working now on a focus walk tool that will be used at the district level to communicate to the building level principals, this is what we're seeing in your building. And we've asked them to give us some feedback as far as what they would like for us to look for. So yesterday we went on walks, and one of the principals said, I'd just like for you to tell us what the feel is as far as the culture in our building. And so we did that. We did a culture walk and then gave the principals some feedback after that. So we're also, let me add this too, on the literacy block. We're making sure that we're going in during the literacy block, and one thing that's always asked, the executive directors are asking is, do you need anything? Asking teachers, asking principals that. Do you have the materials that you need? And taking note of that, and then acting on that when we go back. So we're trying to keep that line of communication. The first 2 weeks of school, we were in every building, I believe. We've got the opportunity to visit every building, and they appreciated the visit. Now we're going back, and it's more focused, and really going in and doing the real focus walks where we're gathering some data as we walk in, and information, things that we observe coming out, and then talking with the principals about what we're seeing, and then also talking to them about the feedback to give the teachers support. So that's one of our big things we're doing now. We're also working. Let me share with you first of all who's working at the schools. We have 2 state leadership coaches now with our team, Office of Coordinated Support and Service. They're working with principals. They're providing teachers professional development and tests, and the development of their professional growth plans. They're providing support with that. We have 1 day a week, we have the RISE specialist that's working at the schools. And then we also have, they're working at Romine, Washington, Stevens, and Bale now. We also have a behavior specialist with OCSS that's working with the RTI director of the district, and going to schools where either the principal has asked for more help with behavior, providing that support to teachers and to students. And so he's going there as needed. We have a special ed leadership coach, and she's also with OCSS, and she's working with principals and then directly working with the LRSD special ed department. And then also we have from PSA, the public school accountability, working with the district as we're working on standards for accreditation. And then finally, learning services, we're still working closely with special education. There are staff members from learning services, they're working with them, dyslexia, and then also the science of reading. Did you want to say something? Oh, okay. So I'd like to just highlight a few things of the work that we're doing, if that's okay. So as I said, we're working together, and one thing that I want to share with you is that everyone that I've worked with has been open to suggestions and coaching, and we're hearing the same thing from our leadership coaches that are out there working with the principals. Principals are very appreciative of the support that's being provided to them. This was an interesting piece of data. When we started last year, I began looking at the activity in EdReflect to see how often the principals are going into the classrooms and doing informal observations. Last year at this time, there were 1,321 visits. This year, the same time, 2,925. So very actively getting in those classrooms and providing feedback to those teachers to improve and to help them with their quality instruction. I'm excited about the district plan of support as well, because it's very focused, and it's focused on the needs of the district and what support they're going to be providing those schools. So the executive directors looked at the plans of the school level plans and said, okay, what's needed then to support those schools to achieve that from the district level. And so the district level plan that you can see on the website really reflects that. And then they're working hard in the literacy plan as well, because there are a lot of teachers that need that science of reading training. So seeing who has and who hasn't had the different levels of RISE, and then also working with the secondary to make sure that they get their science of reading training, and that's planned. There are actually going to be several sessions offered in the end of this month and the 1st of November for them. So that plan has been very helpful in seeing who has and hasn't had the training to really focus that and make sure they're getting that training. So we see that good instruction in all of the classrooms. Also, with that is some very good training for the instructional facilitators and learning how to coach and do the type of coaching that Dr. Pride was able to do last year, ongoing throughout the district. The test handbook has been worked on. We started working on that last year. We continue to try to get that to be very much aligned with the law, and it has been completed and has been submitted to waiting for a union approval before we give that to the principals. They don't have that in their hands yet, but it will be a good tool that will help them and guide them in there as they're helping and supporting those teachers. We're continually monitoring the absenteeism of both teachers and students. And at all of the schools now are participating in the Feet to the Seat campaign. And then one thing that the directors are doing to really shine a light on and focus on teacher attendance is to spotlight schools that are doing some things to increase that and to recognize their teachers and celebrate teacher attendance. And so each of month, teacher and student attendance, it will be on the agendas for their level meetings. And so they'll be talking about that and continually focusing on that. Right now, our team is currently working on the development of a district instructional model, because as we are doing our walkthroughs, needs arise. We see the needs. And so those are the things that we're working on as a team. So a district instructional model and some examples of better block schedules. So how do you use and structure that block schedule better? We're also working on a decision-making matrix, and then a district, as I said, district level focus walk. So also in this curriculum instruction unit, they're focusing on working toward building capacity of all the schools in their work with PLC, the PLC process. And so leveraging the training that some of the schools have had, so that all of the schools in the district will really have that good type of coaching and learning how that process really works. Any questions for you about the work that we're doing or support?
Any questions? Good. Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Whitlow, could you talk about, last year we had the recommendations from the Urban School Human Capital Academy, yes. The group that came in. This is, there's been some restructuring of the central office, the executive directors that are in place now. Could you talk about the difference between the interaction and the support that's given or provided, or the coaching, whatever it is? What do you see that's different now as the district's implementing this new process?
With the executive directors of elementary, secondary education, and the work that Hope Worsham is doing in curriculum instruction, very much hands-on. We're seeing them in the buildings, very cooperative and open to looking at the data and determining what are our needs and where do we need to go next. But I would say that the key is in this being in those buildings and being visible and supporting the principals as they do the work, and going into those classrooms. I think the focus walks, supporting supporting teachers as well, as we're seeing some great lessons. We're going into those literacy blocks and seeing teachers working through this material that is new, and they have a lot of new material to learn, but they're doing the work. But that to me has been the most, that was the most positive, was that move, and we really started to see some progress this year. It was ramped up a lot with the support and the work that's being done.
I know one of their observations was a principal might have to call 3 or 4 or 6 people before they could get help or an answer to a question. Has that been?
That is, yes, they have a direct line.
So they can
know
call
who
you,
they contact.
They can call Hope, they can call Shandle, they can.
They go, yeah, they actually go directly to their executive director, and they're taking care of that now. And I have witnessed that on several occasions where they're responding quickly to concerns, and also to coach. This happened, but next time let's think about how this could be handled differently. So it's also a very good coaching role.
I know I was at Hall the other day, and one of the things that they have added there, thinking in terms beyond academics, is they added a social worker, and then she arranged to have interns from UALR who are bachelors and masters in social work. So now they're working on more of the whole child or some wraparound services. So in my opinion, that really has helped with the growth.
And they are also doing some work with the 95% group and
Yes.
piloting that
Jeannie
this year.
Riley.
And we're anxious to see that work start and the response that the students have to that. It's an intervention for reading. And they will be doing that in the English classrooms. They've been trained, they're assessing now, and should be starting instruction very soon with that.
It's all of the 9th and 10th grade English classes.
Yes.
And she assessed over 500 students. And she found one girl who literally didn't know one word. And so she took it upon herself to bring her own materials in, Mrs. Riley, and she said she's going to be reading by the end of the year. So, it takes a lot of focus and dedication, but that's getting down to the student level.
Right, that's right.
Anybody else?
And as far as the Urban Human School, we're also doing the Equity Lab. The Educator Effectiveness has been facilitating that. We've done one phase, and we have the next phase scheduled for November, and that's really looking at equitable access to high-quality teaching in every classroom across the district. Mr. Poore and all the executive directors participated in that last time, and we will continue that work, and really looking at the processes within the system.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Ms. Kaufman?
I didn't know she was that much taller. I just want to remind you that in My School Info, we have lots of great detail, but I've added 2 additional sheets to your agenda yesterday morning. One of those gives you a quick overview of the schools and their letter grades for the past 5 years, and then an analysis sheet for all of the schools that highlights the differences in their scores from last year to this year. So those, typically I would say, go to My School Info. You can find all that, but I know
You did it for us.
you may need to have a spreadsheet in front of you. I know if I were making big decisions, I would need that. So, Dr. Hernandez, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, each of you.
So that does conclude that section of presentation. And I know you have several other informational documents there, but are there any questions or anything else related to any of the other items that were there?
I've got a few things I'd like to say. They're not really questions directed to you, Dr. Hernandez, so if you want to, I'm not going to make you stand up here. I've got a few words, which as a lawyer can be kind of dangerous. I'd like to start, first of all, Dr. Hernandez, by thanking you for the presentation that you and your team put up here. I think what we saw from that is that there are a lot of good things overall out there. And for that, I'd like to thank the staff here at the department that's worked hard. I'd like to thank the teachers on the ground, the students, the parents that all made that happen. One of the big takeaways that I saw from looking at that data is that what's a D and what's an F school, not a lot of difference there. Things move back and forth between these D schools and F schools. And I don't think it's fair to say that, there was a little tick up this year and a school got kicked from an F to a D, another school got kicked from a D to an F. And so therefore this framework we've come up with and how we should treat them should make this huge difference on how things go forward. To me, that leads to one of two conclusions. One, under the framework we've talked about, we expand Category 3 to include all the D schools, or the other, get rid of the framework altogether. I think my problem as I sit here is I think there's a significant role for the state to play in this school and in the other schools in the state when we have obligations under Lakeview. But that said, I don't think we can accomplish what we want to for students as long as this is going on. It's us versus you. That's not going to help the students. I think the framework that we came up with at the last meeting was motivated by a lot of good intentions. I think some of the things that we've heard recently, especially from Mayor Scott earlier this week, were some of the things that at least I personally was thinking of. Love the idea of putting a lot of resources into some of these schools. But the fact is, as it's come to me, I don't think we're going to be able to accomplish the goals that we want. The goals that we want to accomplish for the students under this framework that we've come up with. And therefore, I think the best thing that we can do as a board under the circumstances is return the district to unified local control. Return the district to unified local control under a framework of significant and agreed upon levels of state support for the schools that really need it. And with that, I'd like to make a motion, if this is an appropriate time for that.
Sure.
I'd like to move that we replace the framework adopted at the last meeting with a framework of the goal of a unified district under local control with a detailed memorandum of understanding set forth the state's rights and obligations regarding the district. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion? Okay, we will take, ma'am, if you'll give me time, Allie, I'll get to it. Just please sit down, because I don't want to have to make you not speak ever. So just wait, okay? Now then, what we will do is vote to take public comment or not before we vote on this motion. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Ms. McFetridge, second by Mr. Williams to take public comment. Two people signed up to speak on the Little Rock School District prior to today. One was Dr. Michael Mills, and if you will relent to let Mayor Frank Scott speak first because he has another engagement, then we will go out of the sequence of when you signed up. So is Dr. Mills here? Well, he's not here, so Mayor Scott. Go ahead, because you may be through before he gets here. Welcome to the State Board meeting. If you'll identify yourself for the live stream.
Frank Scott Jr., the proud mayor of the great city of Little Rock. Members of the board, Secretary Key, first and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. Today you have before you a historic moment in time for our city. Today you have before you is a critical decision for our city. As you know, we represent Little Rock. We are the state's capital city. And in many times when decisions are made at the capital city and reflect the capital city, it can have some downstream ripple effects that will take place with the entire state. Mr. Chad, I thank you so much for your motion. On behalf of the City of Little Rock and my fellow Board of Directors, we shared with you a proposal that demonstrated commitment, compassion, collaboration, and most of all, creative solutions for Little Rock School District. We stand in unity for full and complete local control of every child from every neighborhood, no matter the zip code in the City of Little Rock, that we create a world-class educational system because we believe in each and every child, whether they went to Parkview High School like me, whether they went to Horace Mann Junior High like me, or whether they went to Carver, whether they went to Henderson, whether they went to Hall, J.A. Fair, McClellan, whether they went to Booker or Gibbs. They all matter. We love them all, and we stand in unity for them. The city is ready to focus on intentionality. Never before have you seen a city disengage for its school district. Why? Because it represents economic revitalization. For our city to be the true catalyst of the New South, we have to have educational achievement and diversity in the marketplace. You can't have diversity in the marketplace without educational achievement. And when you add those two together, you will have economic revitalization. And if we can grow in the city of Little Rock, we will grow in the state of Arkansas. And we ask today that not only are we going to focus on intentionality, we're going to put our money where our mouth is with investment. And that investment is by targeting prevention and intervention treatment dollars from the city of Little Rock that we already have right now. To target every child in every neighborhood to make certain that they continue to achieve. Because as they achieve, our city will grow, our city will prosper. But moving from that intentionality and that investment, it's all about inclusion. Making sure that every child and their parent, their godparent, their grandparent, whoever is helping to take care of them, and many times it's our teachers, is to make certain that we're being inclusive. We believe this plan can be inclusive and create true inclusion. So I ask for you today is to pass Mr. Chad's motion so we can have a unified district, so we can share our support for the entire school district, every student, and every teacher. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Did Dr. Mills, do we have him? I know he's a professor, so he may have had to go out. And if he comes in later, if somebody will let me know, I'll go from there. Okay, for those who signed up today, Kendra Pruitt.
She was speaking
Okay.
in place of the mayor.
Okay. Catherine Snyder. Herb Rule. Yes. Natalie Willis. Good afternoon. If you'll say your name when you come to the microphone.
Natalie Willis, thankful for the moment to just speak. My soul is satisfied of what I've heard this afternoon, and I did tell the mayor's comments. My total reason for coming today was to say, let us not repeat history, but let us move forward. I was a child of the 50s, and so I've lived all of this just like Twilight Zone to me. But I'm happy with what I've heard this afternoon. I pray that we'll move forward. One other thing I had a comment on was the decertification of the Little Rock Education Association. I stand in opposition to that because we all have a right to good wages, a voice in what we do here in the state, and I think that they have a right. But to squash a person's right to bargain for pay and a good living and a working condition, I think it's wrong, because it's an evil against the person. So I just believe and stand in support with their right to exist. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Julius Larry. Julius Larry.
Right here.
All right.
Good afternoon. Julius Larry. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. I wear a number of hats, so I'm thankful to be here today to express the concern that the school district needs to be returned. I want to talk now a minute about the racial discrimination that has taken place against the students in the Little Rock School District, perpetuated by the state itself. And I'm so glad to hear Mr. Chad there mention that famous lawsuit that we are still should be under, and that's Lakeview. There are just a number of different opinions, at least 3 or 4 of them for sure. So we're probably going to need another one, Lakeview 5. And that's because, as I stand here today, I believe that the state is in unconstitutional violation of the Lakeview decision. And I'll read a little excerpt from what Lakeview 3 said. The resolve of this court is clear. We will not waver in our commitment to the goal of an adequate and substantially equal education for all Arkansas students, nor will we waver from the constitutional requirement that our state is to ever maintain a general, suitable, and efficient system of free public schools. Make no mistake, the court will exercise the power and authority of the judiciary at any time to assure that the students of our state will not fall short of the goals set forth by this court. We will assure its attainment. So if you haven't read any of the Lakeview decisions, we certainly need to do so. So I recommend, along there with Mr. Chad, that we turn the school district back over to local control, let the locally elected school board do its job, because if we do not, we have no choice but to file a lawsuit against all of you, and it's probably a pretty simple matter. We'll just file a motion to recall the mandate and let the court, the Supreme Court, take a look at what is really going on, reappoint those special masters, and probably hold the state in contempt for its failure to provide an adequate education for all of the students. Now, it just so happened that these failing schools, the ones with Fs, the one with Ds, they're all in the same boat. Ds and Fs are the same. As a businessman, we're not trying to hide D students or F students, but the problem here, just start with you all. I heard a young lady mention back in the 50s. That law school year of 1958, we still have the victims around today. They're in their 70s. We should be paying some type of reparations for ruining their lives. Well, now we're trying to ruin another set of students' lives, and we're going to put the brakes on that, hopefully, by us doing the right thing and returning the school district. Thank you, ma'am.
Melanie Chapin Kreitz. If you'll state your name when you come to the microphone.
Actually, my name is Angela Alexander. Melanie had to run back to work, and I have her statement. Is it okay if I read it for her?
Absolutely,
Okay.
sure.
Thank you.
That was very thoughtful.
Thank you. I'm reading this for Melanie Chapin Kreitz. I am an LRSD parent and the owner of 2 businesses, one of which is Unity Martial Arts, which serves many children in the district. My husband and I previously lived in Atlanta, Georgia. We decided we wanted to start our own business and raise a family in a smaller town, so we started shopping around and chose Little Rock. At the time of our decision, we knew our children would be able to attend a school they could walk to from home, a school that welcomed children of different colors and different economic backgrounds, a school where teachers were treated well enough that they wanted to stay. We knew Little Rock had racial and economic inequities, but we thought the town was headed in the right direction. Here are a few questions we did not have to ask 10 years ago that I advise young entrepreneurs to ask today when shopping for a new home base. Will your children need to be bused around town to get to their assigned school? Is the school you will be assigned to likely to remain open? Will your children be served by a stable group of teachers they can rely on from year to year? We all know how important stable relationships are for children's development, especially for children who have experienced trauma or poverty. And finally, will your voice be heard and respected as a parent and taxpayer in your school district? Based on answers to these questions, if shopping for a place to live today, I would veto Arkansas. But I'm already here, so I'll stand up for what serves my children, my businesses, and my community best. I urge you to return control of the district in one piece to a locally elected school board. I urge you to listen to teachers and their association and to support their needs. When they are supported, our children are supported. Finally, I ask you to discontinue the charterization of our school district. We want schools that are transparent in the way they spend money. We want schools that seek to uphold rather than tear down policies and regulations that ensure equitable educations for all children. Thank you.
Tim Jackson. Okay. Mike Poor. Good afternoon, Mr. Poor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Mike Poor, Superintendent of the Little Rock School District. And, you know, this was an evolving speech for me, so I'm swinging a little bit from my hip now. But I want to thank you first off for the motion that's on the floor for you to discuss. I think that it honors the work that we've been doing in our school district and in our community and with the State Department. All three of those things are critical, and sometimes I don't think everybody sees how all three have played a part in some of the gains that we're experiencing right now. I love the fact that the State Department today shared multiple times how our teaching staff is the ones that make the difference. A teaching staff and any kind of research, if you look at it with Marzano's work, an individual teacher that's a great teacher overcomes anything that's even screwed up within the school culture. The individual teacher will ultimately get the growth. And the teachers matters the most. But if you have the culture behind it, which is also critical, those things are super important. And culture really, I think, goes all back into, you know, honoring that everyone's important. If you do that, that's like a foundational piece that ends up creating a culture where all of us can go work together. Extreme points of view have been shot out during the course of this debate. Probably sometimes hurtful to each of us that I'm looking at and those that are behind me, because they're challenges. But the interesting part of it is that if we kind of work towards the middle, it's going to be a whole lot more difficult work. It's going to be even more challenging. But typically those things then net results that stay with us when you're working together and you're collaborative. So I'm very excited that we have a mayor that showed up today to speak. A mayor that has talked about unity, and I like that he uses my word collaboration a lot now too, along with his unity. Our collaborative efforts have already begun with the mayor, including last summer with summer school, and now with social emotional learning schools within Little Rock. But we also are making sure our school cultures are improving with things like Leader in Me programs, or really taking on a much stronger approach towards professional learning communities, and as well as high reliability schools. So those things are all extremely important in terms of us moving forward. I think that the work that we do with the department is work that's necessary. And I appreciate what you said, Mr. Peckeron, because the combination of the department, the school district, it's kind of creating a winning hand right now. So think about this. The results that you got last year were things that happened with the previous 2 deputy superintendents, who I obviously have admired, as well as a teaching staff who I admire, and we got great results. We've got a new system because we always want to try to get better. And that's what you heard from the department, that every person they ran into, and you were told this last spring too, that this is a school district that continues to say, how can we go get better? So we're going to get better now with the new folks that we have, and with the teachers that we currently have, and with the community that's all behind us. We won't stop, but we also got to have the department right there to support us. And I'm most appreciative of this motion and your consideration. And if there's any questions, I'd be willing to answer those for you.
Thank you. Andrew Collins.
Thank you. I wanted to observe that the framework actually had the effect of unifying our city in a way that it's seldom been united in the recent past. And I commend you for it, even if it wasn't the intent, because I think we saw last night, we've seen for weeks, that there is an outcry from the people of the city for one LRSD under a fully empowered, locally controlled school board. It's a pretty simple request. I believe Mr. Pekron's motion gets us there, or at least most of the way there. And I appreciate your willingness to listen and acknowledgement, and I hope that others agree that even though your mission is to do what you believe is right, not what's popular, sometimes what's popular is right. And moreover, you need to integrate the public into your solution, because of course this is our public schools and our public board. And we will all need the people of the city to be part of the solution, because once this local control issue is addressed, hopefully in a manner that Mr. Pekron has suggested, we have a lot of work to do, obviously. And we need to be in support, and we need to be included, and we need to have our voice on this local school board to execute the important work for our kids. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. Thank you all very much, and I support, again, Mr. Pekron's motion, and appreciate you bringing it.
Thank you. Ryan Foster.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Foster. I'm here to come in support of the motion to give Little Rock full and local control of its schools and students. I also want to come here to state my case that I believe that the Little Rock Education Association deserves to remain a union. It does not need to be unrecognized in any kind of fashion. Unions are what built this country. It's what made this country strong, the most powerful industrial nation that this planet has ever seen. And if we start jettisoning away people who actually care about our students, well, things won't get fixed. As many people have said before me, there's a lot of work to get done. I'm ready. Are you guys?
Charles Zook.
Thank you all for giving me 3 minutes to speak. I have trouble with respiratory function, so I may go a few seconds over. My name is Charles Zook, and I am a K-12 product of the Little Rock School District. I'm also a former full-time and current substitute secondary ed teacher in LRSD. My wife works 80-plus hours each week, week in and week out, teaching at Williams Elementary School. I'm a widower in that sense. 2010 to 2011 was my first year of full-time teaching and was also the first year with my new service dog, Rufus. Rufus and I taught Spanish in a portable building at Dunbar Middle School, a low-grade school south of 630. I taught every sixth grader in the school exploratory Spanish for 9 weeks of that year. Many of the students came from broken homes and extreme poverty that greatly hindered their readiness each day for school. Years later, as an LRSD high school substitute teacher, I got to watch them grow up before my very eyes. What a treat. Many of them still struggled with adversity outside of school. However, LRSD and LREA-backed teachers had always been a vital source of stability for them. I attended both school graduations in 2017 and was blown away to see how far they all had come since those raucous days in the trailer with Rufus and Senor Zook. You cannot tell me this district failed those students. If you ask me, school failure, culturally biased high-stakes testing, and bogus school indexes are used against students like the ones I taught at Dunbar as pretexts for billionaire-backed systematic destruction of public education in order to break unions and usher in privatization. So many of the people working to make this happen try hard to keep their connections out of the public eye. My father, Randy Zook, is the CEO of the State Chamber of Commerce and also sits on the board of the Arkansas Public School Resource Center, a Walton Family Foundation-funded charter school advocate. His wife, Diane, sits before us today as chair of your board. Her nephew, Gary Newton, is a very well-paid lobbyist at the Walton Family Foundation. I spoke with Jacob Kaufman of KUAR in 2015, directly after the state takeover, about how this triangle seemed like a suspect network of influence to me. Almost immediately, a relative of mine came to me and asked me to stop speaking out on this issue because it was embarrassing the family. I asked that relative what I should make of this blatant conflict of interest and was told with a smirk, well, that's just how things work in Arkansas. Duly noted. No matter how well-intentioned they may be, and with all due respect, upon further reflection, I would call that network of influence suspect at best. But those three aren't alone, as it seems many of the roads around here lead to the Walton Family Foundation. As I stood before this board and said in May of 2016, the Walton Family Foundation wants to use their billions to break the unions and usher in a proliferation of charter schools across this country. If it's left up to this board full of people who have proven themselves to be Walton Family Foundation friendlies, then I fear they will succeed here too. It'll be a crying shame unless y'all return LRSD to local control and start using state resources to support poor kids equitably rather than trying to sell them down the river so some charter outfits can make some money. That is what the billionaires want, and LRSD will suffer mightily if they get it. Just look at New Orleans. I will leave you with a quote from a friend of mine who lived in New Orleans. She was a former Little Rock native. She said one of the reasons we left New Orleans was the school system. If your student isn't lucky in the elementary lottery or academically highly motivated or artistically talented as an 8th grader, you are SOL. It is a convoluted, stressful, esteem-ravaging system. I implore you all, do not force that upon Little Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Tippy McCullough.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a hard act to follow. I'm Tippy McCullough, Representative District 33 here in Little Rock. I want to express my appreciation to Mr. Peckron for his motion today. I am encouraged and inspired by an opportunity that's before us now, and by the community, the City of Little Rock, our Teacher of the Year, our students, our teachers, and our union, but by all the work that I hope that you guys have seen and have recognized. And I just want to thank you for listening today, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Jason, is it Bailey? Jason Bailey. Okay, thank you. Eve Jorgensen.
Hi, my name is Eve Jorgensen, and I'm here today as a parent of two students in the school district. But I'd like to share comments from my friend Clark Tucker. We are at a focal point in the history of Little Rock and in the history of our state. Today is the culmination of years of hard work by staff at the ADE, by teachers, staff, and administrative personnel at the LRSD, by countless parents and invested members of the Little Rock community, and also, I know, by you. Before the state takeover of the Little Rock School District, much of the Little Rock area was heavily invested in our public education system. But it's true that there may not have been a universal sense of urgency. Whatever else the results may have been for the last 5 years, the state takeover and all that has ensued has snapped all of Little Rock to very urgent attention. Our community is now engaged in our public education system and the educational and social outcomes for our kids in a way that I have not seen before in my lifetime. We are strong and united in support of our children. We are also strong and united in support of having a say in how our children are educated. The unity on this point cuts across every demographic, geographic, and socioeconomic boundary in our city. I trust you have felt this too over the last several months. This energy presents us with a unique opportunity moving forward. We have a chance now to be united, not just in spirit, but also in our actual work toward creating a world-class public education system in Little Rock. United not just in the community, but with the teachers, staff, and administrative personnel in the district, with an active and engaged group of leaders on our elected school board, and also with the state, which we know will honor its commitment to ensure that every child in Arkansas has an opportunity for a quality education. At the same time, we are also staring down the barrel at the potential for a historic fracturing of our city. I am referring, of course, to what I believe will happen if you proceed with the current proposed framework for the district and with the possibility of ending recognition of the LREA. The people of Little Rock are respectfully demanding simply that we have one whole school district and that we manage and make the consequential decisions for the district that is supported by our tax dollars and that the children of our community attend. The choice is entirely up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica McLean. Veronica McLean. The next one after her is Erin Duck, and then Michelle Davis.
Sorry, I'm Veronica McLean. I'm a product of the school district. Y'all have seen me before. I'm a parent. I feel like I've said this a lot, a parent and a social worker. First, before I go into, I feel the need as a mental health professional to ask a question. Are any of y'all mental health professionals? You are? What's your licensure?
My licensure is in elementary and family counseling as well as special education.
Okay. I heard questions from the board earlier regarding to that teacher that was here and recommendations from this board that was prescribing mental health treatment without consulting with the mental health professional that was working with that woman, and that really concerned me. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Y'all should reconsider prescribing mental health treatment to people, especially treatment they can't afford. Okay, on the other side, thank you for your proposal, Mr. Peckeron. Second, I have a lot of questions. Before anything like this moves forward, I want to hear a lot of discussion about what is the MOU that would be in place. Are you going to, with a locally elected school board, will there be respect between what you guys decide and what you allow them to do? We need to make sure that we don't lose community engagement in this. You know, it's great for everybody up here to have all the big lofty ideas, but it's the people here, it's the people like me, it's the people like these people that need to be heard. And I know that you allow the public comment, but then it seems like you go and make other decisions that don't take that into account. And we have emails of your public comments. But again, that's not the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of statements that have been made, okay? I know I'm beating a dead horse here. But we also need to pay attention and be aware of using buzzwords without having a full understanding of what those buzzwords mean. It may sound really, really good, and this goes to us too, y'all. We have to stay vigilant. And we can't fall for any false plans that don't take into account what's really going on. So I would also encourage the board to stay aware of those buzzwords. Community schools is not a buzzword, it's not a slogan, it's a real thing, and that's not what's happening right here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Erin Duck. After her will be Michelle Davis, and then it'll be Vicki Hatter.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Duck, and I'm a Little Rock School District educator. I am also a proud member of the LREA. In addition to providing a high-quality education, ensuring the safety of students is also part of my job. We heard earlier in this meeting today about school safety. If students are climbing on stair rails, I redirect them to the right playground equipment. More seriously, I am a mandated reporter, and I make phone calls that break my heart when my students aren't safe at home. During active shooter drills, I reflect upon my love and commitment to student safety because their lives matter, and they are the future. I came here today expecting to stand between my students and the State Board of Education, fighting for their protection. The framework to reorganize the Little Rock School District puts our children's safety and security at risk by jeopardizing and providing different standards of education and accountability. If you feel like I'm being hyperbolic with this statement, let me tell you why I'm not. 3 out of 5 people in U.S. prisons can't read. 85% of juvenile offenders have trouble reading. Students with learning disabilities have increased risk and rates for abuse and suicide. Our actions as educators, your actions as the school board, may not be proximate causes, they may not be near in time, but they are part of the ultimate cause of a system, a trajectory for schools to discriminate and fail students who are most vulnerable and in need of our protection. Thank you, Mr. Peckeron, for your motion. Under the previous proposed framework, our students would suffer different accountability standards and leadership. They would not all be guaranteed to the same basic educational and extracurricular opportunities, regardless of their zip code and race. Let me remind the board when considering this framework, the intent is ultimately irrelevant. The reorganization of Little Rock School District will be judged by the community and by history, not on its intent, but by its impact. And its impact under the previously proposed framework will actively harm students in the community. I yield the rest of my time.
Michelle Davis.
Hello. First of all, I just want to thank you for the motion.
And I thought about not reading since it's going this way, but I still think I want to share what I wrote because I think that it will still, I guess, bring encouragement. And also, as we consider what we're going to do with that relationship with the LREA, this also addresses that, as well as the return to the local control, to democratically elected local control. So here is what I want to share. I've been involved in the struggle supporting teachers and the fight for local control for a year now and have shared extensively about the ins and outs of these dealings with my out-of-state family. Today, when I shared with my mom about today's meeting, she said something profound. She said, "I will pray for the members of the state board that they will have the courage to admit that they were wrong." Standing up and admitting our wrongs and backing down when we have had a hard line takes courage. But to me, it is the truest sign of character. In fact, the most intelligent people are those who can change their mind in the face of logic, creativity, and new ideas. I am an instructor of nursing, and the first thing I tell my students on the first day is that there is no room for ego in our profession. In fact, I tell them, failing to admit what we don't know, when we've done wrong, could cause a life. I believe the stakes are just as high in your choices. With national news highlighting our struggle here, the concerns for civil rights, with teachers, parents, students, elected officials, our mayor, members of the police force, previous state board members, the superintendent, presenting a united request to return the district in its entirety to local control and to respect the rights of our teachers for the good of the entire community. It's time for you to choose what is right and courageous, not what preserves your ego. It takes courage for all these people to speak up, some at personal risk to themselves. It also takes courage to listen and to let that listening change you. Choose to hear today and choose to be brave.
Vicki Hatter, and then, I have Ryan Foster again, so Vicki Hatter, and then Johnny Hasten.
I'll just hold it. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to open up with a statement from Dr. Terrence Roberts. And he said, what they are doing is being true to the ideology of maintaining the wall of separation. To keep these groups of people apart, and not such apart from each other, but apart from access to education and access to opportunity to grow and to develop. I start with that because it's a very true statement. So you're looking at data that doesn't necessarily reflect the greatness that is happening within our schools. Our students that are trying and going to school every day diligently while they may be facing many adversities to come in to get an education, then to be labeled as failures. So can you imagine how that would feel? Can you imagine choosing a college and saying, you know what, that college got enough, I'm going there. That college have a 3% graduation rate, I'm going there. No, we also look at teachers. Our teachers every day put their lives on the line as far as their resources, as far as their time and their energy, taking that time away from their families. And to dissolve their only protection of the union, that is simply wrong, and you guys know that. We would never, ever decide to go work for an employer if we knew that at any moment, because of the way our hair look, or maybe because they're having a bad day, our manager, they could walk up and fire us. So I appeal to your hearts, to your moral compass, to do what is right, to keep our union intact, as they are the only standing protection between us and you guys privatizing our district. And some of you guys actually went through Little Rock School District, right as you tried to destroy Little Rock School District. And that is shameful, Dr. Moore. So what I will say to you guys, we want one district, one leadership, and we do not want an appointed anything. We want to elect our school board members through an election. Thank you.
Johnny Hassan, and after that is David Triplett.
Utep, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you, La Paz Estantigo. I think I covered most of the greetings here. Let me share just with you a historical perspective, because I have not heard that. August 5th closed in 1958 the School of Little Rock by executive order. He also was in control of the boys training school in Riceville, Arkansas. That particular boys training school in which he was closed, the segregated one, 21 African-American boys were burnt to death. They called the Riceville 21. The point I'm making is that Arkansas Ace Husbands have taken over the Little Rock School District. The Department of Human Services, check the record, is failing in its education of the students that the state controls. They own, Mr. Key, okay? Check the record. Check your documents. Arkansas Times has reported many times. The state of Arkansas is failing in its own schools that we have captive over. So now how do you expect me to accept you as my leaders and authorities appointed by the state? The other question is, how is it that you are selected to represent me when none of you live in Little Rock? And the two token person, I see there you go, the two token person, you don't have voting rights, because if you make a motion, he can second that motion, you do not have anybody to vote with you. So don't be offended. I'm here to talk business, not offend anybody. The question that I'm talking about is basically, how is it that we talk about, y'all are state employees now, okay? El Dorado, Springdale, Bryant, Bella Vista, Boyan, Stuttgart, Melbourne. You're gonna tell me how my children should be raised, and you have no local input or no local seeing in the game, okay? And so the real question to me is, what kind of historical society are we in? A lot of people have not did any defining any of these concepts. By definition, white Southern identity is rooted in opposition to something or someone else. Whiteness is meaning less without blackness, Confederate meaning without Yankee. George Wallace pounded his fist on the substructure of the South, white psychology, described as dim, to which his audience did the thing to belong to what he's called the positive polarization. They mention it in a subtle way. Polarization is when you identify one group, F, as a target for your whatever concepts or control that you have envisioned by the government. So privatization is what happened to the juveniles, is that not right? Okay, you also privatize the women. Those schemes failed. Check the record. I'm not going to quote you dates and times. The Little Rock state of Arkansas privatized the women many, many years ago, right? And they still have the youth under privatization.
Okay.
My point is, where is that? Yes, ma'am.
Sum it up, because we have a lot of other people. I'm sorry.
Yes, okay, well, I guess let's sum it up this way. Close look at black families, African-American families, who live their lives to reveal that many of the basic components of education are missing in their child's life without compromised or unreasonable to expect children to achieve on the level when in fact those children do not have help in the community, resources that other children have. And also, we want to go back to the teachers. The fact that African American teachers value education, and odds that they will become better scholars and teachers if they are taught by people of color, as well as we overcome the stumbling blocks, which is between the achievement gaps, which you have not talked about in all of your discussion. When are you going to address the achievement gaps that we have in the Little Rock School District?
Thank you. David Triplett. After him will be Kimberly Crutchfield, or Kimbry Crutchfield.
Thank you, members of the board. I come before you today as a stakeholder in almost as many ways as is possible in the Little Rock School District. I live in Little Rock. I pay taxes in Little Rock to the district. My children go to school in Little Rock schools. My wife is a teacher at a Little Rock school. And I myself am a product of public education in Arkansas, K through 12 in the Hot Springs School District. And then I went to the University of Arkansas, where coincidentally I earned the same degree as Secretary Key, Bachelor of Science Chemical Engineering from the U of A. Go Hogs. I want to make 2 points today. The first point is echoed largely in Mr. Peckrin's comments that you made earlier. I've worked with a number of different types of organizations over the course of my life and career. I've worked as a public servant, such as yourselves at state government. I've worked in private practice for many years since. I work in a Fortune 500 company today. And I've observed throughout all of that time that meaningful change in any organization cannot occur without the active engagement of all stakeholders. And I heard that echoed in your motion, Mr. Peckrin. I heard your comments there, and I agree with them completely. As long as there is disagreement and dispute between the board and the citizens of the city of Little Rock, who spoke so meaningfully last night at Central High, and the teachers who work so hard every day in our schools to support our children, we will not achieve progress. The framework, I firmly believe, would not achieve the intended progress. The other point I want to make is that Little Rock occupies a unique place, the Little Rock School District, in this nation's history in segregation. And I've read some articles in the paper, I've seen statements from some members of the board. I want to say today, it is not irrational to look back on that history as we contemplate the framework that was put forth by the board for consideration. The weight of that history bears down on this board and the state of Arkansas and all of the stakeholders of the Little Rock School District. In light of that history and the proposed framework, I think it's important to consider that the proposed framework would unequivocally increase segregation in those schools that were proposed for Category 3. I would ask that the board, if the framework is considered further, to pause and think carefully about that. I'd like to borrow a concept from the legal realm of strict scrutiny, which has two components. And when you're looking at a legal matter, one, that there be a compelling government interest, which I think we can all agree that's what you're charged with, is ensuring the education of our children. And two, that whatever the solution is be narrowly tailored. And I'd ask that you consider that carefully, that whatever you do here, be narrowly tailored to achieve the desired goal with the minimum disruption to the citizens and the students of the district. I believe that the motion, as I understand it from Mr. Peckrin, achieves that much more meaningfully than the proposed framework, and I encourage you to vote in support of that motion. Thank you.
Kim Crutchfield.
Ms. Can we take a short break before the next?
Sure. Ms. Crutchfield, we're going to take a short break before you speak. You will go after, we will take a short break after you speak, and then Senator Elliott will be the first person up afterwards.
Okay, I'm Kimberly Crutchfield. I am a teacher in LRSD. I teach at Central High, and I am a previous teacher at McClellan. I want you to know I'm standing before you. I had a baby at 13. My mother was a single parent of 2 biracial children, which her parents disowned her for. I was called a nigger every day. I did not have support of my family, but let me tell you who I did have the support of, my teachers. I would not be standing here if it wasn't for Miss Camara at Mapleville Junior High, or Miss Mildred Walker of McClellan High School, or Jody T. Carter, the principal at McClellan High School. They made sure I came to school every day, and I had to walk Guard Springs with a book bag in one hand and a baby carrier in the other, but they made sure I got there. And that was the most important thing. So these ESSA scores, I understand we have to have accountability and y'all won't test in this. Let me tell you what a true success of a teacher is. That kid comes to school every day and that kid tries. Whether it's a C effort, a B effort, it may not always be an A, but that teacher tries. Miss McAdoo, she has kids that are not A students, but they come to her class every day and they try. I have students, 2 of them, that flunked last year and they are back at Central High and they are coming every day and they are trying and they are doing better. So those ESSA scores, y'all need to throw that out the window or put another part in the accountability that shows what they're trying to do. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Perry. The Lord answered our prayers today. He worked through you. Thank you. And another thing about this PPC, I was a member of a PPC in West Memphis School District. It does not work. Let me tell you, whenever we want something, we don't have time to get together to get the budgets and what the fiscal this and that is and try to come up with a plan so we can counter offer what the administration is offering, because guess what we're doing? We're teaching. We're doing lesson plans. I'm a cheerleading coach. I didn't get home last week until 1:30. So no, we don't have time to look at the fiscal budgets and we don't have time to get together something to counter offer to bring to the school board. So a PPC does not work. But LREA, Teresa Gordon, and all of them, they have that time to put that effort in to get us what we want, and they just don't speak for the 70% of teachers. They speak for 100% of the teachers because they get the benefit of their great work. So I urge you to pass this motion, and I urge you to continue, babe, to recognize us, because we're doing the work of the teachers and everybody else in LRSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try to be back in our chairs in 5 minutes. Senator Elliott.
Good afternoon. Shall I carry on? Are we ready? I know.
Sharon's not back. Sharon's not back.
Oh, sorry. Our speaker into the record is not back. The woman,
Okay.
the woman who does that, I apologize.
That's okay. No problem. I'll just wait around.
There she comes.
There was a bathroom line.
Sharon, just tell me when you're ready. You are? Okay. Senator Elliott.
Okay. I thank you, Ms. Zook, and board members. I know a lot of people came here today and had other thoughts in their heads, things they were going to say, and so did I. But luckily for me, when the mayor first made his presentation, I was very interested, and to show you I'm not just making it up, I took what he had presented to us and point by point at that time. I stayed up 3 hours one night and responded to it. So what I say will have to do with my very considered thought, not anything I just made up here on the spot. But these comments need to be taken in the vein of nothing about us without us. That's really important. Because as much as I applaud the mayor for making this, and I think he's made a valiant effort, I do want to remind you, and this is not considered as a criticism, and that you shouldn't consider it, but once again, something is before you that was done without us. Does that make sense to everybody? It's before you, but it was without us, the people who are going to have to make sure it works. So with that in mind, and without this as criticism, I'm making observations here about us not being involved necessarily. Here are some questions I'd want you to consider, because Mr. Pacrone's motion is one that is kind of above the surface, because we don't know what all these things mean. Here are part of my considerations, and I can't do them all, but I am willing to send this, and we'll send it to all of you.
Thank you.
Full and complete local control of all LRST schools. I don't know what that means. We don't know if we have an elected school board. We don't know if we're going to have an appointed school board. We don't know from now until November exactly what's going to happen. So before and when we're getting into some kind of MOU, it should involve everybody, I suppose, that we can think of as shareholders, but don't forget the people in the community are part of the shareholders. Don't forget the teachers, the parents, and everybody is a shareholder. We've gotten to a very complicated part of this because it can't be so simple as the board signs off on something with the city and that's it. Because a part of what the mayor says also says the school district. I don't even know who the school district is. Who is that? Those kind of questions. And the next one, the district will operate under a temporary board from January 20th until whatever. I don't know if that's the CAB, which if we were going to do that, I would certainly think it would be. But if we're not, and I surely hope we're not, I would think it would be an elected board. We ought to be doing everything we can to go ahead, get it right now, and have a fully democratically elected school board. That is what would make sense. I'm going faster because the time is. Okay, I can skip the transition board, but I'll send it to you, I promise. Schools that remain F schools. I had indicated in my notes, kind of like you, Mr. Pacrone, if we're going to do something special for F schools, I was particularly concerned about the schools that are going to be in Southwest High School. Because there's nothing magical about saying you're going to have 3 quote-unquote schools that have been failed, 3 F schools, because if we put them in a pretty building, things are going to be okay. So I want us to be really, really thoughtful about that and not get so centered on just some letter. Okay, real fast, Ms. Zook, I promise you. These schools will be operated by LRSD as community schools. Somebody mentioned before that community schools are not, that's not a buzzword. I think some people think a community school means it's just situated in the community, because somebody made a little snide remark about it. Oh, we're back to one in schools in our communities. Yeah, that's not what it means, though. It means that there are schools put together by the parents, by the students, by the teachers. Those are the three main ingredients. And then the community at large, and make all the partnership. It is a very involved thing to do. Every community here doesn't need a community school. And so when people go around talking about community schools, we're not talking about just where they are located. Okay. And I said something else in here. It was like, to the mayor, you didn't ask me this, but I'm giving you this just as advice. But this was to the mayor. I haven't sent it to him, but I put it on here as my notes. Nobody has asked me, but a further thought. It appears a partnership could apply to just 2 schools if we do it the way things are set up now. But I want to be sure we don't just do that. Let's think about this school district holistically and not just a part. And then finally, I said to him, it is very, very important that we remember. Nobody asked me this either, but I implore you to think about this as a holistic project, and that most important to this will be our teachers. And there will be nothing gained whatsoever by ripping away what's left of their professional negotiations agreement. Because y'all might not know this. It's now from 100 and something pages down to about 10 pages. The teachers have given days, they've lost pay, they're paying more for their insurance. It is wrong to say the teachers have not sacrificed. They have greatly. And now they don't have fair dismissal rights. What else would you do to them than ask us to be successful? Please, when we do this, think about nothing about us without us. And we can't do it without our teachers. Thank you very much.
Marie O'Connell, and then Will Bond.
Hi, my name is Reverend Marie Maynard O'Connell, and I'm a parent of 3 kids in the LRSD. And I'm grateful for the chance to say something, because I know when I came here today, I was prepared to do whatever was necessary to be heard. And so thank you for this time. I want to speak to the new motion because I am pleased to see it. This motion is hands and feet and entire bodies better than the previous one, for nothing else than not breaking up the school district and identifying 8 predominantly black schools as being different. But our new motion, when it passes, needs perfection. And so my request is that when you pass his motion, that the next motion be to perfect this one, because it contains within it deep and important questions. Senator Joyce Elliott mentioned the transition board. Absolutely, how that is composed and when it is composed and in what manner is incredibly important. But as is this piece about the memorandum of understanding about the schools in the F category, because I think all of us know that that is vague language. And if the MOU is such that the purse strings prevent people from actually being able to make decisions about those 8 schools, then it's not truly a board that is of the people. And so my request is that after you approve this motion, that the next motion be to perfect this before we say we're going to move forward on it, and that all of the questions that are about this be answered, particularly that it does not adequately name what will happen to the teachers' union. It's my belief that the teachers' union needs to be decided by our locally elected school board. And so I ask that the next item on the agenda be tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll identify yourself.
I'm Will Bond. I'm the state senator from District 32, and I rise, as Superintendent Poore said, the speech has changed substantially from, I prefer Mr. Chad's motion to Mr. Pekron's motion, I think. But from the motion from Mr. Pekron, if anyone is struggling with the idea that you want to stick with these frameworks, let me remind you of a couple of things that friends of mine frequently remind me of. Just because you're the smartest person in the room or think you are, doesn't mean you can't be wrong. And the most expensive thing we all maintain is an ego. And the frameworks were bad. I expressed that as many people did. They were horrible on a lot of standards. They may have been well-meaning, but they were terrible public policy, and Mr. Pecron's motions should be embraced. Why are we here? One is there is a guy who runs a lounge in New Orleans called the Mother-in-Law Lounge, and he gave a quote in the noted education journal Sports Illustrated that said, "History is a funny thing. It'll sneak up on you." And it was sneaking up on us today. With the opportunity right now with this motion for us to write a history together that is about the future instead of the past. So let's write a history today of togetherness where the state board, the entire Little Rock community, all our teachers, all our support personnel that we don't talk about enough in these schools, where we all go forward together and we write a history of right now is when the Little Rock School District took off to be the greatest, highest performing school district, not only in the nation, not only in the state, but in the nation. Let's don't write a history together that's turned back. Let's embrace this moment. Let's listen to our superintendent, our teachers, our support personnel, our community, and let's join hands and move forward together to a new future for Little Rock, and let's do it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Lynch, then Elizabeth Huggins.
I'm here today to speak to the issue of access we've had in the Arkansas State Teachers Association. I'm Michelle Lynch, the Executive Director of the Arkansas State Teachers Association, or ASTA. I want to spend a few minutes sharing the importance of and struggle for equal access in LRSD in terms of informing employees about ASTA and providing services and support. There seems to be a monopoly, homogeneous viewpoint that is imposed on everyone in the education system. In reality, we're very different and diverse and deserve to have choices regarding professional associations. ASTA is a non-union educators association and a state chapter of the Association of American Educators, founded 25 years ago and designed by several former National Teachers of the Year who desired a national association that better reflected their beliefs about the teaching profession and education while providing the support and legal and liability insurance teachers and staff need. Then in 2004, 2 Arkansas teachers learned of AAE from the radio and offered to establish the Arkansas chapter that they named the Arkansas State Teachers Association. Our organization is affordable, only $198 a year. We are a non-union organization at every level, and member benefits include professional support, member-driven advocacy, and a legal liability insurance policy the ASTA member actually owns. Many often ask how ASTA is so affordable. As a non-union association at all levels, there are several things we don't do. We don't enter into collective bargaining agreements or support work stoppages. ASTA will not pay attorneys to use members to file district lawsuits against other non-member colleagues, as happened in Pulaski County a few years ago. And we do not use member dues or any funds to contribute to or campaign for political candidates, political parties, or non-education issues. Our focus is on supporting and advocating for educators and promoting quality education for all students. Unfortunately, efforts to inform teachers and staff in the Little Rock School District have been unjustifiably limited. The reason we've been given by leadership is disheartening and I believe undervalues the professionalism of LRSD employees and stereotypes an entire group because of what might be the actions of only a few. Not only is this lack of access unjust, it forces teachers and staff to either operate with one entity they do not personally or professionally align with, or disengage and be marginalized. I have 1 sentence left. Shutting out reasonable opportunities to be fully informed about ASTA and able to build relationships with ASTA staff is dismissive of education professionals who, at the very least, deserve to be informed of a professional organization that affords peace of mind, provides support, and benefits an educator's career, family, and students. And to summarize the efforts and document what I've said, you have a packet before you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Huggins. And then Emily Kearns.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Huggins. I, like many others, have had to edit my what I was going to speak about. I am in favor of the board of locally elected board returning to the school district. I have. Let me just go back to my script. What I care about are that the kids learn how to read. I care about the teachers having the training and the tools that they need to teach those kids how to read. I can't stand for adults standing in the way of the children learning how to read and for teachers teaching the children how to read. If you are an administrator or a union leader who has insisted on using failed curricula, I stand against you. If you forced me to file an OCR complaint because you refuse to follow my child's 504 plan, I stand against you. And if you perpetuated the systemic wrongs that resulted in my filing that complaint, I stand against you. I stand for the students learning how to read and the teachers teaching those students. So when there is a locally elected board, I will be at your meetings as well.
Thank you. Emily Kearns. Allie Nolan.
I believe Emily was here, so
If she shows up, then we'll let her speak after you.
let me pull this up. Sorry. First, I apologize. I wanted to make sure that we got public comment. I wasn't trying to disrupt the meeting. My 4-year-old son this morning, when we got up, just out of the blue just said, "Mommy, can I tell you a story?" And he started telling the story of David and Goliath. And of course, in his little 4-year-old voice, he said, "And God said, you got this, you can do it." And I realized that as a parent for the past 5 years, that is how this has felt to us. We have felt like we are taking on the giant of the state, and that we as parents have such little voices to be able to make any difference. And last night, I stood on the steps at Central High, and I realized that we were standing on the shoulders of giants that had come before us. And I looked out over the crowd that I think was more than 2,000 people, and I realized that when we come together and we are united, we are the giant. And so I want to say something with that sort of united backing that I want you to hear and in your heart think about whether you can echo today, because I really hope that you will. So I am asking you to think about these statements. To my neighbors across Little Rock, all of my neighbors, including my neighbors in F schools, you are not a burden. You are valued, and you are an important part of this district. Your presence and your children's presence in our classrooms is a good and wonderful thing. And we are better for having all of you in this district. I am so sorry that what has transpired so far has made you feel less than. To our teachers and the educators that give so much to our kids every day, we love and respect you, and we would be lost as parents without you. We see you. We understand how much you love our children and the obstacles that you face and the struggle to make ends meet because you are not paid nearly enough. I understand the toll it takes on you when you are disparaged and blamed. And I will say that I will stand with our teachers every day just as they stand with my kids. So I will cede my time. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan. Jennifer, Bethes. Bethus. Ben Pope. After that will be Teresa Knapp Gordon.
Good afternoon, board. Thanks for waiting on me. I came at 9 this morning, had to leave at 11 to take my daughter to Russellville, and was able to eat lunch and go home and then come back. So thanks for waiting on public comment. So the mayor's plan is still not full local control. And the mayor said a few days ago, quote, "The state is in control. We have to recognize that. They're making the decisions right now." That is bull. We are in control. We, the people in this room, are in control. And if the board does not recognize that, I don't know why we're here, but this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gordon.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Knapp Gordon, and I am a lifelong educator. I'm a parent, I'm a taxpayer, and I am the LREA president. Everyone in this room knows that Little Rock has a deep history and tradition of being leaders in shaping the course of public education in our state and in our country. Today, you have a decision before you which will define Little Rock's historical place moving forward. It is up to you whether you celebrate and preserve it or whether you contribute to our dubious history of segregation. I ask you today to look deep into your souls and decide if you are going to rewrite the history of our district for the children who are watching, or are you going to continue this path forward as a repetition of the history of our segregation? Is this board going to honor the sacrifice of the Little Rock Nine, or are you going to make a regressive decision that you continue to punish our children for being born into a certain zip code into our city? Our children deserve the full return of a united school district with a democratically elected school board with full decision-making authority. They deserve the educators who know their names and faces to be respected and for their voice to be represented at the table by the union they have overwhelmingly selected to be their voice in decisions being made about their students and their classrooms. Union busting, bad faith actions, and unfair labor practices toward Little Rock's educators only serve to undermine those children for whom the LREA has stood since 1950. What will your legacy be after today? What will history say about your decision? We are one with our LRSD, and we will stand as one LRSD. We will not be divided. That is the choice you have to make today.
Thank you. Denise Ennett. She had to leave. Okay. Wendy Sheridan.
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Wendy Sheridan. I want to read an excerpt from a letter that the PTA that I'm a part of, Williams Magnet Elementary, drafted and sent to our membership. The Williams Magnet PTA believes it is important for our voices to be heard in the current debate on the future of the Little Rock School District. The Williams Magnet PTA supports one district under a democratically elected school board. We support our teachers and the Little Rock Education Association. We are a diverse learning community that draws on support from all of Little Rock, not just one neighborhood. We believe every parent deserves to have a voice in their child's education on a local level, and we believe our teachers are part of the solution and should be treated as professionals. The Williams Magnet PTA believes collaboration with teachers, administrators, and the community is the only way forward. I am happy to see that this motion has been made, and I think that it will reflect our wishes and our values. There is much to be discussed, as has already been brought up, and I hope that we will continue to flesh out those ideas and work together as a community of teachers, parents, and community members. Thank you.
Ganelle Holman. Is that right, Ganelle?
It's Janelle, thank you.
See, I missed that day in phonics.
No worries. It's actually not phonetically correct, but the LRSD taught me that. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak today. Thank you so much for your motion. I just want to point out a few things, some of which have already been brought up. The first thing is that trust has been breached, and that is going to make it very difficult for us to move on together. The things that weren't brought up in terms of race and the history that was not acknowledged, our governor told us that this was not about race, that race was an inappropriate conversation to be having right now. That was not acknowledged in the beginning, and I think we're gonna have a hard time moving forward until that is healed. I want to talk about gerrymandering. I think that privatization is the ultimate goal of everything that has been happening, and possibly even disbursement of the black vote across the state. And so you could potentially still accomplish that with a gerrymandered approach to the local board that has been put forth in this motion today. So again, as we think through what return of local control looks like, I hope that is a consideration that we make. And last of all, I want to thank you for what you have done so far to bring us to where we are. Please do not sell our kids to a corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy Tribble. Tribble? Okay. Khaki Fuller. The next two speakers are Whitney Moore and Leaf Hassel, and would be the end of public comment.
Hi, thank you. My name is Khaki Fuller. This is way out of my comfort zone, but I felt compelled and seen enough that I had a chance to speak today that I may as well. I'm actually a product of parochial school, but after careful consideration, my husband and I decided to send my son and daughter into the loving and beyond capable arms of the teachers of the Little Rock School District, a school that's just a short walk away from our house. I had a parent-teacher conference yesterday with my third grader's teacher, and I can honestly say I've never sat across from a teacher where together we both welled up with tears as we discussed my daughter and how she's a number that has now been dumped into an algorithm that will essentially determine her success or failure as it stands today in the elementary school. I'm not a meddler or any type of bra-burning activist, so me even standing here before you is some sort of divine intervention. My life is pretty simple. I assume that my involvement at my elementary school will be simple as well, things such as attending bake sales, class parties, PTA meetings. I never imagined I'd be taking off work today to be pleading with the State Board of Education to please stop this insanity. Pleading with the board to simply and bottom line attend the needs of our teachers and our community. That is our entire community of Little Rock. The Little Rock where we all live, shop, worship, and educate our children. I despise politics and agendas. I despise inauthenticity even more. Please help me understand why this just can't be simple. It seems so simple to me. Just don't divide our district and have the courage and conviction to give us back the ability to exercise our rights. Not excluding my money that you're spending as you see fit. I'm fairly positive that makes me a stakeholder. And that I have a say in what happens in my community, and that community being Little Rock. More than 70% of the Little Rock School District teachers are LREA members. And there's no indication that terminating the bargaining agreement with the LREA would improve our schools in any way.
So again, help me understand the benefit of dividing our community and terminating the rights of our teachers and support staff who are already underpaid, completely dismissed, and underappreciated. Let's remember what we stated this morning at 9 o'clock when we all stood up and stared at that flag, that we are indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Whitney Moore. Whitney Moore. Okay. Leaf Hassel.
It's actually Leif.
I apologize.
As I learned at Brady Elementary School, I before E except after C, or when you want A, as in neighbor and way. So, with that, I come to you, I'm kind of, there's probably a lot of people that wonder why I'm here. I just own a home in Little Rock. I have no children. But I have family, and my taxes pay for these schools, and I believe as a citizen of the state, I have a stake in seeing that those schools are well run and run according to the wishes of the people of this state. You all know that the power of these decisions resides in this board, and that power is backed by people who have certain views. The fact remains, though, that there is another kind of power, and I think if you were at Central High last night, you saw that. There were thousands of my fellow citizens standing out there telling you that we wanted one Little Rock school district run by the citizens without selling off the schools to people who just want to view them as a business. Talking about power, I just want to remind you of something, something I keep in the back of my head all the time. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them. And these will continue until they are resisted with either words or blows, or with both. Today we have come before you with our words, and we have asked you. I know that there are people in power who have put you in your seats who would very much like you to make other decisions. The people of this city and of this state are asking you very specifically to make the decision that we wish, because we are the citizens of this state, and this is our school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of public comment. We have a motion on the floor. Would you restate your motion?
Sure. I move that we replace the categories in the framework adopted at the last meeting with the goal of a unified district under local control with a detailed memorandum of understanding setting forth the state's rights and obligations with respect to the district.
Okay. Just for clarity, we want to be sure you know that that does not mean that they will no longer be level 5. The district is still level 5, and so the state will still be involved. So just for, because we don't want any misunderstanding about that. The election time that we voted on last month was November of 2020 with the current CAB working until then. So just don't want any misunderstanding at all. Each CAB member is appointed from each of the 7 zones that are currently drawn. So, you know, just to be sure everybody understands that. Do we have a motion by Mr. Pecron and a second by Dr. Hill. Do we have any more discussion?
What about those other new districts? I mean, you talking about
Well, that hasn't been drawn yet. So if his question was, because we had voted to have 9 zones as opposed to 7, what about the other 2? And I was saying they have not been drawn yet. So if, you know, if they are drawn, or if we, as we flesh this out, if we decide to
think in terms of the community or the mayor giving us 4 or 5 names to add to be 9 on that board, that is something that will be fleshed out. I think what we want everybody to work through is, this is just won't use the word framework, that's not a very popular word. This is just an outline, what we will be fleshing out over the next several months. Now then, I think, Ms. McAdoo, did you have something to say?
I just have a question. Can you restate the part about CAB? Because I think I'm not totally sure that I understand what you said you guys voted on in regards to CAB.
We didn't vote on the CAB. The CAB is right now. What I was saying is they would continue to work with the Little Rock School District Administration and the state board, the Department of Education in the capacity they currently have. They'll still hear personnel things. They'll still work on with budgets. They'll still advocate for literacy, dyslexia, all of those kinds of things. I said, right now we have 7 zones. We have not redrawn to have 9 zones. If that redrawing happens, or if the community working with us want to start with 9 zones, then we could have names submitted to us to like at-large members. So they could live next door to somebody, but that kind of thing will be fleshed out over the next few months. I'm not asking you if you agree, I'm asking if do you understand what I'm saying?
No, and I guess I'm not sure how to pose my question. I thought, I'll just hold. I don't think I just don't understand. I thought, can you restate what the motion is? I'm trying to figure out how the conversation about CAB fits in with your motion.
My motion's limited to the categories in the framework.
That's what I thought.
I didn't make a motion.
That's
on
what
the
I
other
thought,
parts.
okay.
I think what Ms. Zook is saying is that because I didn't make a motion with respect to the other parts, nothing has changed on those as of now. And so I didn't make a motion that affects it one way or the other. I think what Ms. Zook was saying is that because it's there now, I haven't made a motion that affects it.
I wanted to be sure that because a lot of people have thought the framework said something different than what I intended. I've never intended, and I will state this publicly, for privatization, for charterization. That has never been in my mind at all. So just to make ourselves clear and try to help people understand, and we all understand the same thing, whether we agree or disagree at that point, that I want to be sure that we're very clear so that people don't think we said one thing when in fact we were saying another.
And I'll weigh in again. I think what my motion was intended to get at is there's an end game out there, what it's going to look like at some point in the end. We had a framework that we put into place last month that had 3 categories. Rightly or wrongly, that was interpreted by a lot of people as leading towards a privatization or a charterization. That was not ever my intent. My intent was something towards the, I don't know if you call it community school, that may not be the right term, but a number of schools that we were going to pour a lot of resources into, make those great schools. I think that's what I had in mind. Whether that's exactly what Mayor Scott had in mind in his proposal, I don't know, but that's what I was thinking on these things. And I understand now that the categories, especially seeing this data, I'll tell you how I came to this. I was looking at the data the last couple days. This doesn't make sense. So that's kind of where I came to this. And so instead of saying, the end game that's out there in November 2020 or whenever is going to be 3 categories with different levels of support, we're saying, look, the end game in the future is going to be 1 district under local control. We'll give support. We need to negotiate the terms of that support. I came up with this motion this morning. So I haven't written a memorandum of understanding. I understand that leaves things out there. It does. There's still a lot of work to do. This is just step one. Well, I guess this is now step two. We're stepping away from step one. This is step two of a process, and y'all probably won't like everything we do in that process, but I want to be clear what our end goal is. Our end goal is not going to be a divided district where the state controls parts of the district and the school board in whatever form that looks like in the end controls parts of it. And I just want to be clear, that's all I'm doing today.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Yes. Dr. Moore?
Yes, I think to echo those same sentiments that...
Could you pull your microphone closer?
Yes, to echo those same sentiments, how we are learning from the past, in the past 15 years of the district. I mean, prior to state takeover, the department was involved in the schools, right? And so
yes.
I think it would be helpful for us to get a better understanding of prior to takeover what that relationship looked like, to form a stronger relationship moving forward. I know the district also spent millions of dollars on school improvement specialists and program after program for decades trying to achieve the same things we are here. And we're at a reality where we have one high school with a 93% graduation rate and another high school with 65% graduation rate. And these are realities we all want to address. And so I think I look forward to our more discussions about what this MOU looks like, how we can support the district in that way.
Okay. Dr. Hill?
I think, Ms. Zook, you were referencing more of the CAB being empowered to do more with the community and
Well,
assist.
It's my understanding that a lot of the people in the community are
During the transition.
engaged with the CAB, and a lot of others are not. So yes, the names of the members are published. The zone that they live in is published. I would encourage you to, like Ms. Huggins said earlier, if you can attend the meetings. If you're not, if you live in Little Rock, you can access those on Channel 4 on the nights they have the meeting. Their email addresses are available, just like it will be when a board is elected by the people. And over the last 3 years, those people have been given additional responsibilities as far as working with the superintendent and their recommendations to Secretary Key.
Can I ask
Ms.
a
Dean?
question about the CAB?
Wait just a second. Ms.
Sure.
Dean was
Yes,
first.
Ms. Dean, I'm sorry. And this question may be for the commissioner. It's something I'm not sure of. If someone is not, I've heard complaints that some of the CAB members are not fulfilling their role. If that's a problem, do we have the authority, or do you have the authority to replace those members?
What was the question?
I think the question was, do I have the authority to replace members of the CAB if they are not fulfilling their role as members? Is that, am I
Yes,
understanding that
that's
correctly?
exactly my
All right, so that's something Mr. Poore and I do talk about. He keeps me posted on, the involvement, and if a member is having trouble maintaining that responsibility, I know a conversation he has with them because he wants to have a full, complement of members there. It's something that, the Community Advisory Board now is not even in statute. That's something that we carried over because we felt like it was important to do so. So I won't say that I have the authority to do that, but I certainly think working with Mr. Poore that is a conversation that we could have if there are members that might be time for them to give way to someone else. And if I may I would suggest that we discuss and take action on that motion, since that motion did not deal with the CAB. And maybe we can come back to the CAB after you've taken action on that.
Yes.
And
it was just a question.
Yeah. No, it's a good question, but I think it's a little confusing right now.
I understand.
Ms. Dean?
I just want to comment to say that I think this is a positive thing. I think this is a way that we can continue to move forward, how Little Rock School District can get the best of every stakeholder and to see that as state board members, as our mayor as a stakeholder, parents, teachers, as we continue to work together and collaborate for the good of our students. And we keep that in the forefront as we communicate and have two-way communication. I think this is how we make strides. This is how we move forward, and this is how Little Rock School District can be great for our children, be an example for the state and for the nation as well. I hope that we continue to have civil, two-way communication, and we come together with innovative ideas and suggestions of how we flesh this out and how we move forward. But I just want us to continue to move forward with communication, with our children in mind, and with the goal of making sure that they are educated to the best of our abilities, and that every stakeholder, including parents, everyone has a voice and is heard. So I think this is a positive move forward.
And I know Ms. Dean is the one who spearheaded the stakeholder toolkit that's now available statewide. So as a former homeschool teacher, as a mother, as a businesswoman, she has put her actions where her mouth is. So I do compliment you for that. Thank you. Okay, call for the vote, and we will have a roll call.
Okay, Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Dr. Hill? Yes. Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Peckron?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I need to see if we have a motion to pull this next item off the table, or do we have a substitute motion?
At this time, I'd like to say a couple things about that. We've just decided to put the Little Rock School District back on the path to a locally democratically elected board. And I just mentioned there's probably some things y'all aren't gonna like to hear. I said at the last meeting that I was supportive of this motion, but I didn't like the way it was being done. I still feel that way. It seems appropriate to me that the Little Rock School District, all teachers should have a role in governance regardless of whether they're in the union. However, it seems to me, well, adding to that, it doesn't seem fair to me that 1/3 of the teachers are excluded from having a role. That said, to me, part of the reason I reacted so strongly at the last meeting is I believe that that's a decision that's within the responsibility of the commissioner as the de facto Little Rock School District board. And therefore, I move that we defer this decision to the commissioner in his role as Little Rock School Board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I have a motion by Mr. Peckron. I have a I have a second motion for Mr. Williamson. Do I have any discussion by the board?
A decision that we, as a board, made in December was to remove teacher fair dismissal. And
Yeah.
so I don't know if we want to take action after this around that. Want to discuss that, but maybe after we take this first motion.
So you're saying if this motion to direct the commissioner, then also direct them to restore fair dismissal? Okay, that would be a second motion if this one passes. Ms. Farino, the question is, can we do those together?
Could we include those?
I suppose you can do them any way you want, but I wouldn't do them together. I mean,
You
it
would
sounds
or
like
would
I
not?
would not. I mean, it
Okay.
sounds like you have two separate issues you're dealing with.
Right, okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to be sure. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Peckron, a second by Mr. Williamson. We have a roll call. We've already taken public comment. I don't hear a motion from the board to take additional comment, so no.
Did someone make it? Did somebody make it?
Would you call the roll?
I know that
Dr.
I do
Moore?
not have a vote on the board, but I really think that it would be wise to allow public comment on this part. I think that's only fair. Most of these people have been here since 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock this morning. They knew this item was on the agenda. I think they should have an opportunity to speak.
I appreciate your point of
They're asking for public comment is what they just said.
Is that what you want? That's what that motion is. It's up to Mr. King. I mean, he has the ability to do that right now.
You guys don't have to go on record, but you're gonna kick Mr. King to do it one fell swoop.
If I vote for it, I'm the Chad.
You're online, you
Right.
what you're gonna vote.
I'd like to withdraw my motion at this time.
Yes!
And I'd like to move to take Ms. Moore's motion from the last meeting off the table for consideration.
I have a motion to take the motion off the table that Dr. Moore made at the last meeting. Do I have a second?
For consideration at this time.
Her motion was to, would you like to state your motion to be sure I get it right? It was, basically it was LREA can continue to be LREA, but they will not be the sole negotiating party for the district. Is that correct?
To end the collective bargaining agreement at the termination of the contract on October 31st.
Right.
That was the motion last time, and so if you're moving to take away that motion.
No, I'm moving to bring it back from the table. They don't want us to change the motion, so we'll discuss the motion that they came here to hear.
Okay.
So you're untabling this motion?
Untabling this motion.
Okay.
I have a motion to untable last month's motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Newton. Roll call.
Could there be a modifier to her motion?
Well, we've got to take it off the table first, and then we'll talk about that. Okay.
All right, motion to untable the motion from the last meeting. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. McFetrich?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes. She said yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Peckron?
Yes.
Motion
Okay.
passes.
The motion is off the table. Tiffany, do you have the minutes?
Ms. Zook, just as a point of order,
Ms.
I
Freno?
suppose. Yes. The, Ms. Moore had a two-component motion last time, and the first one you just discussed. The second component had to do with retaining an impartial group to conduct the PPC elections.
Yes.
So Ms. Moore would have to amend her motion to remove that second part because that part actually ended up getting voted on.
Okay, we will read the full motion, and then we will look at it in two pieces. If somebody makes a motion to do
Yes,
so.
but the motion concerning, the part of the motion concerning retaining an impartial group to conduct the PPC elections already was voted on at the last meeting, and it was adopted.
Yes.
So that part has to come out.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have those?
It's not.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
those minutes were not approved yet, so it's
Okay.
still in draft.
Dr. Moore, will you state the first part of your motion and decide whether or not to amend it to just the first part?
So the motion on the table now is to direct the commissioner to not engage in a contract, a collective bargaining agreement with the LREA at the termination of the current contract on October 31st.
Yes.
That was the motion, yes.
Okay. And I had a second from Ms. McFettridge. Do you second that, Ms. McFettridge, her modified motion? Last time you seconded her motion. So she had two parts before. Now it's just one part. Do you still want to second that one part? Okay. So I have a motion by Dr. Moore, a second by Ms. McFettridge.
Just clarify that one time. For
Yes,
the
and Dr. Hill would like for clarification.
Yeah, just on the one part you was talking about.
The one part was to direct the commissioner to, would you say it? Because I want to be sure I get it correct.
To not renew
My
or
phone.
Just
a contract with the Little Rock Education Association at the termination of the current contract, which is October 31st.
It runs October 31st to October 31st, okay? We have a motion and a second. Roll call. Wait till Ms. Dean gets back.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. McFettridge? Ms. Dean?
give her.
Please tell me what we're voting on.
We're voting on Sarah's motion from last time.
That's why I asked. Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yeah.
Ms. Chambers? We may have lost her again.
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Peckron?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
I have a second, another motion after that.
The next item is C, which talks about.
I would,
You asked for public comment because it changed. He withdrew his motion, so it did not change, and he pulled off the table what was done, and Dr. Moore reiterated the part of her motion that had to do with LREA. And you spoke about both.
I would like to add a additional motion at this point in time to reinstate teacher fair dismissal and the Administrative Procedures Act in the Little Rock School District.
Okay?
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Moore, a second by Dr. Hill to,
I think it'd be to revoke the waiver of teacher fair dismissal, and you need to add
to
Public
reinstate,
School Employee Fair Hearing Act.
Yes.
to reinstate fair dismissal and
Public School Employee Fair Hearing.
public school fair employee to fair hearing.
And in doing so, Little Rock will be, just like every other district in the state, with, under teacher fair dismissal, the ability to work with local unions, and a personnel policy committee in place.
Okay, so because all the other teachers except Pine Bluff have teacher fair dismissal, then you are moving to restore fair dismissal in the Little Rock School District, and I'm sorry, you'll have.
That's it. To revoke the waiver
All
for
right,
teacher
revoke
fair
the
dismissal.
waiver and reinstate teacher fair dismissal. Do I have a second from Dr. Hill? Do I have discussion? We'll have a roll call.
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Dr. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Peckron.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now we go to C, which is consideration of waivers for education-related laws for the Little Rock School District. Ms. Freno.
Lori Freno, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. This board can issue waivers of education-related laws as they apply to districts classified as in need of Level 5 intensive support, such as the Little Rock School District. The division recommends that the board waive the provisions of Arkansas law that apply to the timing of the elections of PPCs, which are the Personnel Policy Committees, and the manner in which the elections are conducted. And this is both for classified and certified. And the reason for this is because, as I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, in the last meeting, this board voted that they wanted an impartial group to come in and conduct the PPC elections, and that was passed. And there is, my understanding is there is discussions right now with the American Arbitration Association, and you can't get much more impartial than that. So they would be conducting the elections, and the thing is it just, the timing is a little off. We can't get them done in time, bringing in the AAA, and also the manner in which the elections, usually it's the people, the teachers, and the or the classified folks that conduct the elections, but this will be done by the AAA due to the fact of this board's vote.
Okay, so we need, we need a waiver because we didn't meet the first quarter deadline.
Well, that is, the
And
first
we
quarter
needed-
deadline is for, yes, that is for your certified people, and for the classified, it is middle of October, I think it's October 15th, and that, again, will not be able to reach that.
Okay,
meet that
so what she's saying is, if we're gonna have a personnel policy committee that, and as we voted to have it done by a third party, that we need to give the Little Rock School District a waiver because it cannot be accomplished in the first quarter, which is also a part of Act 728.
Yes, the election could not be conducted timely under the law, and also in the manner of the law that is set forth in the law. And I can tell you specifically which provisions we're looking to waive.
That would be good.
That would be Arkansas Code annotated 6-17-203B2, 617-205A1, 617-2303D, 617-2303E, and 617-2305A.
And you did not mention 615-2916. Was that on purpose or inadvertent?
Oh, 615-2916 is the section of the law that affords the board the opportunity to grant education-related waivers when a school district, that's the AESAA. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move to grant the waiver as stated by Ms. Freno.
Okay, have a motion by Ms. Newton to grant the waiver as stated by Ms. Freno. Do I have a second or discussion?
Second, and then I would like discussion.
Okay, we have a motion, a second discussion.
Yeah, so when as a new teacher, I didn't understand what this process was in my schools, and I know that this is going to look different for many of the teachers. And so I didn't see in these plans any ideas for either the district or the Arbitration Association to, hold information sessions about what this is. They're in law, there's a lot of duties and responsibilities of a PPC, and I think I want to maybe not include it in the motion, but to urge the district to really take the time here to get this information out to teachers so that we all understand, so that they understand how it can work in the district successfully.
So are you asking the department to
I can make
have-
sure to get with Mr. Poor and his team and talk about what that looks like. I don't think that's in the proposal from the AAA right now. Mr. Robinson so it's not. So maybe that's something that we need to look at adding, and we'll talk with Mr. Poor about that.
I feel strongly that should be done.
Commissioner Key, I also had a question on the classified staff. Sometimes they don't always have access to technology, and this was going to be a vote through technology. Could we just make sure they have access? I don't know if it needed to be on campus, a place that they would feel comfortable going to.
I'll make sure that's covered with the Little Rock District team. Yes, ma'am.
Can you please clarify what's happening?
That's okay. That's okay.
I don't know what's all happening.
That's okay. In the last legislative session, they passed a law, which is Act 728, and it talks about all the teachers having an opportunity to vote on the people who represented them. All the districts in the state, except Little Rock, had that. We are saying we want that in the Little Rock School District as well. So all teachers, whether they're a member of LREA or ASTA or nothing, they will have an equal opportunity, as will the non-certified staff, to put their name in the hat to be one of those representatives. Okay, you're welcome.
May I add to that, just because I have some more too? Under law, it is the authority and responsibility of the PPC to include in their discussions and recommendations conditions around benefits, compensation, calendar, evaluation duties. And with that, the district has a personnel policy handbook. And I think that I want, again, not in the motion, but to encourage this body, once it's in place, to work with the CAB, to work with the superintendent, and to work with the department to look at those policies and situate the district in the best place going forward with the new board coming in place.
Okay, thank you. You got that? You understand what she's saying? Yes. Okay.
I'd also like to, Mr. Key, just make a suggestion that I'm coming from a district that had a member of the PPC in every school building, not just limited to 8 certified members, but there would be a certified member from every building to sit on the PPC committee, so that there was 100% representation then from every building in the district. It worked very well in Springdale, and Springdale also worked very well with the SEA, together, working together for all the teachers. So that is just a suggestion that I bring.
I'll make sure that suggestion is communicated when Mr. Poor's here. He's heard it. I'll make sure that we cover that in discussing how we move forward. Yes, ma'am.
I echo those same sentiments of representation by building.
Okay. There being no other business, oh, sorry. Roll call.
Doctor?
Allie Nolan did. Wait just a second. Let me see if there's others. That's it. Ms. Nolan, are you finished, Mr. Freno, or Dr. Freno? Okay. You have 3 minutes.
You just ceased recognition of the LREA without any additional public comment and without explaining to anyone in this community why this is not an issue that can be left to be decided by a democratically elected school board.
The decision had to be made by October 31st of this year.
No, ma'am. Actually, you just had a presentation this morning about how great everything is going. So what is the urgency to make this decision instead of allowing a locally elected school board to vote on this after full public debate, let candidates run on it, and let the people have a say? I want to say, on this particular thing, on the PPC, you ask us to be involved. You want us to be responsible parents and be involved in our district. We want to know, why is this outside consultant necessary? How much is it going to cost? Who is going to bear the burden of that cost? What about the fact that the district was already setting up a PPC? Why are you not explaining to the people in this community what you are doing and why you are doing it? We want to be involved, and you are saying we don't have to explain it to you because we can. We can do it, so we're going to do it, and we don't care if you understand or if you are persuaded. So please explain to the press and to the public why you are taking these actions.
Roll call vote.
Shame!
Dr. Moore,
I'm sorry, what are we voting for right now?
the waivers.
The waiver.
The waivers for the PPC.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson. Yes. Ms. McFetridge. Ms. Dean. Ms. Chambers.
Ms. Chambers, can you hear him?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm voting yes.
Dr. Hill. I've got Ms. Chambers is voting yes. Is that correct, Ms. Chambers?
That is correct.
Thank you. Dr. Hill? Yes. Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Peckron?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I would like to add something here. I think it's going to be, just in response to Ms. Nolan's comments, I think it's, there's a lot that's new here for the district. And I think there is room for us to help the department get out information about what the Personnel Policy Committee looks like, so that parents and family members can understand. There were two.
Past PPCs. Go ahead and clear the building with me. This is absolutely ridiculous.
The two precedents we have of this is when, under the former administration, when Pulaski County was under state control, the state did dissolve the union contract at that point in time under that. And then in Fort Smith recently, that contract was gone too. And I think I urge the department to talk with those districts and the state to understand, to learn from those districts as they move forward.
Okay, thank you.
No bargaining power whatsoever. They do what the district tells them to do. I was on a PPC for 10 years. We were never, ever able to come up with something to counter offer.
And you could have heard this when you did
what
not
they
vote.
give you, or you take nothing. Have you been on a PPC?
I have some new business. That I would like to either enter. This meeting is adjourned.